Yeah, no, they feel empathy when they get yelled at by somebody who's in charge. But anyway, just for the people who are going to watch the VOD of this, Twitch chat, can you say hi, YouTube? Or hi, VOD, or whatever you want to say? Your meeting is ending? Hell yeah. You can also say Happy New Year, YouTube, if you want. And hello, YouTube side of things as well. I do see you guys. I just respond to the Twitch chat more. YouTube is kind of like the lurker chat. Hi, future me, when I'm rewatching the VOD. Hell yeah. All right, so let's do a very brief overview of this fortress. Can start up at the top, I guess. So this is an absolutely bonkers embark, is the best way to put it. It is calm, which is, I think, maybe my only issue with it. We are currently under siege, which is a problem. It is a calm embark. We deboobed the mountain, although this one layer still looks like boobs, so I need to drop it again, which means we're going to have another boob drop today. I'm probably actually going to cut from about here down, just like across here, all the way down, all the way, 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 all the way down. So we'll do another cave-in of that today. That'll be a bunch of fun. As for the fort itself, we are decently well defended. I could probably defend against this siege, and we're going to try. We do have a all-right military. I need to get this drawbridge set up, and I need to get these walls built in, because they are asking for a parlay, and because they arrived right as I ended the stream on the last stream, we should be able to just let this sit for a bit without them attacking me, but we'll have to be very careful. As for the fortress itself, it goes all the way down to the first cavern layer down here where I am currently filling up a well. The goal of this fortress is this outer moat here is going to go all the way down to the caverns. So it's going to be an open cavern surface fort. That's all I have to say, Faulted. So it's going to be an open cavern surface fort, is the idea of this fortress. Meaning, flying beasts are going to be a pain. But the idea that I really want to see happen is I really want a siege to show up, walk across the map, and get attacked and completely mauled to death by cavern creatures. I want to see that happen. So we also, because the fortress is called Ceaturekeepers, are beginning to collect cavern creatures. So as you can see, we have 2 forgotten beasts that live here, and they are our friends, and we are going to try and take our best care of them as possible. This particular embark is the steepest possible mountain embark. There's no funny stuff going on here with world gen. This is default world gen. It's just a matter of finding lowest possible ground level and highest possible mountain. So it's 164 sea levels tall. And actually the map goes up to 180. Yeah. Base level is 49, and it goes all the way down to minus 129. So this is a huge embark. But we really need to get this fixed. We did lose all of our military once on here to the last siege, because I'm trying to use a lot, like, largely ranged military, which won't be too hard once I get the walls up, but currently, because we don't have the walls up, it's kind of difficult. Most of the wildlife we've seen on this map are birds, a lot of ravens, and of course, cavern creatures. Right now, it's pond grabbers, but a lot of ravens. The vultures are the only things that really attack us when they show up. They are kind of a pain when they do show up, but also, you know what? I'm actually just going to get rid of this burrow. We're just going to really quick make a new burrow. So let's get it in for here and here. I'm going to erase this right here. And then I'm going to go all the way around here and down to, oops, that's the erase tool. Go all the way along here. And then I'm going to go around the center of this, and we're going to move up. So this is the fort. This spike is a natural occurrence. I didn't make this. We got really kind of lucky that we managed to find this, because it just is so tall. It is crazy. But in the spike right now, we have You know, this little minecart route that's heading out to the front, which I'm going to have to close this in a second. Let's also add everybody to the burrow and turn it on. So this first layer is kind of the, well, okay, so we've got these 2 minecarts coming up. We got one for ore and one for stone, which is stacking stone and stacking ore up here. This first layer just has some guild halls and some spaces for birds and livestock, some crafting. A few levels up, we have our forges. We have another guild hall, which is dedicated to armorers, the area where our marks dwarves have been training. Also, you're patrolling. Let's just set both of these guys back to training, or all of these groups back to training. As we move up through the tube, the spike, the whatever you want to call it, we are starting to build bedrooms up in these spikes because we are short on bedrooms. And because of how I'm doing these, I cut out an entire layer with the exception of the stairs in the middle, build a wall around the edge, and then fill it in with bedrooms. It is taking a while to get everybody into bedrooms, which is why we do have depressed dwarves. Also because my entire military perished. And also, hey, Bruce did Animal, back at you. Hope you had a good New Year's. And also, just kind of an open question. Chat room, what'd you do for New Year's? Aside from, like, you know, I'm probably playing video games, right? And then up here, this area is a temple. This was our first meeting zone. It is just a public anything goes temple, or not non-public anything goes temple with an attached dining hall. We got bedrooms up here that desperately need furniture, and I'm slowly getting them paved and getting furniture built in. And because I'm making furniture out of gold, so it's taking a while. This is a more completed furniture layer. I kind of like this aesthetic of just like having some like mushrooms growing in the tower. And on the base layer, actually, I'm kind of planning on leaving these because they're 2 Z levels tall. So we'll actually get trees growing around the base of the mountain, which I think would be awesome. So I'm going to try and kind of allow this area to grow a little bit and be like a semi-outdoor underground surface, underground, air quotes, surface mushroom farm. And then up here, we have our tavern, which is very underfurnished. And we also have a big dormitory, which is connected to the tavern. As I move up, we have offices, some more offices, which are under construction still, as well as the Cathedral of Laws, which is we need a new Sacred Citadel, because I lost my Sacred Citadel. Lanix, you are now the Sacred Citadel, and Shogun is the exalted barricade of this temple. And then as we move up, it's the deity of laws is the one that they worship. There's a cage trap here, which has been slowly catching giant rats that I have trained, which I need to put somewhere so we can start breeding giant rats. And then up here, all the way at the top, is a unfinished, gloriously beautiful prison. Hey, Laya. Hope you're doing well. We have this gloriously beautiful prison, and you desperately need water, which means you might die. Honestly, if Water Lyman dies, I'm not going to be super upset because this dwarf tantrumed like 10 times in one season. So I'm not going to be super upset if they die, but, you know, it's always unfortunate. I have to fix up some of these corners up here, so we're working on that, but this is the top of the fort. It goes all the way up to this tiny little spike up here. So that is the surface. I think up here at the very top, I need to build a room for artifacts or something. Giant pet rats, damn right, and I want to guard my artifacts with giant pet rats. So, that is this fortress. We are in the same world as Sunbirths, which was the last fortress I built. We are about as far up in, yeah, there it is. We are about as far up and into this dwarven faction as we could be. We are at war with this dwarven faction? Interesting. The Jade Whips. We're at war with the dwarven faction, the Jade Whips. I was unaware of this. So we're at war with the Jade Whips, which is a dwarven faction. We are also at war with goblins, and all the way down here is Sunbirths. So some of you may remember a video that I uploaded called The Great Heist, which was a video of a dwarven king disguised as a peddler stealing artifacts from my old fortress, Sunbirths. He successfully stole one of our artifacts. Tiger only. Hello. And Happy New Year. And our side goal for this fortress is to steal as many things from my old fort as possible. Nothing specific, because it's sometimes hard to get specific items, but we're going to steal as many artifacts from Sunbirths as possible, which is still there, even though it got taken over by demons. So, this is the Sly Theater. the pointy rock of artifacts, of creature keepers, and we are under siege. Let's read through the dwarves who are alive in the fortress right now. Hopefully that was a substantial tour of the fortress. Adra the Metal Outlaw, Amethyst, Argamemnon, Ash, Baby Blueford, Bastet, Banich, and Big Bang A1, as well as Black Rose Bronwyn and Bubblehead, Caramel Nuke, and Cat Dodger, as well as Cathode, Raytube, and Celistaris, Chromoise, and Chucks, Bucks, and Snuck, and Devon Hunt, and DB Explorer, Das Okon, and Diamond Destruct. Whoops, I right-clicked. my finger got heavy. Dr. Special 420, Devil Dawn, and Fragrance and Gloves, as well as Glass Half Empty, and Hermisu, as well as Hot Rod Ricky, and Hordiger, I Always Agree, and Idroves, as well as Jeremiah Heiser, and Jezza, Joker of Spades, Cashmere Goat, and Killer Spud, as well as Cramp and Crampton King, Lanix, who's now the Sacred Citadel, Lucky Steps, as well as Manticore Alpha, Martin, and Momoke Plays, Mr. Raven, Mr. Strong, Hedgehog, Narc, and Neoma, as well as Nodokasa, Quendelf, and Raging Cave, Rare Candy, OSRS, and Salvadaddy, as well as Salty Tempest, and Satarob, and Scripio, and Shaku, and Shogun, Snail, Spider, Megatheist, and Pseudogiraffe, Talon, Artho, Tonib, and Uber Nike, as well as Water Lemon and Uristov. And we do have a couple unnamed dwarves in this fort, so if anybody feels they absolutely need a dwarf, give me a shout. We could get you named. If you died, we can also get you renamed. Just make sure that you remind me that you died, because I don't remember every single name that gets a dwarf. And yeah, you are pissed. No, you are in fact pissed. You've had dwarves here before, 800M. How about a very neutral peasant? He does not trust others and is sometimes cruel, isn't given to flights of fancy, and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He tends to hang on to grievances, and he tends to think he's fairly important in the grand scheme of things. He is often curious and eager to learn, and has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and he has a greedy streak. He could be considered rude, and he is grateful when others help him out. He tries to return favors, and he is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. He has little interest in joking around and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of raising a family, and personally is somewhat disgusted by romance, values sacrifice, and sees war as a useful means to an end. Something I'm noticing a lot about these dwarves: they're often cruel, see war as a useful means to an end, and almost all of them worship the god of laws, which this one doesn't, or at least isn't a member of that particular religion. Flavabox was your partner, and Flavabox died in the mines. Yeah, you do worship the god, but you're not a member of that religion. I was in the last fort just a few hours before you knocked on Hell's front door. I think I was warning people about what I was doing that day. Oh, that sucks, Jim. Get well soon, dude. I mean, I rolled over into New Year's on top of a mountain, and it was pretty funny because as midnight hit, I was on the phone with my mom, and I could see all the way from Abbotsford, all the way to Vancouver Island where I was standing. And I could see little lights of little fireworks everywhere from people's backyards, all the way up the valley. And it just sounded like, it sounded like popcorn. It was like pop, 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 just constantly for about 20 minutes, which was kind of funny. They're cruel, and they lie, and they worship the law. Yeah, are they lawyers? That are politicians, you know. Hell yeah, Fulton. I cannot guarantee the length of your dwarves' existence, but this one's not super pissed, but not super happy. Faulted Thrower is not a private person and rarely shares details of his life. He is very polite and observes the appropriate rules of decorum when possible, and he has little time for forgiveness and will generally seek retribution. He does not generally respond to emotional appeals, and he has a great aesthetic sensitivity. He has great trouble mastering fear when he is confronted by danger, and he very rarely develops negative feelings towards things. He tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things, and he tends to avoid any physical confrontations, and he works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. He occasionally overindulges, and he can sometimes act without deliberation. He isn't particularly ambitious, and he finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He's pleased by his own appearance and talents, and he is curious and eager to learn, and he can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. He tends to make a small mess with his own possessions, and he does not often feel lustful. He speaks very deliberately when he's angry, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. And he doesn't really care about anything anymore. Actually, you know, I would say cruel liars that worship law as a religion actually just kind of sounds like an accurate representation of religion to a degree. He personally sees competition as reasonably important, considers craftsmanship to be relatively worthless, respects the law, and finds ideas of independence and freedom somewhat foolish, and does not care about friendship. And was a former member of the High Steel, was a member of the Standard of Balding, and is now a member of my fortress. Vatican speedrun. I mean, also values war as a useful means to an end. That's pretty Catholicism. The Inquisition. I mean, right now I've got the Diamond Bolts, the Eight Bolts, and the Fenced Alchemies, so we could rename them to the... Is that a word? It's gotta be. I don't think Inquisition is a word. The Conqueror? Could just call them the Cruelties. The Specs. Nobody expects the Dwarven Inquisition? The Harmonious Neutrality. Let's find words that start with the letter I. Or, I guess, contain the letter I. No, I'm not naming them the Virgins for the two of you that saw that word fly by. The Vulgarity! Hold on. The Mangy. The Bald Vulgarity. Oh, I got even better. The Spicy Vulgarity. There, done. Sorry. That's not what you wanted, but that's what I'm rolling with. Needs a sprinkle of deeply uncomfortable by differences in appearance or culture. I've seen that on a couple of dwarves, but it's not super common. It's good enough. Nah, strangulation is too many words, or too many syllables. This is already edging on too many syllables for me. But, like I said, they want something. So let's see how big this siege is. Actually, before we see how big that siege is, let's start building walls. How many olivine blocks do I have? Not many. Okay, well, what I need to do then is just settle because I don't have enough olivine. So let's just see what we have for blocks. We'll use diorite, and assuming we're given time, I will replace these later. Rena MK? Rena Mech? Thank you very much for that brand new Prime subscription. Sorry if I butchered your name, but hello. Welcome to the channel. Please feel free to correct me if I did in fact butcher your name. And I will do my best to unbutcher it. Reassemble it. From the pieces that remain. Despite being at war with goblins, they might be all dead. Like, sometimes you'll just get no sieges for a while, and it'll be like, well, where'd they all go? Well, they are all dead. So, you never really know with stuff like that. Cyberoid, thank you very much for that Prime as well. Also, check your Primes. If you want. It's an opportunity to, you know, get rid of your Prime subscription and get Dwarf emotes in response. Although don't get too excited because they're going to be changing tonight because I absolutely forgot yesterday because I was unpacking from camping, but they will be no longer holiday-ified soon. And Tartaros, thank you very much for the Prime as well. Also, I just want to say a real quick shoutouts and also like distant thank you to both Robaz and Bike Man for coming back to Dwarfs. I don't know how long they'll be back, but Bike Man has been streaming Dwarves and Robaz has been streaming Dwarves, which is fine and lovely to see. And also a distant note to Robaz that he probably won't hear. It doesn't matter that you make forts that, in your opinion, look like RimWorld forts. As long as you are making forts that you enjoy looking at, you're building your fort correctly. Frog Fryer, thank you very much for the 34th month, and apparently that's the second hype train of the stream. I won't forget the diagonals now. I'm just building them this way so that once they are all constructed, I can go back and do the diagonals. Yeah. Okay. Did you miss anything of interest? I've done the fortress tour. That's about it. Also, a request from the YouTube side of things. Darius, thank you very much for the $2 in biddies. A request for the YouTubes. If you are here on Twitch, because there is 252 of you, there is currently 65 people watching on YouTube, which is fantastic. Thank you very much. But it only has 30 likes on the YouTube stream. If we could increase that number of likes to like 100, that would be great, and then YouTube would know to share the stream to other people. So let's unpause the game. The best way to support the YouTube side of the stream is by simply opening up another tab with the YouTube. This is a very small Goblin Siege, but I still want to get set up properly, regardless. I don't want to fight them in the open. This squad... I'm not actually sure how well-trained they even are. So we've got some recruits, some decently trained. Chuck, you are pissed. Yeah, they are a mix of, like, decently trained and terribly trained. You're skilled. What about you? Oh, they're okay gear-wise. Yeah, most of them are novices. You've killed one of my dwarves. That's mildly concerning. Pretty small Goblin Siege, but like I said, I still want to be ready. But right now, we're just waiting for most of the dwarves to just get the hell back into the fort. As long as they're dwarves, they can get moods, yeah. But they have to be dwarves. We're going to get a lot of jobs complaining for a little bit. So let's pause and do these corners. Something that you don't see is this moat does have an overhang, so it is actually impenetrable. So this is more effective than like a liquid or a water or a lava moat. And I plan on building battlements along the top of this wall for my dwarves to defend from. The main reason I'm actually building these walls is just so that my dwarves don't see the enemy, which is the actual bigger concern right now. I can probably lock the door. Yeah, if like 90, because the reason I said that, Martin, is because I tuned into a little bit of Robaz's stream, and he apologized for making a fort that was suboptimal and looked like RimWorld. And by that, I mean everything was built on one level, basically on the surface. That's not a bad thing. As long as you like looking at it, it's a very well-built fort, is I guess all I'm trying to say. So I'm going to just cross my fingers and hope that all the dwarves are on the, are in fact on the surface and in the fortress. We got more coffins that need to be filled, but... I think people are so used to RimWorld metas that it's hard for some people to build vertically. Although I would actually argue building flatter fortresses on stream is actually easier to watch for most people. So there is that caveat, I suppose. We're also going to do this upper back wall, although I don't think this is currently in the burrow. So let me just double check that. No, it is in fact not. So just get these into the burrow. These wall bits. Okay. Make an underground surface fort. I don't understand the concept. What? How do you make an underground surface fort? I gotta say, I don't know what Twitch has done in the last, like, week and a half, but suddenly all of my advertising alerts are going off properly, so I know when they're happening, which is good. Thanks, Twitch. For making your system work. Yeah, how do you make an underground surface fort? Please elaborate. And thanks for the tiny little hype train there with the 4 subscriptions and the $2 in bits. And let's see how the YouTube side of things is doing. 48 likes. That's better. Impressive. Thanks for making that number go up a bit. Can get really optimized between 2 or 3 production floors. Yep. No, I mean, you can do some pretty cool things with vertical, like bedrooms or like tower forts where it's all in one giant tower, which is kind of what this fort is turning into. The only problem with building like constructed tower forts is just making bedrooms is a very slow, slow task if everything is constructed. Yeah, dug a massive hole. I mean, I've seen a couple of those like massive cavern forts where it's like, there's like 2 ways of doing it, right? You can basically like carve out layer by layer your housing units, which I've seen some people do, which takes a long time. Or alternatively, dig a big hole and then build inside of it, which also takes a long time, but. Yeah, I don't understand what underground surface fort is. I still don't understand. But like, that's not an underground surface fort, Ranger Rick. Because what you're saying is an underground constructed fort. Underground surface fort is an oxymoron. I guess like, technically, if I was, say, digging around in this mountainside, like maybe up here, you could call that an underground surface fort. But what you're building, I wouldn't call that. Unless, like, you have access to the surface. But then it's still not a surface fort. Like, this is a surface fort, what I'm building right now. Because it's primarily above the base layer of dirt. Also need to clean this area up. Okay, let's see how that Goblin Siege is doing. I wonder if they're going to give me time to build another layer on this. Oh, it's got a pretty big lag spike, which means something's trying to path somewhere. I haven't gotten any lag spikes. Actually, you know probably what it was? Probably bird spotting. We just get a new round of ravens? Nope. Also, we got a Goblin Lasher on the map. What's that Lasher? We'll see you later, Faulted. I know why you wanted a Dwarf is because like you often have to leave pretty early. An Iron Whip. Ooh, that's not bad. Hello, Jill Valentine over on the YouTube side of things. But yeah, and as always, as far as dwarfy stuff goes in this stream, yeah, something's sorting out its pathing right now. Because the frame rate's dipping. This is a very large map, so I think we're going to get some of this as stuff happens. While stuff is figuring out where to path, the game's just going to chunk. Yeah, you did. Couple gift subs got thrown around earlier. And when, of course, when ad breaks happen, I will pause the game. So if you get stuck in an ad at some point on Twitch, do not worry. Game is probably paused.
Happy belated Christmas and New Year.
Unless nothing of interest is happening, like me just laying out constructions or whatever. But thank you very much, Ben, for the belated holiday wishes. I hope you're doing well, dude. It's been a minute. It's funny, some people watch streams a lot more over the holidays, and some people watch streams a lot less over the holidays, which I think is kind of funny. By the way, we do have some beehives. which in fact currently need to be split and pressed, which I should probably do. Hello, some chatter. Hello. Just finished my 7-hour tutorials video. The end made you laugh. I mean, it's not a 7-hour long tutorials video. It's all of my videos in one video, which, you know, I'm still conflicted on the whole concept, but people seem to be weirdly enthusiastic about it. So we're currently stuck in an ad. So if you are currently seeing an ad, don't worry, game paused, but it's okay. You can't hear me. I'm gonna sip my coffee. I think we're gonna end up fighting these goblins. I think is what we're gonna do. You really loved it? I would like to talk to him again when he finishes the game. I would love to do another one of those. You know, actually, it's funny that we were talking about podcasts earlier. That is actually a format of podcast I would be cool. I'd be all right with doing. Would be just doing audio interviews with developers. I don't know enough developers, and I don't play enough games for that to be viable, and a lot of them have terrible microphones, so I don't think it would actually work in practice. But man, that would be a cool concept. Is doing like a regular podcast with like 2 or 3 different game devs and just like cycling through them. But I feel like it would get very samey for a lot of people and pretty boring. You haven't had to fight in a siege in the entire 40 years your fort has been running because there's so many traps at your entrance tunnel. Oh, really? Yeah. There was a relatively recent community fort. By the way, I've got another one of those in production. I've got some saves downloaded. There was a community fort that I did relatively recently where they built like a port fort with like boats that look like boats that don't actually work, obviously. But they built a port, and at the front of the entrance, they had like weapon traps in like a triangular pattern from the angle that the goblins come from, which is a funny way of doing things. I've done, I can't remember I think it was 2 interviews that went up with the Path of Acra dev. Yeah, he needs a new microphone real bad. So if anybody wants to go throw money at Path of Acra and tell him to go buy a new microphone, that'd be great. You got a drink from the fridge and arrive the moment the ad finished. That's the perfect way to do it. Meissner, thanks for the 8th month. Welcome back. For another year of Dwarfs. Thank you, Christopher. Appreciate you. Yeah, I mean, I did get I'm happy I got that video out this morning, though. Which was just the year in review recap video. Okay, how's this water doing? So this is filling real slow. But once this finishes filling, this is gonna go all the way up to here. All the way up, all the way up, all the way up, all the way up to here. And will give us a well. So that's something that we really need. I'm going to... Okay, we got that to finish. Let's just pull this lever. Also, we are at population cap. By the way, the population cap for this fortress is a soft cap of 100 and a hard cap of 110 with babies. So I guess you're used to scuffed audio. I'm not. Like, I know this isn't like a Shure-X SM7B or nothing. I'm not talking into a $1,000 microphone, but I do have like a solid $400 worth of audio gear that I'm talking into right now, and I get annoyed when people's audio is bad. Yeah, but I have a question. Did you do a lot of work from home during pandemic, Zonalar? Because if that's the case, then your coworkers probably thank you. There we go. So that gate's shut. Meaning, let's let them sit a little longer, see how much work I can get done. Maybe I can get my battlements up. Although I'm going to have to add this now to the upper area. I think we'll just make the battlements out of diorite just in general. Hey, I'll tell you this, Ben. We flattened most of the tits, okay? It's still kind of boobish towards the top, but we've mostly detitified the mountains. for whatever that's worth. Yeah, I mean, like, go if you listen to the the interviews that I've done with Zach and Tarn Adams, go to some of the ones where his audio is bad. It's like the second and third one that I did. Literally every comment is about how bad the audio is. It's like I met up with Tarn at PAX and gave him one of my old microphones to fix that problem. And also, before somebody asks if I could do a regular podcast with Zach and Tarn, we kind of do those interviews quarterly, and I don't really want to take more of their time because I think if I recall correctly, the main reason why DF Talks stopped as a podcast was partially the two hosts stopped playing the game as much because like they have lives and like one of them's a grandpa now. And then on top of that, so like the co-hosts, their takes on the game were getting more and more progressively outdated because they weren't playing the game as much. But combine that with also, it took quite a bit of time to produce, and Zach and Tarn wanted to prioritize just working on the video game. I know that's a strange concept, but they don't have the time, especially now. And also, as far as side projects go, right now, all of my free time that isn't spent streaming or editing videos that I'm spending on work stuff isn't spent on extra stuff. It's recording footage for NoClip because I'm helping NoClip get footage for their Dwarf Fortress documentary that they recorded back during launch that isn't out yet, so. Okay, fair enough. I always figure like that's why a lot of people jumped onto XLR audio that don't work in content creation. It's like, well, I think having good audio for playing games with is just kind of an in thing right now. It's just like how everybody has high-end, like, lighting around their computer setups for no reason. Like, it's kind of the in-fashion thing. But it was certainly, like, a benefit to anybody who did a lot of work from home during the pandemic, so. It's kind of funny, actually. There's a streamer I watch named AKA Mike B, and there's a photo on his Twitter from during the pandemic, which is his kid on his computer setup at the beginning of the pandemic, like going to school, basically, like in class. And it's really funny because like, it's just like this sort of photo of like a Zoom call with a bunch of like, 12-year-olds in it with a teacher. And they all have like camera looking up nose, sitting in dark room, camera at weird angle, cameras like looking at a wall. Like almost all of them are like on iPads or phones or like laptops, and it's awful camera quality. And then kid, perfect lighting, streamer like backdrop, pink microphone, like looks immaculate. It's like, I wonder whose dad is a content creator. Like, whose dad's a YouTuber? I wonder. Very funny to me. All right, let's accept this and unpause. Oh, I had a sound card that had an analog in jack back in the day. Because they made those. Specifically so that I could record cassettes onto my computer. My parents still have that sound card, I think. It still works. Justerium, you do not have enough. Type an exclamation point tickets to see how many you have. And also, hi. Good audio is absolutely worth it on a budget. AT2020 and ADC XLR. I mean, like this microphone. This is a decent XLR mic. I just had to take the mic condom off of it, the fluffy thing. But this is a Rode pod mic. This is a, like, when I bought it, it was a $99 microphone in Canadian money. I think it's like a $150 microphone now. But, yeah, this with, like, I use it through a Zoom U44, which, again, was like $100 cheaper when I bought it, but thanks, pandemic. It's a real cheap setup for what it is. And it sounds great, generally. What's up, Puphead? What? What's a cassette? That and this. You feel so old with that question? I think generally I assume it's people being ironic. Ancient? No, come on. Ancient is 8-track. Let's be real here. I have 8 functioning cassette decks and 2 semi-functioning cassette decks. The boombox you just saw for half a second is semi-functioning. Because the boombox works for about 30 minutes and then the motor starts to slow down. It needs a new motor, and the motor is dying. This one works just fine. That's up on my dresser. It's just like, when it was new, it was like $40, and it just sounds like dog shit because it was made bad when it was made. But, you know, Kmart all-in-one models are, they're nostalgic to me, so I want to make it sound as good as possible. I'm looking for speakers for it right now is what I'm looking for. I want to have like a Kmart all-in-one unit on my dresser. I'm just seeking speakers. They got moldy? Ugh. Don't keep them in a moist environment. Jeez. You have a can I just tell you how much I drool over the concept of owning a Nakamichi Dragon? I have a Nakamichi cassette deck too, from 2 years after that one. So same line, slightly newer model. It was one of the first ones they did with a digital display, and it sounds better than my record player with the right tapes in it. It is so good. I fucking love that thing. Someone was gonna throw it out. That's like a $9,000. Like if it's working perfectly and in good working condition, that's like a $9,000 to $10,000 tape deck on eBay. But I think you need the box for it to be that much. But like I've seen people selling those things for parts for a couple $1,000s. We're talking about possibly the highest quality, most desired cassette deck in the collector's world. For clarity's sake, Mr. Isaac. Like it is like top 5 most desirable cassette decks in existence. So that's why they're so expensive. How did I get into records? I'm too young for that. My parents still had a working record player that they used from time to time when I was little. So I've listened to records since I was born. And when I was 5 or 6, they put the record player away because when my little sister was born, having 3 kids around a record player equals broken records. So they put it away and we went back to just cassettes. And so I listened to cassettes the entire time growing up, lusting over the concept of getting that record player. And when my ex moved out and I had space in my apartment, my parents gave me that old record player. So I have the first record player that my parents bought. And it is one of my prized possessions. And it was a hobby I always wanted to get into, but never could because my ex was a cosplayer who spent all of my money on cosplay stuff. I don't actually necessarily literally mean that. She spent all of the money that she made on cosplay stuff, so all of my money went into paying for rent and bills and food. So I was broke for years and years and years and years. Also because, you know, I was streaming full time, so the amount of money I was making was like minimal because I was not particularly well known at that point. And before that, I was streaming full time and footing the bill with, we're also working full time. So I was working and streaming and had no extra disposable income to be able to get into actual hobbies. What music do I listen to? I don't listen to pop country. I'm not a big fan of gangster rap. And I don't, like, I'm not a big fan of drill and stuff like that. And I also don't really listen to, like, I don't go out of my way to listen to musicals or opera, but I listen to just about everything else. You need to leave now, Salva? We'll see you when we see you, dude. Thanks for hanging out. I realize there's been almost no progress on the fort, but that's because I'm building a wall as quickly as possible, which is kind of a slow progress thing. Because since this is the second siege we've gotten, and it's the second siege in a year, so I'm kind of expecting this fort to become violent. So because we're getting to that point, I just need to get the walls up. And I've been, like, delaying on that. But if you wanted to ask me, like, what's the music I listen to the most, Currently, or the music styles that I tend to gravitate to the most are modern jazz and almost any kind of metal, with a few exceptions. I'm not a big fan of like what I would describe as chick metal or off new metal. Like Motionless in White could go away and never put out another song again, and I would be totally okay / happy with that. But like outside of that, just about any metal or jazz are kind of my go-tos. I also really, I own 3 Nine Inch Nails records. I also really like down-tempo electronic music. So, you know, your Aphex Twins, your Boards of Canada. I like some drum and bass now and again. I've heard that name before, but it doesn't immediately come to name. Bossa Nova. I have a Bossa Nova record. I think probably my favorites in the jazz space currently would be Mammal Hands and Devlin Lamar, probably. Again, that name sounds familiar, but I wouldn't say that I'm a fan. Stone Coat. Do I have Disturbed on record? I grew up on Disturbed. I fucking love Disturbed. I would never, ever buy a Disturbed record. I own 4 Disturbed CDs, though. They master their music horribly for record. I would never do that. I impulse bought that, Narragonis, the Cowboy Bebop collection, and I will be honest with you, or the Cowboy Bebop like record collection from Materia, I think is where I bought it. My friend just sent me a DM about tickets that we have to a show and didn't say what band it is. I regret buying the Cowboy Bebop soundtrack on record. I regret it because I never listened to it ever. I might actually resell it at some point because it's like, it's not mint, but it's been played once, and it's like, I like this soundtrack. I like the show. I'm never gonna listen to it, and I've just kind of accepted it at this point. Commenting in chat help the YouTube algorithm? Probably. I don't know how the YouTube algorithm works for streams. We got attacked in the last stream, and that's why there's vomit all over the floor. We're currently under attack, and I'm by a very small goblin siege, admittedly. And they've got a cockatiel hanging out with them. But I am building up walls so that this doesn't happen again. Any King Gizzard fans? I own 2 of their records, and I had tickets to see them, and then the pandemic canceled it, and I have tickets to see them again. I wouldn't describe myself as a hardcore King Giz fan because I like about 40% of their music, but the thing is they have so much music that there's plenty to like in there. I really like Iron Lung. That's the most recent thing they did that I liked. But like Fishing for Fishies could die in a hole, and I would be quite happy. So it depends on the album, but I generally like King Gizzard more often than not. I think I like the bands that they tour with more. I didn't like Infest the Rat's Nest, actually. I don't know. I found it to be a pretty bad example of thrash metal, as a big thrash metal fan. But I really like the bands they tour with and bands that are on their label more than them in a lot of cases. Like, I really like Stonefield. Like, really like Stonefield. But they'll never tour up here, so sad face. I like Tropical Fuckstorm. Which is a dumb name for a band, but... you know, believe it or not, Infested Mushroom was ruined for me by Twitch chat. I would like to see Infested Mushroom live, because I've seen footage of their shows and they look fantastic. I can't listen to Infested Mushroom. It just makes me mad because I used to do song requests once a week. Right? Oh, that's awful. Frank Pandor. That sucks. I'm so sorry. I mean, my family sold most of the records. They just kept the record player. My parents gave away / sold all of their records, with the exception of a very small few, which is why I have some first pressing Led Zeppelin records. But anyway, Infested Mushroom was ruined for me by Twitch chat because when I used to do song request streams, back when that was a thing that people could realistically do. Uh-oh, I had a llama starve to death. Back when that was a thing that people could realistically do on Twitch, and on streaming platforms in general. I used to do that, but the issue is, believe it or not, Twitch chat gets obsessed with certain songs. And because Twitch chat gets obsessed with certain songs, they then just only request those songs. And they do that a lot. And thanks to that, I never, ever, ever want to listen to Weird Al Yankovic again. And if I never have to listen to fucking Infested Mushroom again, I will be very happy. Because, like, more their Pretender cover, actually. I, in theory, don't have any issue with them, but Twitch chat made me listen to those songs way too many times. To the point where I don't want to do that again. I'm good. Hard pass. Like, to the point where I actually banned all Infested Mushroom requests, I think. You know, ironically, I only have one Metallica. I'm not a big fan of Metallica, but I have Black on cassette, which is on chrome tape, and it's really weird hearing the Black album in a format that was produced before the Loudness Wars. Really weird hearing well-produced Metallica, because it, like, doesn't exist after that era. I don't particularly like Metallica. I think they're cheeseball and kind of gross these days. I think the things that they did to freedom of information in music is awful. Their absolute war on the internet has always been kind of disgusting to me. As somebody who likes accessibility for information, like, you know, Napster is like the beginnings of all that, right? But I've seen them live once intentionally, once unintentionally. So once for free and once I paid for. They were both disappointing shows quality-wise. As somebody who is very used to seeing high-quality concerts from local bands, I've been to shows that cost $20 that had better quality music performances. And yeah, the stage production is awesome when you see them. But you know, I've seen Iron Maiden 3 times. Iron Maiden is usually like a $90 to $120 show, maybe $200 if you want to be at the very front, right? If you want to be in the pit at the very front, maybe $200. You can sit anywhere in the stands for like $80 to $120 for Iron Maiden. Metallica is a $300 starting show, and the stage production for Maiden is better. I will go see Iron Maiden every single time they're here until I die. I never need to see Metallica again. I'm good. Hard pass. Oh no, I don't do requested songs anymore because my stream would get a DMCA takedown and I wouldn't have a job. Now, I used to do song requests when I was a much smaller streamer, when it was like a portion of my income. I more or less stopped when it became the entirety of my income. Because it's like, well, I can't archive those VODs to YouTube. There are ways you can, but you basically can't archive your VODs. And yeah, no, never again. Not going back to that. I stopped doing that because it wasn't healthy for me more than anything. I would love to see Rammstein live, but up until last year, they were not actually allowed to perform in Vancouver, and probably still won't. So I would have to probably fly to Montreal if I wanted to see them. No means no. Nope. No familiarity. Recently, I've been diving into the rabbit hole of Japanese hardcore and metal bands. I started listening to a little bit of Maximum the Hormone again recently, and then was like, man, I wonder what's going on in that space right now, and then realized that Baby Metal, which is a band I don't like, I'm not a big fan of the 4 singers with a backing band kind of J-metal bullshit. It's not for me. I want a band that is playing instruments and singing. I don't want a J-pop group in front of a metal band. Doesn't do it for me. Why can't they perform in Vancouver? Because they set our arena on fire. That's why. Which is funny and checks out, but also, yeah, that's why they would have to perform outdoors. Punk band from BC. I don't listen to a ton of punk. I listen to some hardcore punk, but I don't listen to a ton of punk. So Rammstein sets everything on fire. Yeah. Yeah. No, this was like '09, I think. It was quite a while ago. Duran Gray, that name is very familiar. Oh yeah, no, I'm well aware that Maximum the Hormone came from Death Note. But I used to listen to them a lot, around the same time period as I was listening to a lot of Under Oath, for whatever that's worth. I still listen to Under Oath, just not as much as I used to. Under Oath was one of the first hardcore bands I really got into when I was in high school. That name's very familiar, Papa Bear. And as far as my music journey goes, I've been on a music journey my entire life. I took my first cello lessons when I was 5. So, we'll see you later, Zonalar. Thanks for hanging out. Never been to a concert with pyrotechnics before? You need to go to more metal shows? You need to go to arena shows for a lot of pyrotechnics. Although, I once went to a show on a boat, and one of the bands had a flamethrower. That band no longer performs. The guy who formed it lives in Chilliwack now on a huge plot of land, completely off the grid, and I think he has a kind of problematic podcast. But they put on great shows. They were a lot of fun. They would bring like angle grinders on stage and like have like a huge like chunk of steel and cram it onto the angle grinder while firing flamethrowers while screaming. Great band. Absolutely a lot of fun. Their politics, questionable. Their music was a lot of fun. They were called West of Hell if you want to go look them up. They were a local metal phenomenon. Okay, Limp Bizkit's been mentioned, so I have to show this photo. I'm just going to work under the assumption that you know who Fred Durst is, okay? If you don't know, that's fine. Because this is what Fred Durst looks like in 2023. Holy shit, man. Like, what the fuck? How did that happen? Like, wow. Like, how do you, for reference, let's go like 05. Fred Durst 2005. This is Fred Durst. The red baseball caps didn't age super well, but like, that's Fred Durst. Same guy. How? How did you become like the Silver Fox Weird Al Yankovic? What? I mean, you're still wearing NFL merch, but this is not the same person. What's the issue with him? Oh, nothing. He's not a bad person in regards to Fred Durst. He just writes music that a lot of people don't like. That's all. That's a singer for Limp Bizkit. He got all yes, but speaking of albums that are bad that I like anyway, because I like to talk about this topic, the most recent Limp Bizkit album fucking slaps. Like, that shit's awesome. Dad Vibes is great. All right, so we do actually have a siege that we need to deal with now. So the walls are up, more or less. There's like one or few holes I still need to plug. Almost no time has passed in actual game. All of this has literally just been me, like, building this wall. Like, maybe 2 weeks have passed in game. I may actually just do a quick save. Not that it's gonna crash, but just for my own sanity. Oldimators? Yeah, it's like, it is very funny. It's like, wow. Man. It looks like a barren wasteland. It is rocky wasteland and mountain are the two biomes we're on. So yes, it literally is barren wasteland and then the steepest possible rocky mountain, which means we have no trees on the surface. That needs to be fixed and finished. What are we missing? I think we are good. So let's start carving these out. Fortifications. For stationing Mark's dwarves. Which is how we're going to defend this fort, by the way. We're also in an ad break, but I'm not going to unpause the game. I'm literally just doing constructions. 0 trees, yeah. No, so I'm actually trying to grow underground trees on the surface here. My VOD on the justice system? Oh, one of the Sunbirths VODs, I think? Was that the one where I found the... Oopsies. Was that the one where I found the issue with buckets and stuff freezing? Oopsies. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, you literally just need enough chains so that they can all go to prison and they won't get beaten. The only reason they get beaten like that is because you don't have enough chains. Oh yeah, underground trees count as trees. They're still trees. For elves, if it looks like a tree, talks like it's a tree, it's definitely a tree. Whoopsies. Is there any other spots that I'm missing here? Unpause. If it woods, it's trees, yes. Your mug should be here tomorrow. Hell yeah, I'll mind control. You also seen Knocked Loose before Baby Metal, and you got a fist to the face. Oh boy. I can totally believe that Baby Metal pits are pretty wild. Yeah, it's just that I just don't particularly like their music. It's just the way it's presented for me more than anything. It's like I'm not gonna go saying it's not metal. It's just not my particular flavor of metal. When I go see metal, I want to see a band performing. Oh, speaking of weird like flexes when it comes to metal, if anybody here is a fan of Strapping Young Lad, one of the regulars at the bar that I go to is their old keyboard player. Which is... he's a fun guy to talk to about music. Works in a paper mill now, and as a day job, and teaches drums as a non-day job. They do. They just need 3 layers to grow a large cap. And it takes them a while. It's like trees will grow wider eventually, but it takes them like 10 years, right? Like, in order to get like full-size trees, you literally need to wait like decades in-game. It's where realism becomes annoying. Oh, absolutely, Finian. As well, while starting out, certainly. But it gets easier. Let's actually do this. We'll do 2 of these. Many flavors of metal. Iron, copper, mercury. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Mm-hmm. Let's just get this sectioned off. We got dwarves Carving out battlements. I love how these goblins are just like, we're calling for a parlay. And I'm just like, hold on, just let me erect a 2-level wall. Got battlements in. Like, get everything set up. Can a tree die of old age? I don't think so. They just kind of perpetually get bigger. Something that I've always wanted in Dwarf Fortress, but it would be a very obscure, like, niche feature. I've always wanted the ability to chop down a tree and look at how old the tree was. It's something that's always fascinated me in real life is just, like, finding a tree that fell over and then, like, counting the rings. I wish that we could do that in Dwarf Fort. Like, that is something I would love to see. But I think it's just too esoteric for most people. Like, it's one of those features where I think it would be really cool in theory, but a lot of these dwarves are getting into arguments. This might be a hard faction to play if they just keep getting into arguments like that. You want to know why we can't plant why dwarves can't plant trees? I can give you a very simple mechanical explanation as to why they can't plant trees. Trees are a free, impenetrable wall. There is a video game called Odd Realm, which has the ability to plant trees, and he had to completely redesign how trees work and nerf them because you just plant a ring of trees around the outside of your fortress, and it's completely impenetrable, making it even easier to make the game very boring for yourself. Also, yes, dwarves aren't elves. That's another reason. How can you make your fort prettier? By making it aesthetically pleasing for you? I don't know what you think is pretty, so that's not a question I can answer for you. It's actually kind of amazing how many, like, things are in Dwarf Fortress or aren't in Dwarf Fortress can be explained by, well, it would screw things up because real life. Goddamn real life ruining everything for everybody. Really need those done. Watch this guy reviewing community forts and you might get inspiration. I mean, it's less me. Go look at the community forts and see what other people have built, and it might give you inspiration. Me reviewing community forts is independent of that, I think. At least in my opinion. I'm actually just gonna do this real quick. Raises fist at reality. God damn it, reality! I would say dwarves sculpt rocks, not plant rocks. I'm just keeping an eye on this, because if this petitions disappears, then we've broken the parlay by making them wait too long. I'm keeping an eye on this. Come on, dwarves, get these walls up. We're getting there. Getting there, getting there, getting there, getting there, getting there, getting there. Sounds like your woodcutter is a problem and should be expelled. If your woodcutter keeps committing manslaughter, that woodcutter needs to leave the fort. One way or another. Put him in prison, lock the door. Yeah, if they're tantruming and killing people, that dwarf's an issue. There's also an expel button. If you click on the dwarf and you click this button, you can force them to leave your fort, and they will just wander out into the wilds, maybe become a criminal. Sometimes if you expel a were creature, they'll come back and attack you, which is kind of fun. Like, I've got this dwarf, Water Lyman, and whenever they commit crimes, even though they're not here right now. I just put them in prison for a bit, and then at the very least, they're far away from dwarves. Yeah, if you have a noble and you have other holdings in your fort, like helixes or captured sites, you can also get dwarves to go and live in those places instead. Yeah, they seem to have holes in them because they're under construction. They are not completed yet. They are current. I mean, I could go up here and cancel all this, but that's fine. Things are getting done. We're also making a lot of clothing for the dwarves currently. A lot of the dwarves are getting new clothes, which is very important. But yeah, we need to work on moods. This fort's kind of upset, and a lot of the reason why the fort is so upset right now is because not everybody has bedrooms, and not everybody has bedrooms because I'm taking way too long to make them. Speaking of that, actually, I could probably designate a few more. What's this one? It doesn't help that I don't have enough hands right now in the fort, but I don't have enough hands because I've limited the population, and I've limited the population because I don't have enough bedrooms. It's like kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy here. Like, I don't have enough bedrooms because I don't have enough hands to construct them, and I don't have enough hands to construct them because I don't have enough bedrooms. This one's stuck. They won't be able to get that done. We could gamble with it, but... Who's sieging goblins? But they're asking for a parlay, so I'm using the opportunity to build as much wall as possible. Chicken in the room thing. Sure. This is just the last hole we really need to put a cork into. I also should probably put a roof on this, but we'll gamble with it. If dwarves decide to jump the wall, they jump the wall. Looks like a very interesting map. Watch not the last VOD, but the VOD before if you want to see the embark. Yeah, this is a naturally occurring structure. It's pretty cool. I didn't build this. It is a giant ice cream cone. Goes all the way up to here. We're slowly rebuilding it into blocks, though. I'll say Blue Nexa. Hope you're doing well. And a Rende. Yeah, true. You could also put the Tantruming Dwarf into the military and tell him to go attack somebody. I do, in fact, have a dorm. Yeah, it's connected to my tavern. But that doesn't, like, fully satisfy dwarves, right? A lot of the dwarves get embarrassed after not having a proper bedroom. No, it's not a giant boob. We already killed the giant boobs. As you can see, the giant boob-shaped rock formation on the minimap, this was the giant boobs, which are mostly gone now, which look like this. I'm alive. Went camping over New Year's, which was good. Oh, I'd swear that I added this. Did I not? Excuse me. Dwarves. Come on. That's me. They look saggy now. They'll be gone soon. Yeah, they were. I still got tons of blocks left, so might as well use those. Slowly, slowly, slowly. Although the inside walls don't matter so much. It's mostly the outside walls. As long as they have a wall behind them for the mark swords so they don't dodge backwards off the wall. Looked cold, though. It was about -20 with wind chill at night, which wasn't so bad. I was nice and warm. We did have to keep boiling water and filling up our stainless steel water bottles, though, to keep warm in our little snow bench until midnight. We would have gone to bed earlier in our separate tents if it wasn't New Year's because of the cold, but we stayed up outside, hanging out, slowly drinking whiskey and making tea on and off until midnight. No, we have the gear, so it's fine. And to all the people who are like, remember, you don't have to go winter camping. I do because I like it. So shush. Keep your opinions to yourself. Enjoy the photos and shut up. There's one person on my Discord who's just like, remember, this reminds me of a joke. The people who run marathons, remember that you don't have to. It's like, just because you are a person who doesn't like the outdoors doesn't mean you have to make jokes about people who do. I think the gym is a absolute fucking ripoff and full of disgusting, sweaty people that refuse to properly clean their equipment. But I don't mock people who go to the gym. In fact, I kind of respect it. You got to get exercise somewhere. I just choose to walk up mountains, regardless of the time of year. You're more than welcome to not like winter camping, but enjoy my photos. So what happens is, because Dwarf Fortress generates its world in tiles, like square tiles, you'll have areas that are maximum height for mountains, right next to areas that are maximum flat. So that wall there at the top of the map is literally a cliff. It's a sheer cliff going all the way up to the maximum height that slowly then rolls backwards as you move up, right? Like this. This is technically a mountain that's maximum height, but was disconnected from this map due to what I guess you could describe as a discrepancy or a world gen bug, resulting in a really interesting, like, spear rock. But, like, you know, if you go to, let's just say, I'm just Googling a thing real quick. You know, like, Fire Valley, Las Vegas, which these photos are better than mine. You get weird boulders like this, right? And weird structures like this. That is kind of how I imagine the formation that we are building in is like, you know? Like these very strange, like, pointy rocks like this. That's essentially like what we're building in, because it's a, like, dead wasteland, right? So it's like very, very, very high elevation right next to very, very, very low elevation. Which equals a massive pointy rock, which is what we are in. And, like, that stuff exists. It's just not super common. Just like in Dwarf Fortress. Needs empty food storage item. Well, I guess I should make rock pots, eh? Just make sure I'm not making rock pots already. I'm mostly
New Year,
blocks.
same annoying me. Happy New Year's, blind
What's up,
and
Ash?
company.
You're not annoying. What are you on about? Thank you much for the tier 3 and the 10 months. Welcome back. Hello, Kim. There are actual inverted cliffs. They are just next to oceans and not that huge. Well, I mean, okay. This is pretty huge in Dwarf Fortress terms. In reality terms, this boulder is not that big. This is like, I don't know. Okay, so it's 122 to 49. Isn't a Z level like approximately 2 meters? That's not that tall in the grand scheme of things. It's a big cliff, certainly. But it's not like some unkillable monolith. Just gonna throw down a real quick save. The wall's done. And I've spent a lot of time, like an entire season, building this wall. Abso-fucking-lutely not. Chicola. And for the same reason, I have absolutely no interest in going to Burning Man. I like nature that isn't destroyed by people, and places like that are tourist attractions. And the result is you get wealthy people paying a lot of money to go litter. I have no interest in going there. Like, there are local mountains here that are very popular that I kind of don't like going to because there is dog shit and trash everywhere. Because what happens is you get people who are inexperienced that are just going to say that they did it, not because they actually enjoy nature. The mountain I hike up the most, I'm actually pretty conflicted with, because the last time or this weekend when I went up there, there was people that were having a bonfire, camping on private property, and destroying the trees. And to the point where I literally reported them to one of the park employees on the way down. So you need to realize I like nature. I don't like tourist attractions. Also, I'm a type 1 diabetic, so there's absolutely no fucking way in hell I would ever go up Everest. Absolutely not. My dad has this weird fascination with wanting to do it. He can by himself. I'm good. I have absolutely no desire to do that. There are local mountains that I could just rent a car with my dad and go drive to that I would like to go up more, that aren't heavily trafficked, that are actual nature, that are, you know, comparatively beautiful, even, and you don't need an oxygen tank. So. I have zero desire to go assist in the destruction of beautiful natural environments like Mount Everest. All right, so now we've got goblins walking towards us. I could open the front gate. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take dwarves and I'm going to station them right there. I'm assuming they have bolts. They should. They're all grabbing bolts, I think. Because they can't leave the fort right now, so they will go grab their bolts. That one of them just did. Also grabbing new shields, which is good, as well as a helm. Yeah, I need to give them bolts available up here. This is something I need to do. Even if they're just iron. So now what we're going to do is I'm going to station the military, this spicy vulgarity, right here. See how armed they are. Pretty well armed. Let's update their equipment real quick. Okay, so they are all good to go. Where is the goblins at? Okay, they're pretty far away. What are those greenish blocks? Olivine! We destroy their cultures too? No, absolutely. I mean, it's making them money, right? So, like, there is that as, like, well, that's a positive if you consider that a positive, but they should be making money for protecting those environments, not making money for assisting in the destruction of them. But, you know, what do I know? They are as close to the edge of the map as possible. There are others going a different way. I'm going to keep track of where these goblins are at. All right, well, I'm going to go station my crossbow dwarves up here. Let's check their ammo. Most of them have ammo, that's fine. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull this. Actually, hold on. Before I pull that lever, I'm going to go to tasks, web. Pull that. Okay. Unforbid those. Orders. Get ammunition during sieges. Do not automatically collect webs. Let's also double check this. That's probably the ammo issue. Let's grab you. Equip. Update. Go grab ammo, please. Yeah, they're all going to go grab ammo now. That was the issue. Glad I spotted that. You've already got... No, you're sleeping. Otherwise, you would be going to go get ammo right now. Jump down to the lowest layer. Sweet. Let's see if that well is operational. This well is operational. Yes. Okay. Let's set you as our water zone. There's dwarf pus everywhere. That's delicious. There we go. Now they all have ammo except for the one who's sleeping. Yeah, I mean, like, I'll go up Garibaldi Mountain, which is a local mountain that is enough of a tourist attraction that, like, I mean, before Putin went full stupid, I used to see Russians up there. They would fly to Vancouver specifically to hike that mountain. But in order to go up there, you have to book a parking space and book your camping site. The trails are public, so you can just hike the trails, but you can't actually stay. You are not allowed to leave the trails, period. And if you do, you can get fined a lot of money. And there are people watching, and they send helicopters over to make sure that people are not fucking around up there. So, you know. G-Warp! G-Warp? It's Mitchell, I know you. Hi. Did you send people over? We're about to fight some goblins, so you're just in time. Thank you very much for the raid. I hope that your stream went well, friends. Mods, if I have any active, could I get a shout out for G-Warp? What were you guys up to? Playing Dwarfs or something else? I haven't been watching the directories recently, so I don't actually know. Low is the drawbridge. Military is lining up. This is my wall that I threw together in half a season because we got sieged. Must be bring your child to work day in the military as usual. Gotta go to work. Got it. I understand. Thank you very much for the raid. Appreciate you. Okay, so there's some down here. Are they all down there? It's a very small siege. Another petition. The Guild of Machines has many members in Ceaturekeepers and now requires a guild hall. Anything particularly noteworthy happen in those forts, Mitchell? Or anybody who came in from the raid? What's up, Agua Moose Man? Okay, so what I can do now that they are moving up the side, I think, because they're moving up here, is I can send my crossbow dwarves down here. And ideally, Guild of Machines, was that the name of the guild? Yeah, that's a good name, actually. Peasant has been possessed. That's slightly concerning, but here we go. Still a little bit far away for them to start. Oh, now they start shooting. Okay, so the Marks dwarves are now firing on the goblins. So the first goblin up here is seriously injured. He gets hit with an iron bolt that strikes him in the lower body, tearing the stomach through the hyena leather leggings. More bolts are flying out. It seems like they are hitting this dwarf here who's now injured. He's taking a couple, or this goblin now who's now injured. He's taking a couple of hits. He says, the plane of forever is so brief, begone fear. It seems like all of the goblins are getting puckered full of holes pretty consistently, which is good. They are walking down into the trench, which is exactly how it's designed. I want them walking into the trench and along the bottom of the trench. Of course, there's not going to be too much for them to do once they're down here. Like they're also firing arrows at us, but most of those arrows seem to have missed. I don't see any injuries on my dwarves, which means now I can bring my dwarves up to here. Although this is going to drop down to a point where it just becomes a cliff, so they won't be able to use my wall as cover in the future, which is what they are doing currently, which is a little bit annoying. Which means they're probably going to walk over to here and then up and in. Where did my military go, guys? But, oh, I see. The goblins have actually made it to the front door. I didn't realize there was other goblins. But the military out here, Chucks, Shaku, and Momake Plays and Holy Spokes are actually colliding with other goblins. I thought that was all of them down there. But it appears that Crampton King was most recently kicking a giant cave toad with her... oh, no, that's a while ago. Was most recently stabbing goblins. In fact, stabbed a goblin spearman in the head with her bashes the goblin spearman in with a bismuth bronze mace, bruising the muscle, fracturing the skull through the iron helm, and bending the neck, tearing apart the fat, and bruising the muscle and the upper spine's nervous tissue. The dwarves are now backing back into the fortress after fighting off a group of goblins at the front gates, which seems like it's gone quite well for them. Down here we can see the goblins down in the moat, who are largely quite injured. In fact, almost every single one of them are injured. Yeah, all of them are injured. Marks dwarves haven't actually killed anybody, but the fact that they're all injured is a good sign. We can send the military in proper. They go running across the tiny little entry drawbridge. Shaku, who's the one we're going to follow, is running down into the trench, down around the edges of the rock face that our fortress is constructed upon, and runs towards the goblins at massive speed, collides with the goblins, instantly goes into a martial trance, stabs the goblin lasher in the lower leg with her short sword, fracturing the bone and through the iron chain leggings. Many nerves have been severed and a ligament has been torn. The fighting continues. An ear goes flying. We're not sure who lost that. Hopefully not my dwarves. Did you lose an ear? No, that's good. Did you lose an ear? His right ear is gone. Okay, sweet. It's a goblin, not mine. The dwarves then fight through the goblins, bits and pieces flying everywhere, and the siege has been bested. Right as an ad starts, so perfect timing. I will leave the game paused for a minute. And it appears we got no deaths yet, but Holy Spokes is quite injured. Her front foot's cut open. Okay, well that's absolutely recoverable, so I will disable all of this. We will get all of the bits and pieces thrown into the trash. Or queued up to be thrown into the trash anyway. It's crowns. I need corpses. And thanks, Selfie. How to show FPS? It is a game settings option. You go into your game settings and you enable it. You saw the teeth of your dead dwarf? Yeah. It's kind of funny. It's like, well, your dwarf's been dead for a bit, but... Actually, is your dwarf dead, Arende? I guess you did die. Yeah. Rest in peace. Poor Mark's dwarf. Alright, well, the ads are done. We should be able to get this dwarf rescued. We do actually have a well in the fortress now, which is good. Oh, up. I also love that they can destroy minecart tracks. I think that's kind of cool. But we have to patch this track. As we get all these bits and pieces back inside. There's a hamster. Rest in pieces. Many, 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 many pieces. Oh shit, look at this. We are getting mushrooms growing on the surface. Hell yeah. And Water Lyman is throwing a tantrum once again, which is not even remotely surprising. So I'm going to convict you of your crime. Let's follow the captain of the guard, who is Caramel Nuke, who is currently running out to gather and deal with, or gather items, apparently. Gonna store an item in a vehicle. He's gonna go dump an item. Then probably go chain up that dwarf. Unless that dwarf is still in prison, which would be kind of funny. This is horrible for moods, by the way. I really need a better way of dealing with bodies. So I think one of the things we're gonna do in the next little bit, because I'm not gonna have access to lava anytime soon, I don't think. Yeah, that dwarf must still be in prison. Because I'm not going to have access to lava, I think one of the next things we need to do is actually build a better method of body ridding. Getting rid of bodies. The peasant has created Storlotimus, Mingkil Nabar, a rock salt figurine of dwarves, and offers it to the pointy rock of artifacts. Well, how kind of you, dwarf. Shoutouts to Cole, who's made us a rock salt figurine of dwarves. All craft store ships have the highest quality. It is a masterfully designed image of dwarves in rock salt by Cole. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of Ceaturekeepers by the pointy rock of artifacts in the Sly Theater in the early spring of 123. On the item is encrusted with round diorite cabochons. and encircled with bands of radiant cut blue jades. This object is adorned with hanging rings of hanging rings of gold and menaces with spikes of gold and rock crystal and amethyst. On the item is an image of Shortast, Whiprun, the dwarf, and dwarves in rock salt. Shortast Whiprun is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Shortast Whiprun to the position of king of the Sly Theater in the year 68. On the item is an image of two spider monkey men in rock crystal. On the item is an image of a touch helpful, the Sienna Ranis, the adamantine crossbow in lime wood. All right, so I need to make this guild hall fancy. This guild hall... That's the Miners Guild. That's that one. Which is the one that I need to fancy up? It's the Craftsdorf Guild Hall, but where is it? Unless I haven't built it yet. If I just straight up haven't made a Craftsdorf Guild yet, then that would explain it. But I thought I did. But I must not have. Okay, hold on. Let me check rooms. Faces. Rod Grove. I've got 3. I guess I haven't made it yet. I must have failed to make it. Okay. I have no idea, Creed. I know it's a frequently asked for thing. Will it become a thing? I do not know. I want that to be all metalsmiths guilds. Don't really want to put it on that layer. Kind of want to put it in the tower somewhere, but it's a matter of where. First, actually, let's just do this. Get some beds in these. Should just use that. Actually, it's probably going to put it in the other one. For those walls to get done, and then I can designate all these as bedrooms. I mean, to give you an idea, my install for Dwarf Fortress right now is about 30 gigabytes. It's mostly saves. Mostly worlds that don't actually have forts in them. Like, they get quite large. If you're not compressing your saves, they get huge. Like, I don't actually... I know that Tarn has talked about saves for Dwarf Fortress being too big for Steam's cloud service, and I've heard, like, mixed responses to that, to which I reply, it's often more complicated than it sounds, so I don't know. Cheers, Kagenara. It's good to see you. I mean, I have about 100 gigs worth of Dwarf Fortress worlds and saves on my computer. About 100 gigs. Because, like, they do get large. Like, they're not irresponsibly large, but they can get very large. And I, like, whenever this topic is brought up in the interviews I do with Tarn, his response literally kind of comes down to, well, some people have crappy internet connections, and if you have to back up a save for 4 hours after playing Dwarf Fort, they might get pissed. That's what... No, we are talking about saves. I'm not talking about backups. I keep my backups offsite. I'm specifically talking about DF saves right now, with active forts in them. I'm just gonna read this comment from my my Dwarf Fortress Steam Edition recap for the year. This year's DF changelog would totally make sense for an open source project developed after a full working day hours. Disappointing, very disappointing. I don't think like a 100+% frame rate increase is disappointing, but I guess you just have unrealistic expectations for video game development. People. All right, let's see, how many beds are we still lacking? Probably a lot. So it's bad. I was listening to a podcast last night. One of the guys is a developer, or a developer which is no longer employed because their game didn't sell well enough, on a game that he was talking about a Steam forum post where somebody with a straight face said that their computer with a 5-year-old CPU, of 8-year-old graphics card, and 16 gigs of RAM should be able to run the game at 140 frames a second, and that it's unacceptable that the game that they developed was only running at 60. People have no idea how game development works, have unrealistic expectation for how quickly games should be developed, and how they should perform on their computer without any actual idea of what is going on behind the scenes half the time. So most of those comments are just nonsensical, pointless, disappointment mongering posts. It's like, cool. So you don't know how game dev works? Awesome. Thanks for sharing your irrelevant opinion. Generally. Yeah, I personally, I don't play Dwarf Fortress on multiple PCs, so I have no issue with there not being cloud saving. I can kind of understand why some people would want it for Steam Deck. But even then, like, cloud saving isn't a priority for me, so. Crunch culture is so bad. Yeah, no, I mean, people are used to games developing at Fortnite speed. Like, just because Dwarf Fortress develops an expansion and then releases an expansion that is the size of most paid expansions generally, and the vast majority of the dev time behind the scenes this year has gone into adventure mode, which is going to be a massive expansion for the game that they're not going to charge you for. I don't see why that taking time to be done correctly is a bad thing, but people just have unrealistic expectations. Did I make these out of the right wall type? I don't know. I may have been making them diorite out of clicky habit. That's okay. Let's see, do I have chests? I do in fact have a gold chest and some fungi wood chests, which I'll throw in. Do I have cabinets? I mean, if I want to back up saves for Dwarf Fortress, I use my Google Drive, but I realize that's not reasonable for everybody. Yeah, I did use the wrong type of stone for this one. That's okay. We can do a diorite one next to the pink. Let's wait for them to build all these walls, and then we'll do flooring. Cordhell, 92. Thanks for the 5-pack of gift subs. Hey, you got Haas in there. And Peter. That's a 58-month resub. And a 32-month resub. Cheers, dude. Thank you much. Once I had a problem with Steam Cloud saves overwriting the save for a certain game, which is a game I haven't played in a very long time. But I had Steam overwrite some saves for a game that I no longer play, and that was enough that I will never use Steam Cloud saves again if I am given the opportunity or option. Bunny Rabbit, you can go here. That's what I was looking for. Looks like I have a bunch of peacocks that were born. So let's jump back down to the farming layer right here. Okay, so hold on. Those chickens and hens need to go over there. Same with the ducks. Okay, hold on. Okay, so chicken, chicken. Duck. Duck. Geez, not you. And then you over here. Cat, peacock, peacock. Chick. There you go. Can open that now. Still waiting on that guild hall, which I need to sort out. It's definitely how the game goes. Yes, duck, 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 chicken. Duck, duck, quack. Everybody's favorite game. I think when it comes to Steam Cloud saves, it's the classic, not issue, but situation of it's a feature people are used to having, so they're upset when they don't have it, if that makes any sense. And if it's a feature that people are used to having, how much coal am I on right now? Let me just double check. I'm currently out of charcoal. Wait, no, we have 183 coke. Okay, let me just see how much coal is on the map right now. 18. Okay. Let's do... Am I doing anything out of metal right now? Coal. Make bituminous coal from coal. Let's just do 18 of that. I know there's 18 on the map and we're not currently restricted by movement. And let's do gold cabinet. 35. And gold chest. 35. Or 35. And let's also do some more tables and thrones. Gold table. Gold throne. And I'm going to go up to here and I'm going to find that layer that I was digging out coal from the mountainside. I'm going to dig out more. There's a bunch of gold. Automate all that. Sure it's lower down actually. Wrong. Pair up. Get the mini map for areas that I've dug out. This was the layer that had a bunch of coal on it. This is all gypsum, which I could auto mine out, but I really don't want to. Okay, let's go up a layer. Looking for coal. Coal, 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 coal. Yes, I could use trees, but then that would require regular trips down to the cavern, so I'd like to use my trees for bed. But coal, I'd like to come from the mountain. There it is. There's also a bunch of ore on this layer, so we can also mine all that out. It's all mudstone. Sweet. Let's go up a layer. Scan around. Don't see any. Mine more magnetite, that's fine. We'll let them do that for a little bit. Hey, Lanix. I moved your dwarf into a religious position. Just a heads up. You know, since I'm putting guild halls on this layer anyway, I think this might end up being the guild hall layer. What do I have for blocks? Not enough currently. Although, I'm getting a bunch of broken jobs for blocks. What I'm going to do is just queue up a general rock blocks job and just make 1,000 rock blocks. Because if you played your main world from your gaming PC on your laptop would probably explode. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of how I feel. Personally, it's like, I have my powerful computer, which I play this game on, and then if I had a second computer, I would probably have a separate settings for that world. Because it would really suck having, like, great frame rates on one computer, and then going to a different computer and having a quarter of the frame rate. Like some people, I think, would understand that and be okay with that as a caveat. I don't think everybody would be, and I think the result would actually be negative reviews. Cultists of the God of Law. Yeah, no, I can see that. Oh, that's it. You know, that's always an interesting concept. I'm talking to YouTube chat if anybody's confused. That's always an interesting concept, actually, is local streaming. Because it's a feature I don't use at all, right? Because I live in a one-room apartment, so there's no reason for me to use local streaming. But lots of people do in worlds where, like, you know, you live in a bigger house or you have a family or, you know, you're competing for, like, screen time on a computer. It's really interesting that some people use local streaming to stream to a laptop. Yeah, exactly. Remote connecting. It's like a feature I've never used in any format. But I know people do. I think that's cool. Seeing a fighting notification. What's going on? Ah. Water Lyman is fighting. Water Lyman is the biggest problem dwarf in this fort currently. I'm actually thinking I should build a mist generator for this fort, because I didn't use it at all in the last fort, and I think it would be fitting for this fort. I'm just a little worried about something. In the winter, it snows in this fort, meaning I think it might actually be cold enough to immediately kill dwarves with turning them into blocks of ice. So I kind of have to be careful. Which one are you referring to, Kage? Because they happen pretty consistently. Nicola, thank you for becoming a YouTube member, by the way. Appreciate you. Ice block generator? Ice boulder generator. That ice boulders that would then melt in the summer. So, but I'm thinking making one at this layer. Mostly because I think having windmills over here would be pretty cool. Is kind of what I'm thinking. Oh, right, duh, it's still set to auto. I was like, why are you no work? I think, like, if I can make mist generators look cool in the fort, I'm much more likely to make them. Just showed up and didn't. Yeah, but like, what kind of ad was it? Was it the one where it goes up to the top right? Was it like the little banner ad at the bottom? Because I know that there's a few different ones, and I'm just curious about which one in specific you are saying that you like. Because believe it or not, I get like to send feedback to Twitch sometimes about things like ads, and so it's nice to know what people like / don't like. Oh, interesting. So the entire left side. Okay. Yeah, I don't see mobile ads very often, but that's cool. Also, hey, Eric Shadowblade, it's good to see you. Dwarfsicles? Yeah, nobody likes those. Hey, Goldpoke, I hope your New Year's celebration stuff was good. Reduce screen size to maintain ratio. Cool. Yeah, I like the changes that they've been making to the app. I think that the changes that they've been making to the app have been pretty good so far. At least the stuff that I've seen. It also doesn't help now that I pay for Twitch Turbo, so I don't actually see the ads anymore, which I recently decided to do, but, you know. All right. They're mining through this. And if anybody's wondering about dwarf names, if you would like a dwarf, ask nicely. Otherwise, we generally do namings when... You know, actually, because it's the Guild of Machines, why don't we put the Craftsdwarfs Guild just right here? Like on the edge of this, and they could look out on the machines. Maybe I could also double it up and put a Mechanics Guild up here too. Let's just do that, because I want to keep them happy, if possible. And just not have a fully carved out layer. You would love a dork? Really? Would you now? How do we dig holes? I can't tell if that's a serious question or not. And Chicola, thank you very much for the tier 1 subscription. Appreciate you. I don't have any dorks in this fort. I do not support dorks. I support dwarves and make dwarves and have forts full of dwarves. So if you want a dork, unfortunately, we don't have any of those here. All 100% fresh out of dorks. And also, if you already have a dwarf or have had a dwarf recently, please don't ask. Come on. Sometimes I have people asking for a third dwarf, and it's like, come on, you've had 2 in the recent past. Why do you already need another one? Let somebody else have a dwarf. I do not have any animal trainers in this map, Zeophane. Also, did you have a dwarf that died in this fort? I can't remember. No, I guess you haven't had one that died. Yeah, I don't have any animal trainers. And I'm trying to not have animal trainers. So if you would like an animal trainer, I do have one, actually. But no, you can't have it because they're being retrained. If you ask for things specifically, I'm less likely to give you dwarves, just a heads up. You can give me beard or no beard preferences, but if you're like, I want this job, it's very unlikely I will ever give you a dwarf. Montecore. Tends to avoid crowds and tends to be passive in discussions. Does not go out of his way to help others and likes to brawl. And has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. He is fairly important he thinks he's fairly important in the grand scheme of things and tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. Often feels discouraged and has a calm demeanor. He isn't particularly ambitious and generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future. We'll do like 3. I'm not going to do too many. Personally finds those that engage in trade and commerce to be fairly disgusting. Values tradition and dreams of mastering a skill. Is a member of the cult of amethysts, which is the less common religion in the fortress. Previous member of various other places and a member of the Pointy Rock of Amethysts. Your wife Dodak is in the fortress, and she is now... This is going to be hysterical. Venus! Venus Pettigrew. And Venus is prone to strong feelings of jealousy. Good luck. She has little time for forgiveness and will generally seek retribution. She is often sad and dejected and has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. She can easily fall in love and develop positive feelings, and she is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. She has a sense of duty. Dreams of creating a great work of art and personally values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior. Does not care about friendship and dreams of creating a great work of art. Has quite a lot of family in the fortress, including the now passed away Potpourri, our older sister. Her Uncle Cole's in the fort, and she has several nieces and nephews. Stone Hobo died, unfortunately. Odom the baby's probably still alive, and Noma, who's alive. And, excuse me. Jeez. A big burp here. Uncle Cole, who's currently making coal, definitely not a joke there, can be Kaedranos. Yeah, you haven't had one in a while, Kaedranos. Is completely closed-minded and never changes his mind after forming an initial idea, is quite ambitious and is stubborn and is brave in the face of imminent danger, prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, and is slow to anger, has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others. And he struggles against this tendency as he finds such open expression offensive. He drums his fingers when he's thinking, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and is a hardened individual. He dreams of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized. We're in an ad break currently. Personally thinks that it is of the utmost importance to present a bold face and never grouse or complain, or even show emotion, and does not think one way or another about leisure time. This particular dwarf does have a wife who is not in the fort currently. His niece is Venus, and scrolling down, doesn't have any other family in the fort or any friends, just passing acquaintances. Let's find me a dwarf here. So after rambling about animal trainers, Zeophene, you may end up training, like, rats. She never is moved by the emotions of others and tends to hang on to grievances, is trusting, and rarely happy or enthusiastic. Is conflicted by this as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She can handle stress, and she likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. Is moved by art and natural beauty and is troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world, and has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, like asking for dwarves, even though I say I don't take requests. Personally, whispers when she's thinking hard about something and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally does not care about family one way or another, and doesn't see cooperation as valuable. Actually, hold on a second. Let's see. Relations. You do have a pet bunny. And no friends. Several passing acquaintances. This Marksdwarf is one of your acquaintances. And this Marksdwarf is now going to be... Eric Shadowblade, who is... She feels best when everyone gets along without any strife or contention. She doesn't focus on material goods and tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others. She struggles against this tendency as she finds such open expression offensive, and she does not go out of her way to help others. She is quite polite, and she tends to go out of her way to help others. She does not go out of her way to help others, and she is quite polite, and she tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and she doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and she is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, and she isn't particularly ambitious. She starts to whisper when she's trying to remember something, and she gets distracted during conversations and when she's nervous. She gets distracted during conversations when she's nervous. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized. And personally believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining. Sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way, and doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. We're also going to end the training on that squad and let you guys go have a break. Currently scrolling down this list. All right. I think we'll call it that for dwarves for right now. We'll get some more dwarves named in a little bit. Sorry, Arende. Rat is a delicacy for dwarves? Is that really a thing in Discworld? I don't actually know that much about Discworld. Okay, so this is getting mined out here. Getting floor placed. I don't know if I have pump stuff. I don't. Okay, so I need 4 pumps. We'll use wood. I just need 4 of each. And let's use the same material if possible. It's a bummer that I don't have more black cap. Nether cap it is. If I'm not mistaken, isn't Nethercap one of the ones that's always at nat 0 and thus lava safe? If I have a large amounts of meat, it's usually because I just have livestock that I'm butchering. But if I don't have livestock, then if you just buy all of the meat that traders bring, it's more than enough to feed your fort off of. Dwarf walks outside, immediately dumps goblin blood everywhere. So let's hope that I can get wind out here. I'm assuming I can, but we don't know yet. We don't know. Yeah, that's what I'm remembering. Or what my brain is telling me I'm remembering. I kind of want to let these grow a little more right here. So we're going to save those for emergencies. Let's head down to the caverns. Let's do a little bit of wood cutting. Because I would like similar uniform color. I would like uniform color. Lennox and Baby Blueford go grab axes. I would like uniform color stuff for my windmills. And I will agree to make a Crafts Dwarfs Guild, which gives us some more time. A uniform color. You know what's funny? I never worry about uniforms. Which is a funny statement to say out loud after everything I've been talking about for the last little bit. It's gonna be fun colors. Okay, well, clothing is getting done, which is good. And also, Happy New Year, YouTube chat, because I'm seeing a bunch of those. And thanks for sharing, Luminosity. Not appreciated. All right. Let's go up here. What am I doing? Right. Windmills. Although I need to wait for those trees to actually get chopped down. When you go store a copper crutch in a bin. Fair. I was out camping, yeah. So I did the last camping trip of last year and the first camping trip of this year over New Year's. My dad came up for the day trip and hiked down the evening of, and the next morning when we got home, we found out that, also this is going to be kind of a pain to power, but that's fine. We found out that somebody apparently was an idiot and broke their leg walking down the scale the night that we were out on the same mountain we were on, so that's cool. You made nether pipes and a pump stack? Yeah, I don't think I've ever actually made a lava pump stack using nether wood. I think I always either just use like iron or glass. It's almost always glass or a magma safe metal is how I make my pump stacks. There we go. Lanix is felling trees now, down in the caves. A dangerous job. I guess tower cap probably is what I'll make my windmills out of. Okay, machines, let's go up to here. I guess I could use hazel, kumquat, and bitter orange because those are all the same color. Assuming those are all forbidden. Let's get these all unforbidden. Did you do anything fun for the holidays, by the way, Lanix? Or not the holidays, New Year's, rather. New Year's is actually a holiday that I enjoy. Because I feel like it hasn't been destroyed by... I'm going to sound like Red Alert for a second here. It hasn't been destroyed by capitalism. It's actually something I can still enjoy. It's nice that we get a few of those. Just as a society. How am I going to do this? Actually, literally that, and that. That's how we're going to do this. And that. This is not the most optimal, but it'll work. Let's use pair, 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 and pair. Let's use... see if I can start making these screw pumps. There we go. Olivine. What? Is that copper? I have a copper corkscrew. Huh. I don't know why, but apparently I must have come from like that trader that dropped all their stuff. And we'll have to see in a second if these actually get power. If they don't, I'll have to find another solution. Worked it, but otherwise didn't do too much. Your partner went to a VR chat rave. They're actually pretty rad. Like, I'm not a VR chat person at all. VR chat raves are kind of awesome. It's like the closest thing we have to a functioning metaverse just as a society. They are kind of neat. They have pretty... It's basically just like a VR light show that also happens to be a multiplayer chat room. It's also a neat way of, like, keeping rave DJs employed. Or it was during the pandemic, anyway. Played Yu-Gi-Oh! Until 1 a.m.? That sounds like a choice. I find the rules of Yu-Gi-Oh! To be kind of repulsive after my childhood of playing too much Yu-Gi-Oh! So this is going to become... the Crafts Dwarfs Guild. So I've agreed to build them a guild hall. I'm going to put a display in here. I'm going to put some Gold thrones in. I'm gonna put some gold tables in. Oops, that's not gold. And we'll start putting craft artifacts in there. TLDR for every card now? Yeah, I don't know. I was pretty done with Yu-Gi-Oh! Decades ago, and it's one of those like games that I'm kind of surprised has had the staying power that it's had. Like I realize it's not for me, so it's kind of that simple, but like it is surprising to me how much staying power it's had. Oh yeah, I mean I'm the same with Magic the Gathering. I am one of those people who says that card games like that are a bad business model and what I would almost describe as a scam on a bad day, but I know that's not actually accurate. It's just I don't like the business model of those games, so I just completely avoid them. Kind of intentionally so even. I don't know if I have a wood stockpile, so let's just make a wood stockpile. No, I have an everything stockpile. Okay, yeah, there we go. Get the wood into here. And also I've been buying wood. Yeah, no, we do not have a wood stockpile right now. I think that goes for many mobile games and card games in general. People have spent way too much money. Olive, nether. Cavern dwellers. All right, time to send the squads down. It begins. This is why I said this is going to be a dangerous job. And it's all because we're chopping down trees. What are you wielding? Iron spear and iron shields. Ooh, free stuff. This is going to be the smallest possible siege, probably. Dwarves can probably win the fight against it, but I don't really want them to have to. It hasn't hit anybody. It's just missed, which is good. It's mostly just scaring dwarves right now. We're just trying to get wood out of the caverns. It's when you say selling out, you mean like selling their cards, right? Yeah, it's dead. Creature is now dead. Means we can claim all this. Get you dumped. Get you. And you dumped. I will just leave the military down here until the way is clear and this stockpile is full. Yeah, I know somebody who used to buy every single new Magic set when it came out. And he sold all of his cards when the pandemic started. Because for him, it was a social outlet. It was a way for him to hang out with friends. And when the pandemic hit, it was like, well, nobody's getting together to play Magic anymore. So now I just have these boxes and boxes and boxes of cards, and I can't be asked to trade them. So sold the cards. Figurine. That should get that value up enough. Sweet, we do in fact have wind. That's good. Whew. I was worried. You really ought to. I was just impressed by that person who made a functional table out of Magic the Gathering cards. I may actually need more windmills, though, because it's 4, 8, 12, 16. This needs 50. No, I think we'll be okay, actually. We will be okay. Yeah, you've been able to download VR or play VR chat without a headset since its inception, right? Could hypothetically play the table as a card. It wasn't all one card. But hold on, let me see if I can find that picture. Although typing an MTG card table is like a hard thing to do. Made out of cards. No, all of these are just, I'm just getting pictures of people making tables for playing cards on. Where was that picture? Because it was assembled entirely out of glue and like glued together cards. Not finding it now. I'm finding similar things, but not what I'm looking for. Oh well. Oh, that's good. I haven't had Hamburger Helper in a long time. Glad that you're getting a break though, Bastet. Sounds like you need it today. That, and that. Except I'm actually going to need to remove this and add on to this because I see what I've done wrong. I don't care, Venus, but what's Bethesda's most profitable game? It doesn't surprise me in the slightest. I was actually going to say Fallout 76, but... Something with microtransactions. Games that you buy don't make tons of money. I don't like Hamburger Helper very much. I will be honest with you. I think it's kind of gross. But I know for a fact that there's plenty of people in chat who unapologetically love Hamburger Helpers, so you know what? Live your life. I think it's oily and kind of nasty, honestly. Like, I'll eat it if it's given to me. I will not eat it of my own volition. You should learn to cook. It's a very rewarding, positive hobby to have because it makes you, I'm talking to Shaku, by the way, because it makes you healthier and saves you money. And I know a lot of people are just like, oh, it's awful. In reality, it's one of the most beneficial hobbies you can have. A forgotten beast, Elkur, has come, a great humanoid composed of vomit. Ah, a president. I see. It has a pair of knobby antennae, and it undulates rhythmically. Beware, it's poison gas. Which constantly runs DF World Gen. That'd be great until the pie inevitably dies, but... Hamburger Helper. Crappy noodles with fried onion and ground beef. It's a staple of broke North American diet. If you can't afford real food, it fills you up and it gets the job done. It's terrible for you. It tastes like salt and unseasoned beef. And you can buy it in a box or you can make it at home yourself. It's fine. I think it's kind of gross. All right. Like, veggies or no veggies. Like, I don't particularly like ground beef. Unless I'm making meatballs, I don't like ground beef. Thinking about onions makes your jaw hurt? Excuse me? How do you exist without constantly eating onions? You know, it's funny. I wonder to myself sometimes why North America has like general health problems. And then I talk to my chat for 15 minutes about food and I go, right, makes sense. All right, so I don't know. Do we want to kill this thing or catch it? Is the question. Because I can catch it and add it to the small collection. I still need to start carving out better spaces for them in the mountain. Catch it? Okay. Well, let's pause the game. Turn on the burrow. Oh, wrong screen. This one. Unless the birds, never mind. Not catching it. The cave swallow people killed it first. Well, I was going to try and catch it. Cave swallow spearman stabs the forgotten beast in the upper body with an iron spear, and the injured part was cloven asunder. That's very funny. First buff has fallen, pretty much. It was an attempt. Well, I was going to catch it. It was going to be new Fort Fran, but unfortunately not possible. All right, well, speaking of Fort Fran, let's do flooring. Let's just make 10 gold statues, because I don't think I have any right now. We'll put a statue on either side of this, and then we're going to make this into a functional pump. What's the value of you currently? 8,000? Wait, make a new barf? I'm good. Thank you. I'd rather not, in fact. I don't think there's much for me to read. Let's see. Yeah, I'm going to refund that, Reggie, because you guys have been weirdly consistent about using the add a word stories thing. And while it's great that people are using it, there's no reason for me to read it if there's 3 new words. So if the Discord ain't constantly filling it, I'm not going to take your channel points for nothing. That's just a ripoff. Bad value for you. I mean, here's the thing. Ketchup isn't a touchy subject. It's a food that I dislike, which is funny. So I drum it up because I am an entertainer on the internet. Ketchup isn't a touchy subject. It's a fact that I think it's gross, yes, but it's not a touchy subject. If you want to use ketchup, use it to your life's and heart's content. Just don't make me eat it. It's that simple. Why do you have 10 angry dwarves? Why don't you have 10 angry dwarves? Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. It's only going to be 2 of them. I'm going to give Bastet a dwarf because I don't think you currently have a dwarf, but let's check. Okay. Did you have one that died? No. Okay. She is completely convinced of her own worthlessness and is confident under pressure. She finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and she enjoys the company of others. She has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and she tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. She is often cheerful, and she feels envious of others, and she has little interest in joking around and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she chews her lips when she's excited, and she holds her breath when she's nervous, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. Chicola is bored by reality and would rather disappear utterly and forever into the world of made-up fantasy. Ah, you're a weeaboo. He is very comfortable around others that have a different appearance or culture, and will generally seek retribution. He is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings. He often finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings, and he is slow to trust others. He has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others and is quite polite. Has a greedy streak and is assertive, occasionally overindulges and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. And he can handle stress. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. Are you still alive? Yes, Uber Ike. But that's going to be the whole Iron Wave. Yeah, you are the chief medical dwarf. You're not the happiest, but you are doing okay. You've experienced some trauma like many dwarves in this fort. Speaking of trauma, let's get this lever pulled. Which one? Vikingo. There's plenty of like less common ones that you don't see so often. We're in an ad. Chat room, because we are in an ad, I'm going to use this opportunity to go grab my sandwich. I'm quite hungry right now, so I will be back in like 90 seconds to 2 minutes right after this ad break. And also, Jezza, since you just asked, 1 second. You are alive and not pissed. It's about as good as you can get. BRB.
Food, frighteningly. Food is hand.
What kind of sandwich from the YouTube side of things? It is turkey from Christmas, cheese, bread, and what's it called? Leftover stuffing from Christmas, which I froze and have been periodically defrosting, and closet lettuce, aka lettuce from my closet. A normal place that people get lettuce from. And if you don't have closet lettuce, you should acquire some. It's a good hobby. Wait, Crab Champions has melee weapons now? Really? Every dwarf needs alcohol to get through the working day, yeah. It's a species trait. It's not a dwarf if they don't need alcohol. Some meat jello? I like how you say you're gonna grab it. Not like you're gonna go get it. You're just going to grab it once and then leave it in the container that it's in and then go back to your day. Also, for those of you wondering about the status of closet lettuce, give me a second. Let me show you. This was the last harvest. That's the first of the radish plants that I started uprooting. Radishes aren't huge. They're delicious tasting, though. This was a big old bowl of lettuce that I got. My snow peas are starting to flower, so I will be getting snow peas and snap peas soon. This is a few days old. This is an actual flower now. Both the snow peas and snap peas both have flowers on them now. And this is some, what is it called? Butter crunch lettuce, which is what I'm currently eating on my sandwich. I have like 8 pots with plants about this big. If you put cabinets in their bedrooms, they will put their clothing into their bedrooms. So put cabinets into their bedrooms and then the clothing will vanish. Or you can sell it. It's a pretty good trade good. Turns out most dwarven fortresses just end up being a Goodwill. I'm just munching currently. Give me a second. It's nice to see other people streaming Dwarf Fort again. But, yeah. So as far as, like, this room goes, the only reason I haven't really started doing it is because I'm trying to pave all of these floors. And in order to, you know, pave, like, once I've paved the floors, then I go adding in the furniture, but it's a process because I'm trying to get all the floors paved. If I wasn't worrying about the floors being paved, then it would be much faster, but here I am. What's pollinating the flowers? I'm only planting self-pollinating plants. So in the case of the peas, snap peas and snow peas are self-pollinating. Meaning you can pollinate them one of two ways: grab the flowers and rub them together, like making Barbie's bang, basically. Or you can put a fan on them and they will self-pollinate. So now that they have flowers, I've been running the fan overnight every night, pointed at them. Basically, they blow pollen into each other. Which is... Talking about plants is fun sometimes. Just like, theoretically, if I had more space, I could do indoor zucchini plants, because you can pollinate them by grabbing the male flower and grabbing the female flower and making a zucchini. Which is, again, a funny thing to say out loud, but it's true. It's the way some plants work. Only fans to make plant. Man, don't tempt me to make an OnlyFans for my plants. Do not tempt me, because I might. Nobody would pay for that. Nobody. That or it would go viral and I'd be a millionaire overnight. One of the two. You know, I have a couple of ferns, and we've joked a couple of times about making a OnlyFans for my ferns, except I would, like, buy women's underwear and put it onto the ferns, or just, like, onto my houseplants and take photos of them. But, yeah, no. It's just a joke for a reason. Thought that's what Patreon was for. Yeah, but that's normal, and people don't look when it's on Patreon, right? The actual reality is I do not have enough time in the day. Just got a crumb. I do not have enough time in the day to make more content. I just don't. Made the gold statue. Why didn't you make the cabinets? Did I queue up the wrong type of thing? Oh, I queued up rose gold cabinets. That makes sense. I clicked the wrong button. And now I'm making ballisteros. Classified, thank you very much for the $5 super thanks. I did see that. I was going to read that out loud, but they say you could call it the Real House Plants of Canada, which would be funny, actually. At that point, that just sounds like a YouTube channel, but at the end of the day, I'd need to hire somebody. If I'm going to start another content stream, I would need to hire somebody. Someone might be into plants in lingerie. I think people would be ironically into it. No, I mean, like, I've got this image in my head of, like, a YouTube Shorts / TikTok account that is, like, focused on inspirational quotes alongside of seedlings growing slowly. Because, like, that's basically what goes through my brain while I'm playing around with my seedlings and, like, watering them and transplanting them and stuff. But, you know, I spend 3 to 4 hours a week playing around with my seedlings in the closet, and frankly, do I need to make that into another income source? I don't know, mate. I don't know. I do not know. Although this one I need actually 60, but I don't know if I have enough gold for that. Actually, how am I doing on Coke? 130, pretty good. So there is snow. So now is the moment of truth. Once we get these statues built, of if these are going to turn into bricks of ice. Well, I can tell you for a fact that is a hobby for me, not a hobby for chat. But also, thank you very much for the $5 super thanks or super chat. I don't know how the hell YouTube branding works. None of it makes sense to me. Okay. What are these statues of? The statue of the deity of fertility, laws, and discipline. So this is the escorted, which I think is actually the most popular deity. It's the deity of fertility, laws, and discipline, depicted as a male dwarf in gold. He looks offended and is surrounded by the dwarves. Why is it forbidden? Did I just forbid it? I must have just forbid it. Well-designed image, a statue of a dwarf in gold, so just a normal dwarf. This is a statue of Rare Candy OSRS. It's a superior design image, and he is surrounded by beds. I guess he likes beds. I too like bed. Sleeping in bed. Not being surrounded by beds. That just sounds like going to a sleep country and trying to buy a mattress, which actually sounds kind of stressful to me. We'll see if it becomes an ice cube generator. Here's hoping it isn't. The item is a well-designed image of Lycott, the dwarf and dwarves in gold. The dwarves are refusing Lycott. Lycott looks confused. The artwork relates to the removal of the dwarf Lycott from the position of broker. Because you refused to stop praying, and so I gave you a quick career change. That's what happened with that dwarf. I had a dwarf named Lycott who was my manager, or my broker very briefly, and then they ceased to be my broker. Okay, let's see how this goes. Undulating, undulating, undulating. Any questions? Exhibit a loss pattern? Explain. So now we're just waiting for one more dwarf to throw the bucket down, although it hasn't become a block of ice yet, so that's good. There we go. What? Why you no work? Excuse me? Why'd you splatter out that way? Oh. Do you see what's wrong here, chat? I have one of these backwards. Duh. I love how nobody noticed this. Chat, how did you not point this out to me? How did nobody, like, go, yo, dude, your thing's backwards? I certainly didn't. I was just on automatic, like, building this and half looking at chat and, like, not paying any attention to what I was doing. This is wizardry to you? Really? What? This is, basic Dwarf Fort strats here. All right, now let's do this. After I've sprayed mud everywhere. Good at my job. Okay, so pit pond. Bunk. Let's do it. Yeah, true. We were way too busy focusing on the conversation to focus on what I'm actually doing in the video game. But I am building a mist generator. That's fair, Salty. No, it's not. This is 100% on me. Okay, so they put one bucket. Maybe for the second bucket. And... Ooh, no. Okay. And there we go. So now we have a mist generator, which is going to generate much happy thought. Content being near a waterfall. So now if you enter or exit the fortress, you get smacked with a waterfall. And it doesn't look like it's going to be made into ice, which is good. Okay, that's plenty of water. 3 of 7. There we go. It's a mist generator. This is a very easy way to both clean your dwarves and make them really happy. No, it doesn't make bigger mist clouds. It just makes it evaporate slower. Wow. IKEA just stole an artifact, I think. Yeah. So, my militia commander had a symbol called the Murder of Spirits, Usan Ubal, which was an artifact cape, and IKEA stole it. The better question is, why didn't my militia commander have it equipped? Which should have been Benich. Yeah. Why didn't you have that equipped? What happens to artifacts? They are lost and unfindable outside of adventure mode. That's what happens. So, yeah. Cool. Oh, geez, they are still stationed? You guys should not be stationed. You guys should come back right the hell now. As they were stationed in the caverns. They should absolutely be getting a break after that. All right, so let's get back to bedrooms. Because I think these can probably get cabinets now, right? Yes. I'm also going to need to make new doors soon, I think. So if I recall correctly, I was running out. I also need to make a place up on the surface for... Also, I need to make a place up on the surface for ammo to be stored on the wall. I need to start replacing the wall with olivine. Need to make more bedrooms. Always more bedrooms. Does it reappear when you reclaim the fort? You know, I'll be honest, I don't know. I know it's unrecoverable from Fortress mode, but I do not know. There's some things I do not know about this game, and that's one of them. I know you can, with a lot of luck, find them in adventure mode. In, like, whatever they're called. In a cave or a lair connected to a large animal. So it's not, like, unexisted from the world. I know it is not recoverable from Fortress mode, though, without cheating. Thanks for the clip, Ash. I have a tutorial called Mist Generators. Watch my tutorial about Mist Generators. It's in the quick tutorial playlist. Obviously, I'm going to recommend mine. It's a couple minutes long. It's very simple. It's one of the, like, very simple advanced techniques in this game where it's like, it looks really complicated, but it's not so bad. They can shoot through floor grates, and bars operate the same as grates, so I would assume they can shoot through bars. Did I not put a bed in? Oh, that's a cabinet, not a bed, duh. Alright, so get these assigned. We're getting to the point where most of the dwarves have beds. I know what I've done before is I've had grates in it, grates in addition to normal wall fortifications. So they can shoot directly out through the wall fortifications or straight down through the grates. Actually, hold up. What type of doors are these? Diorite doors? Let's make 100. Anonymous gifter, thanks for checking out a gift. Appreciate you. Arende is now subbed. Here's Arende. I don't generally use floor bars, also, just as a side note, because they are still counted in the stock as bars. So generally, I would use grates, just because then it makes your stockpiles clearer. You don't have to keep mental note of how many bars you've made. Which I find kind of annoying to have to do, personally. So we need more beds, too. How do you deal with guild hall petitions? You don't want to make any guild halls for now. Also, why is the music cursed and distorted? Because your computer's internet is unstable and not loading the stream correctly. If you hit play pause, it should fix that. As far as how do you deal with guildhall petitions? Guildhalls are the most important zone in the game next to a tavern. You should be making guildhalls. My advice would be get ahead of them and make them first. If you accept them and ignore them, it just pisses dwarves off. So ignoring them is a net negative to your fortress. And there is no way to avoid them. If you have 10 dwarves of a certain skill, they will request a guild hall. That's how dwarves work. You can ignore them, but it will massively degrade the value and happiness of your dwarves. Gonna see if they allow a Plump Helmets channel on OnlyFans. Well, good luck. Have only 9 of every skill. I mean, that'd do it. But literally, at the end of the day, guild halls are the most important thing you can make for your fortress. Kia has stolen a copper helm. Yay, they're cleaning up my trash. This is also one of the reasons why I never actually openly talk about ideas that I have for things that I don't already have accounts for that I'm actually interested in doing. Because whenever a good idea comes up on stream, somebody steals it, which is, you know, how the world works. Yeah, generally you should be making guild halls first. It used to always be Tavern Temple first. Now for me, it's like I make a public temple with the dining room and then start making guild halls. Because especially if you start off with a public guild hall, let's just say you start off with a weaponsmith's guild hall. Every single dwarf will just hang out there if it's public for all your dwarves. And the result is they won't ask for other guild halls because they're already in a guild and that is their most... Everybody has that skill already, right? So let's say you start off with a crafts dwarf's guild and everybody hangs out in there. They will petition for that guild hall to get to the highest value level, which by default is 10,000 value, which is easy as hell. You just need like a 10 by 10 room with all the floors engraved and done. So they will start petitioning for higher value of that one guild hall, but because everybody has that as their primary skill, problem solved. Same with doctoring. Like if you start off with a doctor's guild hall, then they will ask for a higher value doctor's guild, but you don't need to worry about that because they'll all just congregate in whatever the highest value guild hall is anyway. So it's like guild halls are the most important thing you could make for your dwarves, and you should make a couple really high value ones so that you don't need to worry about not doing that. It's, I don't know. People talk about guild halls like they're a bother and a problem, and it's like, are we playing the same game? Like, sometimes I wonder. Put your dining halls in guild halls and then allow all the dwarves in them, and then like this one. This is my armorsmith's guild hall, which I actually need to increase the value on, but like once it gets up to the highest possible value, everybody will just hang out here. Kuma the Elder, thank you very much for the raid of 9. Appreciate you. How was your stream today? What were you up to? On your military first? Make a weaponsmith's guild. Make it really high value. Get all the dwarves in there. Like, making a military doesn't take that much time. So you should still be making like guild halls for stuff related to your military. Make a weaponsmith's guild, which is like the next thing I'm about to do over here is a weaponsmith's guild. Just slowly paving this area first. Hello. Hello, raiders. Hello, friends. What's up, Morgan Coles? DM Stretch. Kuna the Elder. What are you guys up to today? What brings you around these parts? My name is Blind. I play too much Dwarf Fortress. Sometimes chat lets me play other games. Pleased to meet all of you. if you start your fortress with a guild hall, yes, you will not have multiple dwarf. If you start your fortress with a guild hall, prioritize that guild hall, get everybody in that guild, they won't need another guild, right? Because dwarves demand guilds for their primary skills. So this fortress ended up with a very high value miner hall because the first thing I did in this fortress was spend 2 years carving a mountain and collapsing it, right? So yeah, don't worry about the pissed off dwarves. We're working on that. But like, that's what I started this fortress off with, was tons of miners. So I have a highest value miner hall. I barely ever get them requesting other things. I just got a request for a Craftsdwarf's guild because my miners guild isn't public, but I've made this one and I've made it public for citizens only, and I'm trying to increase the value of it so that I can make this into the primary guild, so everybody just becomes an armor smith and weaponsmiths, and then I don't have to worry about increasing the value of guild halls anymore, or making as many guild halls. Also, because this is a what's it called? This is a economy high difficulty play fortress. I have to get 30,000 value out of these instead of 10,000, which makes it harder. And also we're in an ad, so I'm gonna leave the game paused. Why the bridges by the guild hall rather than walls? Those aren't bridges. Those are bars. And those are like, what's the word? Windows. There's no bridges there. Rockcast suggested the raid. Ah, I understand. Okay. Well, thanks, Rockcat. Didn't we lock him up to DF and throw away the key? I'm not aware of that, but maybe. Yeah, it's to make it look not boring. Started with the hospital, I'll make a guild next to it. Yeah, make a doctor's guild next to your hospital. Just do not cross a guild over top of a hospital because it cancels jobs for some reason. When am I going to do in a 47 adventure mode playthrough? When I get around to it? On stream? Probably not much, if I'm being honest, because a lot of people won't tune in because ASCII, but videos, yes. I'm actively working on videos. The reason video output has been slower is because I have footage that I've been recording for a side project that is unrelated to my YouTube channel. So because I've been recording a lot of side project footage, I haven't been as active on the YouTube side of things. How dare I have life besides YouTube channel? I know, right? How dare I go camping? The gall of this you dare to call yourself a content creator. I don't know. How about tomorrow morning? That's like actual question. How about tomorrow morning? How about we start tomorrow, the first hour and a half or so of tomorrow's stream out with some 47 adventure mode? What's actually going to happen is if I title my stream Adventure Mode, I'm going to get a bunch of people accusing me of clickbaiting. That's what's actually going to happen. Excuse me, how much diorite? Don't look at that number. It doesn't matter. It's mostly right here. I caved an entire mountain in, okay? It's just swimming up and down rivers and wrestling goats? I mean, I wouldn't be swimming up and down rivers. I would have somebody who's pretty high skill in reading and writing, and I'd probably go around writing poetry and telling people my terrible poems and then punching dingoes in between towns. Like a battle bard is usually what I end up being, but... I don't get the joke, Rock Cat, but that's okay. Clearly you do, so that I guess it worked. Why are you standing on the wall that needs to be constructed, Dwarf? Very suboptimal. See, this has increased the value up enough that now it's technically a guild, so now they're hanging out in here more. Also, we need to brew more booze. Let's just do 500. Get that going for a while. It's fine. It's been a year since you saw me on stream. I was going to say, I'm pretty sure that I saw you a day or two. You know what's funny? I have refrained from saying things like, I haven't streamed since last year and whatnot. Like, I figured I'd make the title like an homage to the new year, but like not make the joke. I haven't said that once today. I did tell somebody on the trail on the way home from the hike, the backpacking trip I was on over New Year's Eve that they said, how many nights were you out? And I was like, oh, I've been out since last year. And he just kind of glared at me and we're like, one night. But that's the only time I've said that. And now you have the balls to come in here and tell me that. Well, it's good to see you. It's been a long time. You did just now. Shut up, Rockcat. Not relevant. Doesn't matter. Disagree. Beg to differ. Middle finger emoji. All right. Let's see. Let's expand the edges of this. The reality, though, is like, for 47 adventure mode, I unironically really want to just play ASCII, though. Might be a bit much for some people. You thought Authoric was for real? I mean, there's somebody who tuned in today who hasn't been by the stream in almost a year. No, I bring food so I don't have problems with dysentery. And also, no, I've never been to Oregon, actually. So I wouldn't be going on any trails in Oregon. I've been on planes that have flown over Oregon, but I don't think that's what you're suggesting. The carp hasn't stood up since 2013. What are you talking about? I think it was 2013. Might have been earlier even. Been away from friends for too long. That poor dwarf. Water Lyman again. You've committed more crimes since getting out of prison. I do kind of feel bad for this dwarf. I need more. It's frustrating. Want to learn something and help somebody. I should turn my prison into a library. Okay, so are you, Psychotrop, are you familiar with the good word of Gandhi nuking everybody because he's too nice in Civ? If you're familiar with that, essentially what happened with Carp was Tarn forgot to put a cap on how strong things can get in Dwarf Fortress in one particular version, right? And because carp are swimming and they're fish, swimming trains strength. So if you settled on a map with carp, it was a matter of time before the carp got so strong, they would just climb out of the water and start killing dwarves. Like on their chests, because they'd hit legendary strength eventually. Now they no longer train strength, so it's no longer an issue. But it's a very easy mod if you would like danger fish again. The thing is, carp were one of the few fish that were actually strong enough that they were a concern, to the point where genuinely, if you wanted to have like murder fish, you theoretically could still with a pretty easy mod, but you know, really it was a bug that was in a very old version of the game briefly that was then removed. And it's been fixed for a very long time. So people will still sometimes reference Murder Carp. There is a pretty popular mod on the Steam Workshop that brings carp back to their former glory and makes them like learn strength again. But the thing is, because the way carp spawn, they'd only really do that once. I mean, elephants can still be murderous. Agitated elephants are still terrifying, but that actually wasn't connected. Those are separate things. At least to my knowledge, they were separate things. Actually, do I have enough chains? 12, okay. Yes, we do. You mean arch crystal? Is that what you're referring to? I mean, that's the one that I did the video of relatively recently. Speaking of videos that I haven't gotten done that I've said that I'm going to get done, I have a full script to do one of those for Boat Murdered, which I will do eventually. It's just a matter of me doing it. You know, I've never seen Metalocalypse, which kind of surprises people sometimes. Well, I mean, there is, like, the Pokemon mod, which will put Magikarp into Dwarf Fortress, but... What's the size of this embark? 6x6, I think? Pretty sure it was 6x6. See how they like that. Someone's a quote attributed just before Arch Crystal was established. Never heard that quote before, but okay. Also, that's not quite how the story of Arch Crystal goes, but okay. You know, fun fact, after I made those videos, we'd been talking about it for ages, but me and Ceathados, who made that fortress, got together and had beer. It was a good time. Maybe we should hang out again. He's local to me, so it's easy to do. We actually met briefly at PAX in 2019. I think the biggest victory for me of that video is actually not the fact that I was able to complete the video, but just the fact that it inspired him to finish the story and actually write an ending to it, because he hadn't written an ending. You could watch. I made a video on it where I read the ending, but it is also, you know, just available as part of the thread, I think. I know it's up on Dwarf Fortress File Depot just as a PDF. Raging Cave. The Weaver has been taken by a Fey mood. Relieved being near a waterfall. All right, grabs cave spider silk cloth. Is wearing a golden crown, you schwanky son of a dwarf. Runs all the way, grabs some ginkgo. Okay. What are you crafting this time? We'll find out. We will find out. Grab some olivine blocks. Oh, classic. Classy, classy. I do like. Grabs rough brown zircons. That's either a great idea or a terrible idea, depending on the cats. Bastet. Nether cap logs. Some ducks have been found. Oh, they must have died of old age. Rest in peace to the ducks that we embarked with, I think. Yep. Which means I should probably actually get those hauled out and then lock this door so we can get some baby ducks going. Because over here we have multiple turkeys, but let's actually just make a few rock nest boxes. Just get those spread out. Your cats are mellow when on catnip? That's good. I've definitely met some cats that are awful on catnip, and it's not pleasant to be around them. Let's make some rock salt bedrooms in the middle of this. This is my way of constructing bedrooms when I'm using constructed stuff. Literally just like click and drag a square and then go in and piece by piece pluck it away. That might not get completed the first time, but that's fine. There we go. I'll do. Snatchers, protect the children. Question is there children in the vicinity? No. Lunrel seems to have just spotted them. Let's send the squads down to the bridge here. Ah, they're probably going for Aidra the Metal Outlaw. Mark's dwarf was vomiting most recently. I do not have enough bolts right now for the fort. They start firing bolts at the thieves, and one of them immediately drops their bag on the ground. The other one is bleeding heavily and running away. He's running away from the terrifying conflict. Actually, got hit by a silver bolt in the throat. Okay, major artery has been opened. Duh. The silver bolt was lodged firmly in the wound. The force twists the neck, tearing the skin, and the goblin pulls out and drops the silver bolt. How fleeting life is. Begone, fear. That's pretty badass. This is Nako Doombarb, she's a pretty badass goblin. I know that you're dead, and you died because you ripped it out of the wound, but damn, that's... like, honestly, a pretty badass way to go, all things considered. Cramp is chasing her. So if she doesn't bleed out, which she hasn't yet, somehow, is faint, tired, and still bleeding, and now dies of her wounds. Look at that string of blood. Dang. As for the other one, dead, I assume. I didn't see it dead, but... it's the one screaming, I must withdraw. So yeah, this is the one that pulled it out. How about you? You died up here. And this one... oopsies. Where did you end up? I have been wounded. That is very annoying. I keep clicking on the wrong one. Naka, okay. Atu, that's the one. Atu is actually going to make it off the map. Hasn't got any children in their inventory, so that's good. We were able to kill the one of them. Let the military go back to whatever they're doing. I'm also going to check my coke supplies right now. 135. Okay, let's make Actually, how much iron do I have? 42 iron bars. Okay, how much steel do I have? 3. Tons of copper, lead. Let's just start you two making coal. I'm queuing these up manually so that when they run out of stuff, they just cancel, so I don't need to worry about doing it myself. Let's get you two smelting magnetite. Just on repeat. Value of this needs to go higher. What's in the bag? Absolutely nothing. A child would have climbed out of it immediately if there was something in the bag. Because they bring the bags with to catch kids in, right? So there's nothing in the bag if they drop it. Kind of like, you know, a Brothers Grimm fairy tale kind of thing. I was injured. That is annoying. Yeah, you know, honestly, so for those of you who don't remember, there was an era of Dwarf Fortress where dwarves cursed. And most of that language has been removed from the game in exchange for more, like, cartoonish things. Because there is such a thing called bad press. And for a bit there, this game did have some bad-ish press because they were allowed to say certain words, which also led to, like... Well, let's just say, I was playing version 3411, I think, the other day recording for Side Project, and there was an elven faction. Hold on, I can actually just go pop this up. What was the name of that elven faction? I just need to grab Discord and scroll up, because I screenshotted it. The Virginal Mortified Thorn. Anyway, a lot of those words have been made either significantly less common or, like, they can't say it in sentences anymore, because for a bit there, dwarves would say some pretty heinous shit. And honestly, I kind of prefer the borderline hysterical, just like, I was injured. That is annoying. I think that, I don't know if it's still in the game, but I know at least for a bit there was a mod called something along the lines of Bring Cursing Back or something, which just added in a bunch of curse words. I want to say, like, Tekid was using it pretty consistently, too. Where it's just like, dwarf gets injured, fuck! Which is, you know, funny, but... mild annoyance, yeah. Also, as far as, like, funny dwarf speech goes, there is no negative moods, thoughts, or feelings, or pain associated with being on fire. So, if a dwarf is happy... and they catch on fire, they're 100% guaranteed to die happy. Which... it's kind of dark. Raging Cave, guess what you made? That's both funny and terrifying. Oh no, it absolutely is fine. It's very much fine. Speaking of fine, Raging Cave the Weaver has created Dusim Gesith, a cave spider silk thong, and he offers it to the pointy rock of artifacts. Thank you very much for offering your thong to my pointy rock. Well done, Dwarf. Well done. This is a cave spider silk thong. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with brilliant-cut brown zircons and decorated with nethercap and encircled with bands of caves, spider silk, and rose-cut amethysts. This object is made from hanging. It is made, from cave spider silk and rose-cut amethysts, and it is made from. And this object is adorned with hanging rings of olivine and menaces with spikes of ginkgo wood. On the item is an image of a long four-sided prisms in mule leather. On the item is an image of diamonds in olivine. All right, so I need a dining room for my captain of the guard. And my mayor needs another chest. And my captain of the guard needs a weapon rack and armor stand, and so does my mayor. So let's make gold weapon rack and gold armor stand. And let's do 22 of each of those. Should have enough for this. People you know from other channels, Lanix, I assume? Cursing the world-generated gods would be bad. Would be cool. Yeah, no, I would be okay with, like, dwarves cursing certain things, but I think Dwarf Fortress is benefited by its, like, so, like, you know, there's all those stories about how Dwarf Fortress is one of the most violent games ever made, which I think is, like, a gross over-exaggeration. I mean, look at Dwarf Fortress, read the text in Dwarf Fortress, and then watch, like, 15 minutes of The Last of Us, and then tell me that again with a straight face. So I very much disagree that Dwarf Fortress is one of the most violent games ever made, because I think that's just kind of wrong. That being said, I think that Dwarf Fortress is benefited by having a very cartoonish, tongue-in-cheek nature alongside of the darkness that this game can generate. Because, like, it can be a pretty dark game. I don't think it's the most, or even remotely close to being the most violent game of all time, even though there's plenty of articles claiming that. I think that's just a gross exaggeration. But I do think that games with dark lore are benefited from comedic overtone. Like, a good example of this, actually, is Warhammer, right? Warhammer Fantasy is a pretty dark world, actually. Very dark world, even. But at the same time, it's made quite hysterical by the dissonance that it has, because what's surrounding that world can often be very comedic and entertaining, which leads to a fun world to exist in and pay attention to alongside of, you know, just playing around in, right? Like, it's fun to have a grim game that's also comedic. And I think it would be cool to have some sort of cursing in the game. I think it suits the game more that if they're going to curse, they're going to curse in their own way. And maybe in this world, saying, I must withdraw is an offensive thing. Who knows? I don't know. Maybe saying that is annoying is something that dwarves should never admit. You know, cursing is a word. Cursing releases chemicals in your brain because you're saying a word that you know is bad, right? That is what cursing is. It's a natural human response, and it's a way of, like, blowing off steam or, like, dismissing something or expressing anger without actually lashing out physically. And that's different for every culture. Like, what different cultures consider to be a bad word is just a word for other cultures. See the word cunt in Australia, perfectly normal thing to say. You say that here, you're gonna die. And, like, I think that makes for interesting storytelling. You do it at work when you shouldn't. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Dwarf Fortress is full of nihilistic comedy. Like the time that I was reading very detailed description of the dwarf Peter Selly getting thrown off a wall because the mother that was carrying him was attacked by a a bird of some sort, and fell off the wall, throwing her child. She landed on a different walkway, and the child landed on the ground and exploded. And we read the very graphic description of the baby exploding. And I got to admit, I don't ever need to read that again, but it was very funny at the time. Also admittedly quite dark, but very funny at the time. It's the gosh darn it. It's the heckin' something. I don't know what the people say with. Can I be honest for a second? I hate heck. I hate it when people say heck It's just like, if you're gonna curse, curse. If you're not gonna curse, train your speech patterns so that you're not used to cursing in everyday words. All you are doing is changing the definition of the word heck into a curse word. That's literally all you're doing. Stop it. Fucking, like, get better with words. If you want to prove you're a better person, don't say heck. Say real words. Anyway, old man shouts at cloud. Goddamn Zoomers. Fudged yourself, frog. Also, I say that ironically. Say heck if you want. It's fine. It's kind of a funny thing to me. As somebody who is not even remotely bothered by cursing, unless you're saying slurs, I think it's funny. Stop ruining fudge. I make fudge every Christmas and people thank me for it, okay? Heck is a real word, yes. You're changing the definition of the word heck. It's not a curse word, is what I'm trying to say. By making it into a curse word. Also, we're in an ad now. I'm building a weaponsmith guild here. They will sort of say that at Sayboard. They will say, our time in the, insert the name of your world here, is so brief, begone fear! So they kind of do that, but they don't shout at gods that they worship. So they'll say things like, our time in the eternal dimension is so brief, begone fear! It's a pretty common line. Eckinger? Nope. Never seen that written, nor have I heard that stated ever. So no, I do not remember that. You say schnitz when you're around kids? I'm a grown-up. I don't curse when I'm around kids. And if you're a kid and you're watching my stream, please don't tell me that you're a child, because otherwise I technically legally need to ban you. Is the absolute land? The absolute land! It's the land of absolutes. No half measures. No compromises. Only land. Maximum. That is pretty funny, yeah. I'm an adult. I avoid kids. I find kids to be a tripping hazard, so yeah, I would tend to agree with you. I'm actually not joking, because like I can't see down. I have no like down distance vision, so I have to be like intentionally looking down to see children. And if they run in front of me, they are very much a tripping hazard. Like back when I was in scouts and I had to like babysit beavers, just don't worry about it. And they'd like run past me. Like it was like a matter of time before I tripped over one of them. Which they figured out pretty quickly and then would like make a game out of it and try and get me in trouble for kicking them. The worst part about kids is that kids are smart. Yeah, beavers are like the 5 to 9-year-olds. They're little kids. It's like brownies, which is Girl Guides, I think. Oh yeah, no, they would run in front of me, Night Dweller. Yeah. Sounds very Canadian. Yep. I liked babysitting the beavers more than the cubs though, because the cubs were just friggin' annoying. The cubs were the slightly older ones. They were the I think 10 to 13-year-olds. God, it's been a long time. I was in scouts for years, but it's been years now. If only guitarist Tom was in the chat, he'd be able to tell you. Cub Scouts are beavers now? No, Cubs still exist. Beavers are younger than Cubs. Which I just explained, but that's fine. I'm also talking specifically about Scouts Canada, so I can't speak to US. Let's go up to offices. Up here, this is Caramel Nuke's office, who is my captain of the guard. which needs walls. Are you there? Okay, it's gonna bother me if I don't give you schist walls because your office is gonna look very non-uniform, so I'm gonna give you schist walls. Even though they're just boulders. Is it 1 or 2 that you need? 1 weapon, 1 armor. There you go. And then do you need another chest here? Yes. You need another chest. Are you looking at the Dwarf Fortress wiki related to beavers? Also, true story, I don't think I've ever actually seen a beaver in Dwarf Fortress. It's like, I know that they exist, but I'm pretty sure I've never actually, like, seen them. No? Okay. Now I'm just gonna go look up actual beavers things in Dwarf Fort. Beaver. Yours likes beavers for their dams. Close. Beavers have 1 unit of brain. That about checks out. Also here, have a picture of a beaver. See? It's a beaver. I love beavers. They're such dumb animals. They shouldn't exist. Speaking of beavers, here's a Canadian beaver fact. This is a real, actual thing that happened in 2021 during a massive surge in the pandemic. And so things were getting real bad in 2021. And boom, this happens. It's like, meanwhile, in Canada. Thank you. The good old thick boy cut the internet the whole town during a surge in the pandemic when we were all getting, like, locked down again. It was like, awful news, awful news, awful news. Beaver chews through cable in northern Canada. What? Anyways. But dwarves like them for their dams? They like them for their theoretical dams. There's a bunch of forbidden goblets on the ground. Someone must have tantrumed and thrown stuff everywhere. Tisk. All right, I need to put that thong somewhere. So because I want the dwarves to hang out, this is going to be a weird sentence. Because I really want the dwarves to hang out in my weaponsmith's guild, I'm going to put one of the more valuable artifacts I have in it, which is that thong. So we're going to do that. And a damp beaver is now subscribed via Prime. That is a very quality username. You know, actually, I'm just going to do this. I had this earlier so that they wouldn't walk 1 billion miles to get the right type of boulder, but let's just get rid of this issue. I'm curious as to why this ain't working. Let's just remove this. Just want stuff to get done quicker. I also still haven't made my doors. Where's my doors, dwarfs? Well, enjoy the lurks, damn beaver. Did you hear me talking about beavers and you're like, I have been summoned. It is my time. Well, thank you for the subscription. Enjoy the emotes. And the ad-free viewing. Came for DF, stayed for the beaver talk. Isn't that just like how my chat works, except for stayed for whatever it happens to be? Also, hi, Cactus. You've been learning a ton from the replays? Gotcha. Honestly, well, I mean, what do you mean? Do you tell this is oh I see. You're talking about Xenoblade. I get it. I was very confused. I was like, dwarves aren't child soldiers because I missed the first line that you were saying. Xenoblade 3 is cutesy anime bullshit though. You can get away with like downrating those games to T pretty easily, assuming you're not filling it up with boobs. So you wish Xenosaga got treated better? I'll be honest with you, I know absolutely nothing about Xenoblade, aside from the dude Shulk from Smash Brothers is in it, and at some point he says, I'm really feeling it, which is Pedinsky's follow sound. That's literally all I know about Xenoblade. I watched or rather listened to about 20 minutes of Chugga Conroy Let's Play, but got bored pretty quick. Yes. Lyle? You derailed track? That's fine. Feel free to derail chat. That's how things stay interesting. If chat's always on topic, what's the fun of it? What's the point? Kia has stolen another Iron Helm. I love the fact that the Kias are just stealing our spoils, or the spoils of war. I find that very funny. Let's do these doors first. Just do the doors first, guys. Do the doors first. You've watched him for years? He's somebody that I've been aware of for a really long time, but I'll be honest with you, I don't watch Let's Plays. So I don't really watch him, per se. I used to watch Let's Plays, and then this strange concept called live streaming, I think, came into existence. And that's why they're not making any craft stuff. I must not have any craft dwarf shops. How the frig have they been demanding a craft dwarf guild then? Anyway, apparently I have to make some craft store shops. Which, again, I don't know where to put them. Because this is my craft store guild. Let's just put some down on the base. I'm sitting here going like, why are these jobs not getting done? Oh, it's because I don't even have the shops for them. There you go. No, I'm using pumps. I'm not using mine carts. Okay. I don't know. I've never tried to, like, use mine carts. Well, I mean, that's actually not true. Crap, what was the name of that fort? Chat, do you remember that contraption that I built that went in circles with a minecart in it, and it would go through water and then dump the water out? That works, yeah. It creates mist, but it also creates a large amount of falling water, so you need somewhere for the water to go. As long as you have somewhere for the water to go, yeah, that works. I guess you could, like, have it going down, collecting the water, then going back up and dumping it. You could do that, yeah. It's pretty harsh on processing power, though, because you have things moving really quickly. But I find pumps to be more effective for that, if you're going to do that. There we go. Got those nest boxes going and some pots going. I was like, why are those things not getting made? Clearly, because I didn't have the workshops for them. Dum-dum. Oh. I possibly because like when the water is flying out of the minecart, it will create mist. I feel like that's not particularly efficient in like any way because you'd be much better off with just making a really big mist generator in this set system. So like instead of making one that's like a little square like this, making one that's like that big, you know? I feel like you'd be far better off doing it that way. And I've done that before, like making like it all the way along a long hallway. Like I'll do that sometimes like if there's fire constantly taking part in like military setups or something where like the dwarves are going to be at risk of like catching fire due to having like lava flying past their heads or something. Like in that kind of situation, I would build a long mist generator, but I wouldn't use minecarts. I guess you could. I wouldn't. Okay, let's see how much iron I'm sitting on right now. 106. Anyway, you have 2 jobs and you have 2 jobs. Let's make pig iron on repeat. Let's get you making pig iron on repeat. And then let's get you steel periodically. Nope, there is no fog in Dwarf Fortress, at least not in Fortress mode. I think there might be in Adventure mode, but my brain is failing me right now. I actually don't want these here. Want these here. No, mist is more like lava, or not lava, like waterfall spray. It's not like fog. So what you're saying is you're advocating for the lowering of our frame rate once again. I mean, I respect it. I just don't personally agree that that's something I necessarily want in the game. I mean... Okay, let me tell you this for fact. There is no way of getting rid of the choking gloom clouds. So if you have choking gloom clouds, your only way to get rid of them is hide underground. Also, we have a forgotten beast who we're going to try and catch because it sounds pretty. This is a forgotten beast named Bannock. Does anybody here know what Bannock is? It's quite delicious when camping. Bannock Shadmultalakthur Nazom has come. A great humanoid composed of crystal glass. It has wings and it squirms and fidgets. Beware its poison gases. Let's get everybody inside if possible. Let's make sure everybody is in the burrow. I'm cheese catching them with doors, and we're gonna put them into pens. I think it's going for my stairs, I assume. Yeah, looks like it. There it is. Done. Got him. And another one's caught, and another one's caught, and another one is caught. There we go. Farting crystal statue. Pretty much, yes. No, I am going to, I think probably put them into pens around the base of this eventually, but have to do it one at a time. I feel like a really cool way to end this fort would be to release them all at once. Because they'd all fight, wouldn't they? Actually, that would be pretty rad, is making a giant beast fight fit. Ideas. Drop the spire. Release them all at once. And, you know, if I drop the spire, I think what would actually happen is it would land in one piece. I'm pretty sure that's what would actually happen. Oh. Burrow is off. Doors running around up in here. Xeophone, Vakar, and Shogun. I got bedrooms over there. Those are placed. Always need to remember to swap the tool out, and I keep forgetting. Getting there on this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's put some cheaper tables into this one. Build statues of the winners. Could be fun. I feel like since we're catching these Forgotten Beasts, we should probably make a fight pit at some point. I have no idea what you're looking for. If you're looking for specific questions or assistance, please just simply ask questions like a grown-up human being. No more. Apart. Also, your name's funny. I appreciate it. Colosseum. And then this, become a weaponsmith's guild. Oh, that's already at 5,000 value because of the thong, hey? You like No More Apart? It reads like No More Apart, but Gnome Reaper is fine too. I won't mess that up again. My bad. But anyway, what are you looking for? Because you just came in and typed in exclamation point info. What info are you seeking? So my captain of the guard requires a dining room. Let's go up, 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 up. Oh, geez. I still need to do all this. Let's actually do this first before I forget. These dwarves can clean their clothes up finally. You need a chest still. Exclamation point goal. We have a command for that. Basically, like, if you just asked what the goal was, somebody in chat would have almost guaranteed typed it in a couple of seconds. Or I would have mentioned it. I don't have a command, all commands command, because one, there would be a lot of commands, and two, I don't really need people spamming it. I'd rather people just ask questions. Like, that's a better way of running a stream, in my opinion. All right, so now that we're up here, I can put a door into here for you. Kind of thinking about swapping I think I might just make my captain of the guard office up here alongside of a dining room and not put it down there and then put somebody else's office down there at a later date. Is there a way to stop dwarves from eating inside hospitals? Why do you not want them eating inside hospitals? They won't eat if there is no table and chairs there, though. But what? Why is that an issue? You kind of want your dwarves to frequent the hospital because then they're more likely to bring dwarves to there. And also, have you given them anywhere specifically to eat? Because if you haven't, then they will go wherever there are chairs and tables available, make a dining hall elsewhere. Hello, Hot Rod Ricky. Hope you're doing well. To give them a specific dining hall that's unrelated is what I would do. Can I check on your dwarf? I think you reported a tantrums recently. You are making a pot currently. You're lonely after being unable to make romance. You wish to make romance. Sounds like I need to give these dwarves time off. We need to organize a festival soon, I think. Are they what's a higher value, the dining hall or the what's it called? What's a higher value, the dining hall or the hospital? If the hospital is a higher value, they're more likely to use the hospital versus the dining hall. My scheme with dining halls is I attach them to a really high value zone that I want them to spend time in. So example, there's this right here, right? This is the Keeper of Mountains, which is my iron or my my armorsmith's guild. And this is going to be, which is currently the Assault of Robustness. Let's call it the Keeper of Assault. I mean, okay, fine. Keepers of Weapons, then. Keeper of Wars. Warriors! Keeper of Warriors! There we go. There's a slight theme here. This one, or this one, is going to be connected to a dining hall in between these two. I can spell. So can you. Congratulations. What the adventure mode will give to us? What will adventure mode give to you? Like, what will it play like? It's an open world sandbox that has all of the mechanics plus more from Fortress mode with some exceptions, such as digging, where you walk around in your generated worlds as an open world sandbox, sort of Kenshi-ish, instead of Fortress mode. If that's what you're asking. I mean, I got many videos that would probably answer that question, Alfie. But tomorrow we're going to be streaming some adventure mode. Granted, it'll be adventure mode from version 47, and I'm going to be doing that due to people asking me to do it. So I guess I'm caving, if you will. We are going to be doing some of that, and so I don't know, tune in tomorrow. But that'll be very old version of the game, so you'll have to tolerate ASCII. But we'll only be doing that for a little bit, and then we'll be swapping to Fortress mode.
Woo!
Whoa! And if you're wondering why I'm putting so many fortifications in, it's so people can still see these artifacts if they're getting stolen. I'm just going to put a sword or some sort of weapon here. How does adventure mode compare to Caves of Cud? Let me answer your question with a different question. How does Rust compare to The Witcher? That's the equivalent of what you just asked. One is an RPG with a written story, the other's a sandbox that you fuck around in. They don't, is the answer. Both have an R in it. Accurate. Correct. I cannot argue with that. Dwarves can see through glass windows? Yes. If something's being stolen, they can see through them. Also, this screen takes so long to open because I have so many boulders. Not so much boulders. So many boulders. Weapons. What's something fun I could throw in here? I like the silver scimitar. Let's throw that there. I have like 12,000 boulders. Oh yeah, if that's what you're asking. How does anyone even go so far as to know more how to see the rest of more what want look like? Are you okay? Anthric? How does anyone even go so far as to know more how to see rest of more what want look like? It was an insane... Hold on, let me look at my stocks. Where are you seeing this? Huh. Oh, yeah, because I have bees. That's why it's an insane number. Those are my beehives, which I haven't set up at all. He read it? I can't. I mean, what? You're gonna fall out of your chair from laughing? I read chat, mate. Is it an extremely old meme? Huh. Whoosh. Over my head. I've probably seen it before. You've been trying to find the exact copy pasta? Makes sense. I am genuinely curious, though. Are you okay? I enjoy finding old memes like that. I've probably seen that one before and just forgot, which is very true, likely. There's a lot of memes like that out there where it's like, oh yeah, no, I know that. And when I see it in context of what it actually was, but when somebody just types into chat, it just goes over my head and I read it. Because, you know, such is life. Not all of us are encyclopedias for bullshit jokes on the internet that nobody actually needs to remember. I choose to try and remember things that are, you know, actually of some importance. But, you know, live your life. Gold table and throne. Oh, also, if you want people to spend time in the dining halls that you make for them, put food in them. It's a good way. Has anyone ever... Okay, see, I recognize that one, Jetpack. Has anyone really been far even as decided to use even go want to do more look like? To do look more like. I've definitely seen that one before. That one I recognize. I didn't recognize the one that Anatharic was using, which is why I assumed it was just like somebody having a really bad typing moment. But I absolutely recognize what our friend here just typed in. So, you know, I guess we all have our moments. It was an attempt at the same thing, but from memory. Fair enough. But yeah, it super went over my head the first time. Yeah, that's not true. I always need to check to make sure if it's... Is that a baby or just a naked dwarf? Old people on the internet before you were born. Venus. Also says the person with the name Venus. I do recognize that as well, Jetpack. Generally where those memes came from, though, was somebody genuinely trying to type something in and just either being too intoxicated at the time or, like, forgetting how to English halfway through and then like the result is just a completely nonsense sentence, and it gets posted and then upvoted or like reposted, and then people think it's funny. That's generally how those come into existence. Is somebody typos unintentionally at some point, and then it's just repeated and reposted and reposted and reposted ad nauseum until death. Until heat death of universe, because that's what the internet does. If the internet finds something that it thinks is funny, it's going to get reposted until the world ends. Or that, sure. Which also, if it is actually that, like a kid in an interview, that's kind of sad, in my opinion, because, like, we shouldn't be mocking children for being in uncomfortable situations. That's mean. Like, making fun of somebody for typing a dumb thing in on the internet when they have some degree of anonymity on top of them, go ham. Mock them. Have fun. But when it's, like, a child in a piece of footage, you're like, maybe don't. For not being born sooner. You should mock their parents for not, you know, sooner. It's their parents' fault. That's not the kid's fault. Should have had children sooner. It was a weird discussion. For some reason, this really makes me want to open up the rare insults subreddit. You don't know how streamers can stream so long, you get so tired so fast, only like 1 hour and you're ready for a nap. You want to know how I can stream so long? Brian, over on the YouTube chat. I've been doing this for a decade. Do anything for a long period of time and you'll be able to do it for long periods of time. It's called endurance and practice. I don't understand how some people can sit in a classroom for more than 14 minutes without their brain wanting to fall out of their ear. Because that's how I feel. If I have to sit in a classroom for more than like a couple of minutes and actually pay attention, I nope. I mean, I've been streaming for over a decade now, right? And the first few years of my streams, the streams were never longer than 2 hours. Because I had a full-time job and a girlfriend that hated me. And like, I needed to take care of the girlfriend that hated me and like make it to work not super late. And also, everybody now, I think, is at a disadvantage when trying to learn to stream because people no longer learn to stream for the reasons that I streamed back in the day. When I started streaming back in the day, it was literally impossible unless you got extremely lucky to even make money doing this, right? Like the affiliate program on Twitch didn't become a thing until like 2017, and YouTube, like you could become a YouTube partner with 100 subs at the time, but like you'd make pennies a day, if that. Like it was funny. I went back recently. I looked at the first time I was a YouTube partner because I was a YouTube partner on my current YouTube account, like from I think like 2015 until like 2018 or whenever they increased, or no, it was earlier than that. Whenever they increased the requirements, because I remember losing it. I think it was like 2016 actually that they increased the requirements. So it was like 2 or 3 years or something that I was a YouTube partner for, and I think in that period of time I made a total of like $9 or something. It's like it wasn't possible back in the day to make money doing this. So people who did this back in the day did it for fun and because they enjoyed it and nobody took it too seriously. Now when people try to stream, they look at people like me who are seeing some sort of success after a decade and go, I'm gonna be that. Good luck. Good luck. It took me a decade. It took me multiple years to average above like a dozen concurrent viewers. It's not something that happens quickly. And so people go in with high expectations and get low results and go, what the fuck? And then quit. And you never actually get the opportunity to build up endurance or get good at this because you see like completable expectations and are immediately disappointed by the result. Which I think is kind of sad, to be honest. That's the neat thing is you just shut your brain off and fumble through exams. You know, every single physical exam I've done in person, I failed. The only exams I've ever passed in my entire life have been online. Just actually true. All right, so this is going to be an office on this half. You know what? Never mind. We'll just make this into the Captain of the Guard's dining room. I'll probably split this in half in the future and make the other half the not Captain of the Guard's dining room, make it into the Dungeon Keeper's dining room. Actually, no, let's just do that now. It'll be somebody else's dining room in the future. So because everybody goes into this expecting to make a living at it when they first start out, the actual result is most people don't make it that far. Or even get close. You're gonna go be a nuisance elsewhere for a while? Oh, it's all good. Thork, you've not been a nuisance. You've been very entertaining. You had a beekeeping channel on YouTube, had zero expectation on getting a large number of views. So far, the expectations were met. Yeah. Totally. Oh, I was done with school in 2011, and I haven't done anything with school since. And I actually honestly have absolutely no interest in doing anything with school ever again if I have the opportunity. School is not my shtick. You started streaming last month. You just do it for fun. Viewers are a bonus for you. I'm just there to have a good time and play games, and you've been meaning to play, but ADHD stopped you from doing so? Yeah. I mean, like, when I started streaming because I had absolutely no friends. I'd moved away from all of them, and I didn't like my girlfriend's friends. So I stayed at home and played video games on the internet and talked at people. And that's about it. You know, so Nicola on Discord asked me to make once again another request of me making an Advanced World Gen tutorial. No, that's it. I have absolutely no interest in digging into how it works right now. I got too much other stuff to do on my plate that takes way too much time. I'm not going to spend a very long period of time staring at a wiki trying to figure it out so that you can learn. You can read the wiki if you want to learn how to do that. Or go pester somebody else to make it. I'll make it when I learn that, and I'll learn it when I feel like learning it. And I have no interest in learning it right now. No, I'm not going to make a Advanced World Gen tutorial. I enjoy learning parts of this game, and the parts of this game I don't enjoy learning, I don't bother. And that's one of the parts of this game that I don't enjoy learning. All right, let's go down. You like helping new beekeepers with your limited knowledge because you want to make a career out of it? I've always wanted to keep bees. Maybe I'll watch your YouTube videos one of these days. You know, something's kind of funny to me about, like, YouTube comments, which is people seem to think that if I don't want to do something, if they ask nicely, I might do it. It's not the case. If I don't want to do something, I'm just not going to do it. You can ask as nicely as you want. It's not going to change the fact that I'm not going to do it. Is there any point to advanced world gen? Making worlds exactly to your heart's desire? The default settings are perfectly fine for me. I find advanced world gen to be incomprehensible and arcane, and it is the part of the game that I understand the least. And I've tried to get into it, and I've tried to figure it out because people have asked me to make tutorials on it for years, and I always just keep coming back to the original statement, which is no, because I can't figure out how it works. So if I can't figure out how it works, I am certainly not going to trust myself to teach you how to do it. I can figure out in-game gameplay mechanics. I don't understand what half of the words mean in Advanced World Gen. So would you rather I spend 6 weeks making an Advanced World Gen tutorial, or would you rather I upload videos every day? Well, then you should go make an Advanced World Gen tutorial, Moreb, please. I just check out the trailer from Adventure Mode. I don't see any point on Adventure Mode when you raiding someone from the Fortress Mode. I mean, having the visual map where you raid something would be cool. You are missing the point of Adventure Mode. Adventure Mode isn't just for raiding other places. Adventure Mode is having a completely different perspective on the world that you are in. You can visit your old fortresses, which is not something you can do in Fortress Mode. You can visit other locations which are completely inaccessible from Fortress Mode. You can use tools and learn skills which are completely inaccessible from Fortress Mode. You can easily build up a party of people outside of Fortress Mode, go to a location where you want to build a fortress, and then say, have 14 incredibly powerful soldiers at the start of a new fortress if you want. You do not need to use Adventure Mode purely for raiding other fortresses. Is that a thing you could do in theory? Absolutely, with a single dwarf or a party of characters. Or, let's just say, a rhino man. You like having strange characters that you don't have in your fortress already? Like, let's just say weird variations on animal people or different very different kinds of characters? Do you want to have more personalized characters that you can appoint to positions of power in your fortress because you just enjoy being around them because you've spent hours playing as them? Then sure. If you don't see the point in Adventure Mode, that is fine. I don't really see the point in you airing that statement in my chat because, one, there is a point to it. And if you could as a frogman make a king of a faction in Adventure Mode by simply going around joining a faction and then assassinating the leader and then going around and killing all of the heirs until you inherit the throne. You want to go tame a dragon and then ride it into a fortress and park that adventurer there and then have a tame dragon in your fortress? Do you want to, use some quirks and tricks to play as angels and then join a faction as an angel? You know. Oh yeah, all your dwarves will spontaneously combust if you make a world that's too hot. That is something I do know. So if you don't see the point of Adventure Mode from one pure trailer, that's okay. I don't understand the point of your statement. You can tame a dragon in Fortress Mode. It's just easier to find them in Adventure Mode. You can tame literally any animal. If you can get up close to it, you can tame it. Oh yeah, I'm looking forward to all that stuff, but there's no reason to get hyped about stuff that we're not going to see for a couple of years. Serious salsas. Well, all I can tell you for certain, Nicola, is I'm not going to do it. Just period. And asking me politely and nicely after I've said many times to other people that I'm not going to do it isn't going to make me do it. So, unless I suddenly go into a stroke of, I don't know, strange mood or whatever, and decide I want to learn, Advanced World Gen, which hasn't happened in the last, 8 years. I don't see it happening anytime soon. It's just not going to happen. I don't want to dedicate the time to it. There's way more other things that I would rather do with my time. I mean, there are some people that Adventure Mode just isn't for, right? Like, some people have absolutely no interest in playing a solo turn-based RPG in an open world that they've generated. And that's fine. But just realize if you watch one trailer, and that's 1 minute and 30 seconds long, that's presented as a teaser, that gives you a tiny little taste of some of the things you could do. And then you're like, I don't see the point of it. Okay. And? What? Oh, all right. Cool. Good for you. I mean, not really. It's a community term, Ash, and you're confusing Martin. People refer to themselves as going into a strange mood if you play way too much Dwarf Fortress and are talking about Dwarf Fortress when they decide to do something that's out of the norm. You know, like that Arch Crystal video I made in about 48 hours because I just decided I wanted to. Like, stuff like that. I would need to be really, 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 really manic to make an advanced world gen tutorial. And then I'd probably just get bombed out of existence by the two people who actually understand how that stuff works and go, this is wrong, 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 and this is wrong, which is probably the actual result that would happen, and I really don't feel like dealing with that. And every time I've tried to tutorialize systems in this game I don't particularly understand, that's been the result. And you know what? I'm sorry, I'm just not going to try anymore. There are certain things about this game that I don't understand how they work, and if I don't know exactly how a system works, I'm not going to tutorialize it. If you want half-made, crappy tutorials, there are plenty of YouTube channels where you can find that. I don't like doing that. It had many wrong in it? Yep. It's for the same reason I'm never going to make a give and take stockpile tutorial, because I can't make that shit work. Like, half the time, like, I'm convinced I'm doing that stuff wrong. Like, I understand how they work in theory. I can't consistently make them work, so I'm not going to make a tutorial on it. Same thing. Can we get adventure mode inside a raid on fortress mode? That's not how adventure mode works. So no. And also, I don't make this game. Go ask the developers if you can get that. I don't work on this game. I just play it, right? Your statement was, I don't see the point. Aside from this one thing that you can sort of do in adventure mode, but isn't a feature of adventure mode. So you don't see the point. Cool. Moving on. I don't see the point in discussing this. You don't see the point in the mode. I don't see the point in having this discussion. Kind of, but because there's no economy in Dwarf Fortress, it's like you can do bartering. Like, you can trade items for items. But there's no, like, real reason to, like, build a pack mule and fill it up with stuff and take it to a place and sell them, because all you can do is get other stuff. It's more about going on a journey from place to place. I think being an explorer is a more logical thing than being a trader. The game doesn't really have mechanics that support that kind of gameplay. I mean, let me reread what you said, because I certainly read like you didn't see the point. I just checked out the trailer from Adventure Mode. I didn't see any point on Adventure Mode when you raiding someone from the Fortress mode. I don't know how else I could have interpreted that. I mean, having a visual map when you raid something would be cool. I don't know how else I could have interpreted that. So... What's up? How you doing, Pulo? Polu Zion. Hope you're doing well today. I had to yawn halfway through that sentence. Dwarf Fortress is a world generator, right? It's a fantasy world generator. It generates you a large fantasy world that you can play in. The point of adventure mode is giving you a very different perspective to play in that world. It was also the original mode for Dwarf Fortress. When Dwarf Fortress was originally created as a 3-month side project from Zach and Tarn's current game, which was Armok. Slaves to Armok, God of Blood, more specifically. Adventure mode was the original Dwarf Fortress mode. And the way Dwarf Fortress played originally back in 2002, or their concept for it, is that you'd witness a fortress that was completely run by AI getting destroyed. You'd watch it happen in real time. And the idea of the game was that you would go in as an adventurer and collect artifacts from the fortress, which would then be counted towards a score. And your score would be given to you in the format of history about what that fortress did before it was destroyed and what happened. Yeah, that's fair, GP. But I don't know how else I could have, I mean, so to give you an idea, for adventure mode, you don't push a button in fortress mode and become an adventurer. You retire your fortress and then start a game as an adventurer, which is quite a bit different. So that original mode, when adventure mode was the gameplay mode, their audience on the forums were much more interested in the fortress gameplay aspect, so they decided to make it into a 2-mode game where you build a fortress, then the fortress is destroyed, and then you explore your fortress. And it's built up from there, right? So back in those days, the game was a 2D, very different game, right? It played a lot more similarly to something like RimWorld does now, where it was a flat plane that you would build on, and then when it inevitably fell, because it was inevitable, you'd explore it as an adventurer, right? But that isn't really how Dwarf Fortress plays anymore, because fall isn't really an inevitability unless you have no idea what you're doing. So at this point, the purpose of adventure mode is another perspective of exploring the game. You're not really a part of your fortress in adventure mode. You're a part of the faction. So I could start in my fortress. I could start here, but you're not really a part of this fortress. You're just an adventurer in the fortress. And the adventurers in the fortress are the people who come and visit your taverns. They are the random bards that walk by. Those are adventurers. They are the random mercenaries that ask to join your fortress. Those are AI-run adventurers. They are the thieves that come by to steal your items. Those are adventurers, usually. Sometimes they're villains, which is a different thing. But the adventurers are a thing that exists in the world that roam from faction to faction, either doing jobs for people or existing within the world, right? So that is the purpose of adventure mode, is another perspective to see the world from. If that's a perspective that doesn't interest you in the slightest, that's fine. But the point of it is just to have a different way to experience the world, which is the cool part of Dwarf Fortress. The cool part of Dwarf Fortress isn't the fact that you can make a fortress in it. If anything, this was the side mode. Depends on the beast and what it's made of. And again, depends on the demon and what it's made of. Highly depends. I mean, a mud beast is way easier to kill than, like in an adventure that I ran over the weekend on Saturday before I went camping that I was recording for the side project. I had an adventurer that found a cave, and the cave had a giant hyena in it. And I stabbed it a bunch, and it bit me pretty bad, so my adventurer was going to die unless I ran from the fight. So I crawled away from the fight and hid around a corner, and the giant hyena wandered out the door. And I waited for a bit of time until it was clear that the hyena wasn't coming back, and so I slept in the cave to try and mend my wounds a little bit. Woke up hungry and thirsty, crawled out of the cave because my leg was broken, and found the corpse of the giant hyena. Slaughtered the giant hyena, and then very slowly carried it back to town, and then offered the skull of it to one of the bards as a gift, and they accepted it. And then I retired the adventure. That's a little tiny adventure story, right? Of a thing that you could do as an adventurer. It's not Baldur's Gate, but it is, on paper, a type of RPG that isn't really made, because it is a game that allows a lot of mechanical complexity and possibilities with absolutely no structure in an open world that is wholly unique to the world that you've generated. because you can build castles and forts and see them live in quite a realistic way. It's a very unique as fort builders go. Totally. Which is also why Fortress mode is the most popular mode for the game. By a lot. I mean, I've talked about this many times. If you go back to, let's say, 6 months before Fortress mode released on Steam, there was a contingent of people that were saying, just drop adventure mode entirely and don't release it. And there are still some people who say that on the Steam forums. They're like, do not release adventure mode, just develop Fortress mode. And that's a take I massively disagree with. We're in an ad break now. But there are some people who feel that way, who do not even care that adventure mode exists and think it's a waste of time and development. And what's funny is, if you go look at the Steam forums or places where idiots post, or as that one person said on the Steam forums, muffin heads, which I think is pretty good. So if you go find where the muffin heads post, you will find those people. And they absolutely exist, that feel that, oh, adventure mode is a waste of time. Waste of development resources. And also the reason adventure mode is taking so long is because it literally is its own game. With its own mechanics, its whole own UI. And the reason adventure mode is special is the reason that Dwarf Fortress is special. As Moreb just said, Legends mode is important because it gives you context for your world. Fortress mode is important because it lets you make your world interesting and interact with it in a very physical way by building in the environment. And adventure mode is interesting and important because it lets you experience the world from an individual adventurer's perspective that isn't locked to any actual place. I look at the Steam forums because I actually think it's kind of interesting. It gives you a decent idea of what the worst parts of the community are thinking. It's sort of like the same reason why you would look at some games subreddits. The Dwarf Fortress subreddit's actually really good. Yeah, Legends mode, Ermalak. Without Legends mode, Dwarf Fortress isn't Dwarf Fortress. Legends mode is why Dwarf Fortress is interesting. And you know what actually shocks me? Is how often I talk about Legends mode being interesting and then realizing like a third of my chat has never looked at it. Which is nuts to me, by the way. I think that's insanity. That there are people out there who play this game who do not look at Legends at all. You are unknowing? I am sad that you are unknowing. The fact that you consider that way back in the day makes me feel old. I feel like early access is still a recent concept. You too? Well, next time you start a world, don't click on Fortress mode when you start a new game. You know, here, let me show you something for like 10 seconds. Let's save this. And also, it's all good, Nicola. You have trouble comprehending it. Why? It's super straightforward. There is a technical reason for it, and it would take them quite a while to implement it. But Tarns seems to be coming around on the idea, so hopefully they do it at some point. So start a new game in an existing world. Okay, let's go to the future realms. I can't remember what forts we did there, but we did forts there. Oh, trust me, like, the muffin heads are very easy to ignore. They are the people still going, this game's a scam for some reason. This is Legends, right here. Loads up every single event from the entire world, and this is Legends. So in Legends, you can look up your named dwarves. Let's just take a gamble here and say Bastet. Ah, there you go. This is a dwarf that I had in my fort. Bastet was a member of the Cult of Spray. So this is one of my dwarves from one of my forts a while ago, and their entire history. Every major thing they did. Bastet became a lover with Abam in 440. In 443, broke up. Bastet became lovers with Alex Davis, and then they broke up in 445. That was in my fort, by the way. In 464, Cog and Bastet become lovers. This was also in my fort. Then they got married, and then divorced in 480, a year later. became lovers with a bunch of other people, settled, and then after I retired that fortress, by the way, where they after she got married to Spatrax, she settled in Bridgesteels, which is a different fort, and this is after I'd started a new fortress, by the way. I became an engineer there, got divorced, and then left the Sword of Wheeling, whatever that is, left the Cult of Poetry, whatever that is, left the Grand Fountains, whatever that was, and settled in Ghost Razor, which was my fortress at the time, okay? And then it appears that they moved from one fortress into a different fortress entirely, and then proceeded to become a member of the Wooden Company, which was a guild. The Wooden Company specifically was a farmer's guild, my farmer's guild even, that I was playing in my fortress, and also became a member of the Guild of Fae, which was the Planters Guild. Okay, so she's a member of the Farmers Guild and the Planters Guild. She also then was struck down by the birthing angel Gristle Buds with a large multi-headed pale metal maul in Ghost Razor, at the end of Ghost Razor. That was a birthing angel born in 335 of unknown parentage and was struck down by Bastet, but also... What? Wait, hold on. Struck down Bastet, and then was struck down by the ghostly dwarf... Wait, hold on a second. Was killed by a ghost? What year did this dwarf die? Hold on. Settled in Ghost Razor. Oh, I see. Never mind. Came back from the dead a year after that happened. So that happened, and then a year after this dwarf came back from the dead. Got it. In fact, this dwarf, who was a dwarf in my fortress in Ghost Razor as a 504, did a whole bunch of stuff in Ghost Razor, struck down the angel, right? And then fought in several other sieges as part of my fortress, and then was suffocated, slain by the word cities, the Bronze Sandal of Sacrifices, so was strangled by this dwarf, and then came back from the dead as a ghost. You know, like, it lets you look back in on very specific dwarves, right? It lets you track down your old historical figures, but it also lets you, let's just say, I don't know, go to artifacts, and this is a human skull totem. This was a human skull totem which received its name from a goblin after preserving part of the human Durlu's body. So who was this made out of? Okay, it was made out of Durlu, who became an animal trainer in Brave Trenches. They fought in the splattered attack. It's a written history of every single major event that every single character in your world went through, right? In fact, this person almost got corrupted and finally died of old age, actually, in 112, and then was entombed in Brave Trenches in the tomb of Whiskey. I would like to be buried in that tomb. Actually, no, I'd like to be cremated and then have my ashes put in that tomb, because that sounds delicious. And then Bornkey received its name, Brave Trenches, named after the tomb it was put there by the goblin who, made the totem, and in order to sanctify Durlu's preserving the part of the body. In order to sanctify Durlu. So were you two friends? Were you friends with Durlu? Did you know Durlu? So, the goblin Ica. And this is just what Legends is. It's literally, it's a rabbit hole. It's a rabbit hole to fall down with completely unrelated stories, or could be related stories. Yeah, no, they weren't friends or anything. Although this goblin did corrupt the vampire. Interesting. Also, this human vampire was a member of the Creed of Ink, born in 93. But, like, this is why Dwarf Fortress is in an art museum. Is because it does this. No other game does this. This is what makes Dwarf Fortress special. And the fact that most people ignore it is kind of sad to me. Oh, I've done that, Lanix. And you want to know what happens? 2/3 of the people tune in for it. So I've done that. I've done it a couple times. Yes, you can, Lycam. Copy your save file. Copy your game install. Paste your save file into your copy of the game install, which you can do because there's no DRM on Dwarf Fortress. And then have 2 instances of the game open. Tab between them. You can very easily do that. At the end of each play session, copy your save file from the main install, and then copy it over to the second install. There you go. That is how you can very easily have both running. I used to do that on older versions of the game, not so much on current versions of the game, but You can absolutely do that. There's nothing stopping you from doing that. That is the workaround if you would like to have them both running concurrently. The reason that they were never built together in the first place is Zach and Tarn were worried that there would be spoilers, but based on their recent discussions about the topic of making Legends mode accessible from Fortress mode, and it being a pretty overwhelmingly requested thing, I think we might get that. I think it would be really cool if we did, because it's very clear that the majority of people want that. So generally when Zach and Tarn realize that people want something, they give it to us eventually. It just doesn't always happen immediately. And the reason it's not happening immediately is there's two major priorities for Dwarf Fortress development right now. That is getting adventure mode ready to go and playable, and what's the word? Getting adventure mode ready to go and playable, and patching bugs in the current game, which are the two priorities. Which is make the game run better, which they've done a great deal of work on. Make the UI for Fortress mode better, which Putnam is actively working on right now. And make Mark's Dwarves more logical to people who don't understand the workarounds for them. You'd love to click on a migrant and find out more about them? I don't think we'll ever get that detail. And also, you'd be very disappointed to learn then that a lot of migrants are warped into existence when they walk into your fortress. Like the ones that you click on that have no relations when they walk in, likely were created by the game for your fortress. Because you only get migrants with history if the game has them available, which the game doesn't always have. And because you can go through population way faster than the game has, like an average dwarven civilization has like 7,000, 8,000 dwarves, let's just say. If you have a fortress that had 200 dwarves and then 150 of them die, there isn't necessarily that many open dwarves available to migrate to your fortress. So if you could just click on a dwarf and click a button and boom, Legends mode, then what would actually end up happening is you just get history from when they got to your fort. Or it would say that they were born of unknown parentage, which means that they warped into existence. It makes them slow, but they will get stronger. And then speed up slowly, Bulan. I once had a dwarf that was moving really slowly, and I was concerned that they were injured, and then looked at their inventory and realized they were wearing about, I don't know, 250 pieces of lead gear. Which was very funny. It was like lead rings and stuff. It's like the training bracelets in Dragon Ball. No, totally. You know what it would also do? It would probably double, if not triple, the length of save time. And also it would take like 20 seconds to load into it. That's another thing that the brothers always bring up is, one, it would increase load times, which might get them negative reviews, right? For people who don't care, that's not necessarily a good thing for the game as a whole. The second thing is it would probably also increase the save sizes. The third thing, it would likely also slow, like the game would chunk to a halt. Like it wouldn't just be like clicking this menu. It would be like doing this every single time you want to load Legends. Also within DFHack, I'm pretty sure you can click a button to open up Legends for that world. Let me double check, see if that still works. I don't actually know if that script works. Let me see. Yeah, Legendary. Everything can get up to Legendary. Although Legendary strength for Dwarf is based on the Dwarf's size, which varies from Dwarf to Dwarf. Dwarves are not the same size. When getting ready for work, opened the door, stepped outside, decided to not go in, so here I am again. Wait, what? How do you just decide to not go to work? Okay, no, that is not correct. There used to be a command called like Force Legends or something, which had like a 1 in 5 chance to crash the game, if I'm remembering it correctly. That would just launch Legends mode, but you know, actually, hold on. I'm just gonna go down to here and pause everything on one of these except for making doors. Please make doors. You have time off you can use? Okay, that makes sense. Please don't get fired on behalf of deciding to watch my stream today. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. A lot of the older commands that just like don't work very well in this version kind of got removed from DFHack at a point. But yeah, honestly, the best workaround if you want to have both, if you want to have like the best of all worlds, literally just... Sweet. Okay, let's let the hens claim that and lay eggs. If you want to have the best of both worlds, your best bet is to just have 2 installs of the game, which you can do very easily. You could also like have a classic version of the game installed and a modern version of the game installed. The only difference is classic would just be ASCII, but Legends is exactly the same in ASCII. It's got a black background and like, you know, some slashes and dots and stuff on either side. You can have the same save files either way because both the save files are compatible with both. So you could just have like an ASCII install with classic and a modern install with premium, and then literally just tab between the two of them. There's also an external Legends viewer tool, but it wouldn't update in real time, right? And also, does Legends, correct me if I'm wrong, does Legends viewer work right now? I've been ignoring it because it wasn't working at least at one point, and I still don't think it has all of the features, which makes it kind of redundant, no? Yeah, you export your Legends, but like, was great, exactly. It works for you, kinda. Yeah, but it doesn't have like there's no real point in using it if it doesn't have the, I guess like all you'd have is you'd have like an annotated map. That's about the only real difference. I'm trying to think. It's like it doesn't show like the like details of locations and like armies moving, does it? Are we talking about Legends Viewer or something else? Because I know how you export the XML. I need to look into Legends Viewer again, see what kind of content it has right now if you guys can't even, like, tell me. But I personally don't really want to be able to look at Legends during a fort. It's not something I want to do, personally. But... actually, I need to check steel bars. 7 steel bars. Let's get these going. But more story info? No, totally. I get you. So older versions of the game, like this isn't me like making excuses or anything. The way older versions of the game worked, and I think you can still enable this, is you could only see the legends that you had discovered either in Fortress or Adventure mode. This was removed from the game for a variety of reasons. But I'm going to start making bronze as well. And you are going to make more steel. Actually, hold on. How are we doing for pig iron? But you could only see the legends that you yourself had discovered. So essentially... I almost have the hiccups right now. It's weird. So it's like... you'd go into Legends mode and you'd only be able to see things that you had discovered in Fortress mode. Which was a neat mechanic, but like I said earlier, was removed from the game for a variety of reasons. Mostly just people not liking that mechanic and wanting to be able to see everything. And that was due to spoilers. I would be very okay with that limitation specifically on Legends mode again if it was accessible in Fortress mode. I personally kind of am almost in the party of it would be too easy to cheat. I mean, currently there are some bugs right now that make it kind of stupid. Like, in older versions of the game, it was way harder to see who was a vampire, right? But now they're blue. That's a bug. They're not supposed to be blue. They are supposed to just look exactly the same as normal dwarves until discovered, and then they're supposed to be red, not blue. Which is very funny to me. But the fact that vampires being the wrong, like a color that they're not supposed to be, being air quotes a spoiler concern reason as to why Fortress mode hasn't had Legends access for a really long time, but now it's a possibility that we might get it purely because Tarn and Zach were worried about people spoiling vampires for themselves or cheating their way around vampires and stuff like that, when it's just been a bug in the game and they've just been broken for forever. I think that we are more likely to get what you guys want in regards to Legends in Fortress mode, purely because now that they've realized, oh, well, it's broken. It makes more sense for them to not worry about spoilers, I think. And I think them kind of coming around on the concept is a positive thing for us. I'm going to make a little food stockpile here. This is going to be a dining hall that's connected to this guild hall. It's going to be for prepared meals and drink. This was great and terrible. I felt so friggin' bad. For those of you who don't know, we were talking about this exact subject with the developers during the last interview that I did with them, because I have them on the stream every couple of months, right? Why am I not editing you specifically? There we go. I have them on the stream every couple of months, and we talk about Dwarf Fortress, and the subject of will we ever get Legends in Fortress mode came up, and literally their reasoning was, well, we don't want people spoiling vampires for themselves, to which I explained to them, vampires are blue, so they're spoiling themselves already. And they didn't realize that vampires had been blue in Fortress mode in version 50 since it was released. And I think they both simultaneously had a bit of a meltdown, which I feel real bad about. But also, yes, I agree. It was kind of great. Welcome back, some custodian. Also for reference, because somebody asked me this not too long ago. I'm not irritated today. I just have a lot of energy because I actually slept well. After camping is usually when I sleep well, so I'm just a little tired, but also got a good night's sleep for once. So I'm more awake than I tend to be, so I'm just kind of in a awake, hyper state, which I'm not generally in. How's your poor little dwarf? Probably dead. Let's see, though. Definitely dead. That or you never had a dwarf in this fort. Because it claims that you didn't, so I don't think you have one in this fort. Did you last watch in the Glacier Fort? Because we're not in that fort anymore. I don't think you've had a dwarf in this fort. This is not Sunbirths. This is a different fort. Even I knew that they were undead? Yeah, no, I mean, vampires are supposed to be almost impossible to find. I mean, I remember having a fort where I couldn't find the vampire. And I knew for a fact that there was a vampire because people kept getting eaten, right? And I was looking for this vampire, and eventually found it. It was my mare. Like, literally my mare was the vampire that kept eating my dwarves. And those kind of moments, I think, are really good in Dwarf Fortress, and I really hope we get those moments again. But we're not going to get those moments again until they fix vampires. So I fully understand why they want vampires to actually be a secret, but it's something that is being looked into and will probably be fixed by the next major update, if I had to bet, which will be out whenever they change the AI for archers and long-range dwarves. Stealth, thank you very much. I mean, you can drink if you're blue. Just please don't drink me. Dubba-dee-dubba-die. Hope you're doing well, Stealth. Thank you very much for the 4th month. Welcome back. Thanks for the first resub in an hour. Actually, longer than that. We had a Prime sub an hour ago. Thanks for this first subscription in an hour. There we go. Is it because of better building and keyboard function? Or do I have macros on hand? I don't use macros, and I don't think keyboard function has anything to do with it. Here, let me show you something. And the reason I'm loading this fortress is because I was loading old fortresses up recently for side project for various reasons. Jeez. And this is a fortress that I built in version 47. So if you ask me, are you an artist in Dwarf Fortress, and is this a recent thing? No, I've been making pretty cool looking forts for a while, including cool patterns, spiral stairs, interesting patterns for other things, cool trade depots and such. Now, I've been making cool patterns in Dwarf Fortress as long as I've been playing Dwarf Fort. In fact, wasn't this adamantine? No, it was microcline. Couldn't remember with this particular fort. Had a tower that went all the way up to there. It's pretty cool fort. I was quite proud of this one. Had gold walkways. Also, this fort, by the way, has 2 alive dwarves, which is because it's currently being invaded by hell. Yeah, no, I've been building cool things in Dwarf Fortress as long as I've been playing Dwarf Fort. I think you have to go back and watch the VOD to find out, some custodian. No, I've just been playing this game on and off for over a decade, so... Which isn't actually accurate. I more or less started in 2014, even though the first time I installed it was 2009. I've been aware of this game for over a decade. I've been playing it on and off since about 2014. But no, really, I don't care about what people claim to be optimal builds, and I build what I think looks cool. That's how I play every game. It's less just this game specifically, and mostly just the way I play games. I'm actually waiting for version 47 to finish closing so that I can focus on this again. It's less to do with thousands of hours of experience in this particular game. It's got more to do with I just play creative games a lot. Not quite. Because it was later in the year, but you could say 9 years pretty concisely. And also I said over a decade, which isn't actually accurate. It's because 2009 was the first time I was aware of the game. So I was made aware of the game over a decade ago. I've been playing it on and off for almost a decade. And I've been streaming for over a decade. And up here is where we are going to put ammunition. Do I have any favorite books? I don't really read books. At least not the kind of books most people think of when they think of books. I don't read fiction. Like at all. I think my most favorite recent book is John Romero's biography called Doom Guy, which was pretty good, which was about making Doom and then eventually Quake and Daikatana, and basically being at one of the founding members of id Software. That was very interesting. I'm not a big reader. I don't see well. Reading gives me eye strain. And ever since I started, and up until I started taking drugs to make my brain not unfuck itself, it was just hard to read in general because I couldn't stay focused on it. But once again, I don't read fiction. So there goes what most people are looking for when they ask for recommendations of books. Ask Telenartho what his favorite books are. Like, I really enjoyed reading through Confessions of a Recovering Engineer, which is a book about city planning. Oh, actually, here's a book. Flatland. There you go. Flatland, that's a good book. I like Flatland. Flatland is like the only piece of fiction I remember reading in the last, like, God knows how long. Flatland is fun. And it's actually like a nice short read, too. Are you in Ireland? Yeah, I know that they've been in Ireland for some time. That's where they founded Romero Games, where they've made several very disappointing games that didn't sell well, which is a shame, but... More so just curious. I get my media from music, not so much from books. And before somebody starts trying to recommend an Audible subscription to me, just give up, stop, it's not worth it. That's all I have to say. Because people who really like fiction get like weirdly militant when they find out that somebody doesn't particularly care for fiction. Basically what I'm saying is fiction readers are like Linux users. They really, really, really want you to know about their favorite series of all times. Cool, Telenartho. Sorry for comparing you to a Linux user. For whatever it's worth, people who tinker around with Linux are generally very smart. You should go read Flatland. Flatland's good. It's also a short read. It's like a centimeter thick. Flatland is legitimately like that. It's a short story. It's great. Oh, I enjoyed various short stories by Stephen King when I was younger, but I never actually read those in book form. I read them in PDF form, and I got them off of the Swedish Public Library. Because I was broke growing up, so I never had money. So I would download those and sit there and read them while I was waiting for Battlefield to install because my internet was so bad, and all I could really do was open a PDF and sit there. Good night, Diamond. Snooze good. Are they, you mean like the vampires, Christopher? They look like the intelligent undead. They're like a light turquoise. It's almost, some people have called them gray. Like it's somewhere between turquoise and gray. It's a very light color for the vampires. Okay, so we're at kind of a point of peace. Let's just see how many more bedrooms we need. Like, let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I'm just getting an estimate. 12. Okay, we're getting there. We are making pretty decent progress. Chat, do you think it would be appropriate to put bedrooms on the same level as the mayor's office? Or nah? You're a reader, and now that you're older, you like to read too. Listening to you is another form of being read to. You know, it's funny that most of the books that I think about, like, now, when I think of, like, books that I enjoyed reading, I didn't actually read myself. My older sister read them out loud to me. Like Lord of the Rings. I have fond memories of Lord of the Rings. I never read Lord of the Rings. I've never read Lord of the Rings. My older sister read it out loud to me once when we were younger. Because she wanted to practice reading out loud, and she liked reading. I hated reading, but liked the story. So I got Lord of the Rings because my older sister read it out loud to me. Same thing happened with The Hobbit. I've never read The Hobbit. Same with The Silmarillion. Never read The Silmarillion, but my older sister read them all out loud to me. Oh, I got audiobooks for years. That's how I made my way through the boring dog shit that they called Harry Potter. Like, I definitely did get audiobooks, but the way I got audiobooks growing up was I would go to the library and get either the CDs or the cassettes from the library because, as I said, we were broke. So I remember Harry Potter Book 6 being a stack like this of cassettes. And I have this really weird memory of sitting at my computer and playing the demo for the game Roll Cage, which I got. This was when they were new, okay? So don't you yikes me. And this is when they got, what's the word? PC Gamer at the library. And I got a copy of PC Gamer from the library that had a demo disc in it somehow still. And stole the demo disc out of it. And anyway, that became one of the games that I played most, was like a 3-track demo of a game that I never owned. And also, Harry Potter was a bad book and a bad series. I simply read them because everybody else was reading them, and if you couldn't talk to kids your age and hadn't read those or read the books, then you were some weirdo. So, in order to like make a bad attempt to fit in with other kids my age, I unironically sat there and read books I didn't like. I never particularly liked them. But in a high school setting? I mean, it's aping from a billion things. I never found J.K. Rowling's writing to be particularly good. And even as a kid, I found a large portion of it to be weird. I've also never been a huge fan of, like, oh, it's a thing that takes place in a school settings. Lumriel, the blacksmith, is going into a fey mood and has just grabbed steel bars. The world has changed. Yeah, now you have to buy Fortnite skins. We had it easy. Grabbing diorite. Although, like, I don't think it's changed that much. I mean, why else do you think, like, Twilight got so popular? Hunger Games is another example of that, where a lot of people read it because of peer pressure from other kids their age. That still does happen. I don't think it happens as often. Happens in the anime community with manga all the time. Same with comic books, but nobody reads comic books anymore. I never had a computer with a cassette drive. I kind of wish I did, though. I like cassettes. Cassettes are cool. Oh, yeah, no, when Harry Potter Book 7 came out, which I actually never finished reading, even though I did get the book for it, I made it about 80% of the way through and gave up because a month before the book came out, I can't even remember his name. I could ask my sister and get his name. There was a guy in kayaking, which was the sprint kayaking, which was the sport that I did at the time. He was a bit older. He was like almost 30, which is why I say a bit older, because we were all teenagers, right? He was like one of like the part-time coaches basically, and he trained the adults and stuff. So volunteer largely. He got a copy of a PDF file of the game, or not the game, the book, like, I don't know, a month before it came out, and would just like wait until we were all kayaking out on the water and scream, "So-and-so dies!" really loudly. And he thought it was the funniest fucking thing in the world. You gotta remember, I was like, how old was I in 2008? Or whenever, what year did that book even come out? Hold on, let me look up how old I was. Harry Potter Book 7. What year did that book come out? 2007. So I was born in 94. I was like 13, 14. So yeah, no, I was out on the lake kayaking, and then he would just scream that at us. So somebody in their late 30s was old for me back then, okay? Oh, I mean, there's tons of incredible readers that have read those. I mean, I remember enjoying the audiobooks much more than my own internal monologue of going, this is really fucking dumb. Oh, no, I'm 29. People think I'm way older than that because of my hair, and also because of the taken games I have, because I grew up broke, so I grew up with computers that were 10 to 15 years behind and never had consoles. So the result was, you know, I literally never got the opportunity to properly play a lot of games because I was stuck at home. See, this is how you get dwarves to go to a dining hall, connect it to the weapons guild, or the guild that's very valuable that you want them to go to, and then they will go hang out in it. We should make another one for this one too. I was born in 1994. I'm younger than a large portion of my chat usually. That is not uncommon at all for me. Which is funny, because for years my dad refused to believe that people older than me watched my streams, but, you know, here we are. I think that the reality is, on the internet, age ceases to matter, assuming you're not on a dating site. Like, as long as you're able to communicate with somebody, like, coherently, who fucking cares how old you are? Like, it really shouldn't matter. Unless it's a dating site, in which case, it absolutely matters. Fortunately, Twitch isn't a dating site, so we don't have this issue. Let's make a rock salt barracks. And this will be a connector to the barracks, which will be full of beds. So while they're training, they'll sleep over here instead of on the ground. Let's do some fun stuff. So while I'm constructing this, let's let them build. This over here. Let's use the diorite for floors. I might actually use boulders for the floors in there. I will wait until the walls are all built first. Very funny. Very, very funny. My rep. Very, very funny. Does anybody remember that day where I banned somebody from my chat for saying that they specifically go to Twitch to try and find girls? Does anybody remember that? And they couldn't possibly wrap their brain around why I thought that was weird? The humans have arrived, and to wait, are those humans? Yeah, the humans. A human faction has arrived to trade, so they must be literally from the other side of the mountains, like up here, because the area that they enter my fortress is literally coming down the mountain from the highest point. Who the hell goes to Twitch to flirt? I don't know, Zoomers maybe? I mean, not to be mean to my audience, chat room, but something like 4% of my audience is not male or doesn't identify as male. So, although that's taken more from like YouTube stats, less Twitch stats, but I still think that's really funny. Twitch is way less clear with those stats. YouTube, it's like 4% of my audience doesn't identify as male. Ooh, that's cool. Lunreal, Eturgareth, the blacksmith, has created Turdong Duthner, a steel cabinet, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Ognet Sneered Lances. If you don't have a bed and I can't put it in your bedroom, I have to make you a bedroom to put it in your bedroom, because that is very funny. Room, you do in fact have quarters. You already have a very, very, very nice cabinet, and that's cool, but we'll give you a second one. And we'll wait for it to arrive here before we description. And then we'll do some trading. Time to lug that cabinet around? Damn right. Also, chat room, thanks for the good conversations today. I've just kind of come to terms with the fact that, to a degree, I think I just have a resting bitch voice where some people just think I'm mad when I'm just talking. So, nice that people haven't, like, asked me if I'm mad all day today. Because today's one of those days where the speed and sound at which I've been speaking with my voice might make people think I'm upset. But oh, totally. No, but I'm terribly angry at you, Martin. Brr. Almost cheery today, which is weird. It actually makes me think I'm manic. I should talk to my psychiatrist about this. I don't know if that's a good thing. It's like, I don't know if that's a good, like, mental state to be in, is like, I'm happy today. I need to talk to my doctor. This is wrong. Anyway, this is a steel cabinet. Our craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with pomelo wood and round lime wood and encircled with bands of round diorite cabochons and finger lime wood. This object is adorned with hanging rings of diorite. On the item is an image of Attis Boltsnones, the dwarf, and Dato Puzzled Jackal. Doto Puzzle Jackal, the confusing The lizard demon. That is a hard thing to say. So this is I guess that's fitting, right? Doto Puzzle Jackal, the confusing, is a lizard demon in steel. Doto Puzzle Jackal is refusing. The confusing is striking down Attis. The arc relates to the killing of the dwarf Attis by the lizard demon. The confusing in Stroke Halls in the blue spike in Midsummer of 32 during Cocknacko, the Assault of Torment. On the item is an image of Touch Helpful, the Sienna Rawness, the Adamantine Crossbow in Diorite. On the item is an image of a hidden moon in Amethyst. Cocknacko, yes. Cocknacko. I like how this dwarf's uneasy after being unable to acquire something for so long, yet they literally have a steel cabinet in their bedroom now, so be happy about that at least. Also, now we have a legendary blacksmith, which means I should really make a blacksmithing. Guild Hall is what I should do. Let's sell some used clothing to the humans, shall we? And this time, humans, I'm not going to collapse a mountain right as you're trading, and you're not going to get obliterated into the ether by trading with me. Unlike that poor guy. We had a human get, like, completely eviscerated out of existence for trading with me right as I was caving in a mountain. I'm sorry. I apologized. I'll give them gifts this time for coming back and not attacking me. I mean, it's just like the depression. Get a haircut or dye your hair or whatever, as some people go by. For dwarves, depression, get a new cabinet. Problem solved. Or actually, it's more like get a new crown, or a necklace. We'll sell the copper helms. I've actually got quite a few gems right now. I do stuff with that. If a trader dies on your map, GP, it's the trader's civilization blames you for it. It doesn't matter if a beast kills them, doesn't matter if an enemy siege kills them. All they know is that they left the map and didn't come back. And so they whack you for it. I've been in this weird like Japanese death metal kick recently. So I've been listening to a lot of Hanabi, but specifically their first EP. Their more recent stuff's good too. It's just a bit too produced. I wish it was like less produced sounding. That and Maximum the Hormone. But I've also been listening to a lot of Fit for a King. I've also been listening to I haven't been listening to that much metal, so it's like question mark. Oh, a lot of Unprocessed, which is way too hard of a name to remember for a band. Basically, there is no way of killing traitors on your map without being blamed for it. So if you're going to kill traitors, expect to go to war with that faction eventually. Is there a reason you build minecart tracks over carving them? I think the built ones look cooler. And I can't carve them on non-built dirt, so I couldn't carve them on dirt, so I'd have to build them anyway. But mostly I like the way the built ones look. But yeah, here, hold on a second. This EP. This is not the perfect place to pick up a hot catch. No, but it's a real easy way to get yourself canceled. You were a freshman in college when I was born. And I'm good at a video game. I don't think that's like something to be super proud of in my part. It's like, you were in college when I was born, and I'm better at a video game than you. I mean...
Oh, crypt beer.
Maybe you're also a benefit to society. I'm really not. Darren, thank you very much for the 44th month. Welcome back. That actually is like a constant state of stress for me, as I feel like I'm not actually assisting with society in any like helpful way. What did they bring? Food? Okay. Well, geez. I guess we'll buy meats first. Trade. I'll buy fish. And leaves and fruit. Not an artifact. It's actually human clothing. I'll buy the cheese. There we go. Not many people agree with that, Nicola, but okay. Thanks, Thanks, Frega. Appreciate you.
This is madness.
A 13-year-old got the kill screen on NES Tetris, only done by a computer for? That's cool. What's your point? Happy 24. Happy 24, Hobo. What'd you do for New Year's? I climbed up a pointy rock. It was a good time. I had fun. Or rather, walked up a pointy hill. And then watched Vancouver explode from the top of said pointy hill. I mean, for sure. But depending on who you ask, contributing to people's habits of being terminally online is a negative to society. So I guess it really depends on your perspective and who you ask, right? If you think that being online a lot is a positive thing, then yes, it's a positive thing. If you don't think that being online a lot is a positive thing, it's not a positive thing. So there are examples of where this content creation style of industry is becoming a net negative to society. An example is actually the way China is using live streaming. It's becoming a bit of a dystopian hellhole, and that's being polite. So I don't know. And like also, if you look at what is happening in the majority of the live streaming world, and by that I mean like the IRL directories, if you look at what makes people the most money, it's actively being a detractor from society and making society worse for people existing. Am I contributing to that? No, but I am contributing to that industry. So I guess it depends on who you ask and your perspective at that point. That's not necessarily the point, though, Amian. But my concerns about my effect on society are kind of irrelevant at the end of the day. Just because it stresses me out doesn't mean it needs to be even remotely relevant to any of you. It's mostly just it makes me do a double take on how I build my content and what I do to market it and what platforms I put it on. It's that kind of concern. Like, what worries me is more, I don't, like, during the pandemic a lot, a new term emerged called doom scrolling, right? Which I'm sure most of us are familiar with, which is where mentally you are left at a net negative because all you can physically think to do is be on your phone and stare at social media. And as somebody who actively contributes to social media for a living, I am contributing to that. So ethically, I need to think about how I produce my content pretty carefully, because it is profitable to not be ethical about how you produce your work. It is profitable to be unethical, which is why gambling is such a large industry, right? So I don't think it's really me necessarily saying that I am worried about myself being a negative to society. I'm more worried about my industry as a whole. I'm kind of retracting what I said initially. I'm more worried about my industry as a whole potentially being a negative to society, and I need to figure out how to run my business in a way that doesn't contribute to the negative side effects of my industry existing. It depends on how you're consuming it, Nicola, over on YouTube, right? Are you on your computer doing something else that could be considered productive or work-related with me on in the background? Totally, yeah, I'm like a TV. Do you spend all day, every day watching my stream doing nothing else? I'm worried some people do that. Like, that actually worries me, right? I'll give you guys an example. Some of you may be able to figure out who I'm talking about, and if you know who I'm talking about, please do not say their name in my chat. Just keep it to yourself, okay? There was a person last year who gave me an absolutely absurd amount of money. Okay? This person deleted their account and vanished because they had been watching the stream virtually daily and watched pretty much every day from launch of Dwarf Fortress, actually just before launch of Dwarf Fortress, through December, through January, February, March. And in that period of time, it was like, I think I tallied it up at one point. It was like $4,000 or something. And I remember asking them a couple times on stream, like, are you okay? Like, that is absurd, the amount of money you're giving me. And this person basically said, yeah, no, I'm good. Don't worry about it. Okay. Then I do a subathon. Okay. And during that subathon, this person threw, it was like another $1,000 at me in like 4 days. And they reached out at one point and said, hey, you want to hang out? I was like, okay, sure. Why not? You're local. I know for a fact that you're local. Let's hang out. So we meet up and me and two other friends at the same day, we were going to a pub. So he showed up and came with us. And, we had some beers. We got a little silly and then he went home. It's totally fine. Then he vanished. Didn't tune into my stream for a pretty long time. Like quite a long time. It was a couple of months. And I remembered I reached out to him via DMs at one point and said, like, hey, just making sure you're okay. Because, like, we hung out and you talked about some concerning things that I won't state. Just making sure everything's good, right? Responding goes, oh, yeah, no, we're fine. It's just haven't been around the stream as much recently because my roommate lost her job and, like, making rent's been difficult. I'm like, but I thought you said you were good. Hold on a second. And then he showed up again, or watching again, totally normally, right? Everything back to normal. Wasn't tipping though. That's fine. He was just resubbed and just was continuing to watch. And I can't remember exactly what the context was, but at one point he just randomly dropped $100 on me. Okay, cool. Thanks for the tip. Next day, deleted his account. I haven't seen him since. Shit like that has happened to me enough now where I do worry about having a negative impact on people, right? It's probably not the majority. It's probably a micro minority. But it is something that crosses my brain frequently enough. Like I had a person who might actually be watching right now, who's supported this stream pretty heavily for quite a long time and still watches, and that's fine. Whose annual Patreon thing for the highest tier on my Patreon went through, and he reached out and was like, hey, I can't pay rent because that went through. So I refunded him the money. Like, no question. And then he went and resubbed at a lower tier, and I was like, mate, no, you can't do that. I refunded him that. I'm like, dude, do not up on the Patreon again until you have the money. And it's little things like that. And if you've been in this industry long enough, that kind of stuff starts to wear on you, right? And I know that people are able to do what they want with their time and money, but me existing does concern me sometime, right? No, totally. I don't want to be that person's bad influence, though, right? Punching Kirby? Also, it's good to see you, by the way. It's been a minute. So, like, certainly, they could potentially have fallen into something else, right? It could have been gambling. It could have been alcohol. Who knows? It could literally be anything else. But I'm just one guy on the internet, and those kinds of experiences stick with you, and you can't really get rid of it. Certainly, Nicola, and we're in an ad here on Twitch right now, which is why the game's paused, but certainly, Nicola, I don't necessarily disagree with you there that there's a big difference between, like, short-form videos and, like, let's just say TikTok as an example. But if the end result is you staring at your phone and not doing something that's beneficial to you, if that's the end result, it's the same, right? Like, I am an advocate for touching grass. I think touching grass is healthy. More people should touch grass. More people should go outside. You should not take a car somewhere and go for a walk. You should go to a park. You should spend time outside and socializing with humans, right? I walk up pointy rocks, and on my days off, people are often surprised to hear that I literally don't play video games because I need to be outside because it makes me less suicidal, right? It makes me feel better as a human being if I'm outside and around other people, even if I'm not immediately communing with other people, right? And talking with other people. Like, I can just sit. I mean, it's been pelting rain for weeks here. I live in Vancouver. It doesn't matter if there's snow or bad weather. You can still go outside, right? You can still be in a public space, right? Like, you kind of have to kill other living beings to live. I'm not sure what you're referring to. You also have so much positive impact. Totally. I mean, it's not like I'm going to stop doing what I'm doing. It's just, it is a daily stressor for me. Like, how do I make my content, like, even if it's just a small thing, like, think about it this way, right? Like, depression rising in young girls because of, like, the unacquirable expectations of Instagram. It's like, from that to even, like, at the very least, I'm just sitting here playing video games, right? So, like, the negative impact I can have on people is, like, minimal at best, because, like, at worst, it's like, well, I'm just playing video games, right? Like, it's not like I'm, like, a health and beauty tuber or some shit. But no, absolutely, Pepper Pangu. But you can learn from other people's problems and poor decisions, right? You can improve yourself based on other people's problems and issues. One thing that I really looked up to, and I don't think he does this anymore, but this was something that JP said, I think, on the Co-optional podcast like 2 billion years ago, right? And, like, I'm pretty sure he doesn't do this these days. But this was back when alerts for streams were becoming a thing, right? So when Night Dev and Streamlabs were making their very first, like, alerts things, JP, before Night Dev made his alerts and Streamlabs became a startup, had his own alerts. He'd paid a developer to develop on-stream alerts for him, okay? And they can leave. We've already done trading. That's good. And because he had done that, he got a huge influx of money because suddenly he was the one guy on Twitch that had alerts. Nobody else did. And that was a very novel concept. And I remember him saying that almost immediately he limited it so that people could donate a maximum of $100 a month. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, did one too many. And that might sound crazy, but his reasoning was he was worried people were giving him more than they could afford. And that is one of the most admirable things I think I've heard anybody in this industry say ever. But you would never hear somebody say that now. I still worry about that. The Greeks called such learning wisdom or something like that? Probably. I don't know. The Greeks had like a fancy word for everything, didn't they? All right, so we're going to get the barracks moved from just this patch of dirt right there to over here, this barracks. We're going to get the spicy vulgarity sleeping, training, and storing their gear and items here. We're going to get them doing everything here. And I'm also going to put beds over here. So they'll sleep over in this corner. If they need to sleep while training. We can get them to constant training. They'll now have a place to go. We'll give them chests to put their stuff in. And let's work on getting them fully equipped and decked out. Melee effectiveness. I've got to have somebody who's got some sort of training. Okay, need for training then. Man, that dwarf that keeps tantruming really wants to be in the military. Do I gamble it? Could you imagine Twitch limiting its max payments? Yeah, totally, right? Could you? Could you imagine that? I mean, do you remember when Twitch added the cheer emotes initially, right, Hobo? And they had one for $1,000, and they had a tier for $1,000, which broke some law to do with microtransactions for digital goods in the US. And they had to remove the ability to buy $1,000 worth of bits at once. Algorithm is loving me? I disagree. The algorithm doesn't like me very much. If the algorithm liked me, my YouTube channel would be doing way better right now. But it's cool that it likes me, at least for on the YouTube side of things, to a degree. Problem is, having a conscience doesn't pay money, right? And streamers are in this industry to make money. So I need to put one more dwarf in the military. Let's chuck Black Rose Bronwyn into the military. And see, what kind of gear do you need? Well, you've got pretty much everything available to you. Let's update equipment. What I need is, we need gauntlets, and then I need to sort out this uniform so that they can wear their boots. Versus like November when that person, they drop 600 gift subs and then an additional 160 at the end of the month. 150? Lily Jaeger, that one's odd to me. Like, I don't know how to deal with that, but they still have a Twitch account and pop into the chat from time to time, so I assume they're actually okay. It's less them and more like, if I know that somebody has a job, like if somebody's a regular in the stream and I know that they have a job that doesn't pay well and they do that, that's what concerns me. If it's a random, I generally don't know what to think about it. Like, I once had somebody just like randomly tune into my stream and drop $1,000 in bits and then vanish. It was $100 at a time. This was 2018? No, 17. Whenever Surviving Mars came out, because I was streaming Surviving Mars at the time. I need to cut some gems. Nope. Raiders cannot break walls. Dwarven engineering is impenetrable. Satisfied remembering learning about dodging. Satisfied crying on somebody in charge. Chucks is upset. Let's check my military, actually. If I've got some dwarves that are, like, pissed about being in the military, I'm going to remove them. Okay, Chuck, we are going to remove you from the military. And I'm going to replace you with somebody else, because you are not enjoying your time here. Let's throw synth that into there instead. Am I still making steel? Yes, we are. Slowly. Let's make 10 steel bolts.
Deaf, I swear. I'm just enjoying the content today, Crypt Undulates.
I have nothing against you giving me money as long as it's an amount of money that you can afford. It only starts to concern me when I feel like I'm having a negative impact on your life. And from what I can tell, Suited, you've been around this channel long enough and cheering consistently enough in what I would consider to be reasonable amounts, and you haven't shown any sign or concern around that, you don't worry me, for whatever that's worth. Like, the majority of the people who frequently support this channel don't worry me. It's when it's explosively irresponsible amounts out of nowhere from somebody who I suspect can't afford it. That's when it worries me. But for most people, it's generally fine. How was New Year? I sat on top of a pointy rock and watched the fireworks from above. It was wonderful. And damn near froze my toes off. It was very cold up there. But it's okay. We had bottles of hot water. Kevin started off the year by taking a dump in a snow pit. So shout outs to Kevin. I hear him shoveling at like 12:15 as I'm like going into my bed. I'm like in my tent. I'm like, what is that sound? Speaking of what is that sound, Anonymous donated $100. And they say, ooh, woo. Thanks, Anonymous. It means a lot. Well, they said it with a U. It was like you woo or whatever. Thank you. There you go, Blizzard. Notices your donation. Thanks, I hate it. Got temples for dwarves to pray, but they almost never use them and then complain that they can't pray despite being near a central staircase. Make sure that they don't have other tasks that they're prioritizing, because dwarves will prioritize jobs and work over themselves, just like humans in most cases. Okay, so now that I've got this set up, depends on who you ask. Some people say that I'm a negative, horrible person who like actively ruined their week. It really depends on who you ask and whether or not I've been in a good mood or not that week. So sure, I absolutely can be, but like I said, it depends on who. Oh no, Hobo, thanks, I hate it. Hobo knows I hate that, so it's all good. This is going to be kind of a military training area down here. We're going to put a dining hall here, which is going to be connected to this. I'm actually just going to use diorite boulders, because once again, I just want to get these boulders out of here. I almost never use boulders for construction, but I've got so many. I don't know what to do with all of these boulders. I hate it. That's all I have to say about that series of letters. But it's fine. I'll live. Reigns. You mean like the little flippy left and righty game? Like Tinder, but what medieval stuff game? That seems interesting. I didn't know they made a, go charge your phone, Bastard. I didn't know that they made a, tabletop version of that. It's actually one of those things where it's like, I wish that I had less empathy. Like, there's certain things where, like, I don't have much empathy for. Like, it's hard to explain without getting super personal, but long story short, I don't have that much empathy But like when it comes to well-being of other people, I wish that I had less empathy. Like, as it would make my job a lot easier. I'd be able to do a lot of things that would be beneficial to my job, but I can't. For one reason or another. You recently bought Songs of Six about a week ago, and lo and behold, you interviewed the creator, and it was awesome. That's one of the few interviews that people keep watching. I've done a lot of interviews, right, and over the years, and most of them get like some views the day they go up, and then never again. That's one of the few that people keep watching, which is neat. The Songs of Six one. It's like the only one that really got views post the interview releasing. The internet has made the emotion of thanks, I hate it even more and more prevalent. Wait, when you say Tumblr, do you mean like their social media or just like people on Tumblr have like observed? I suppose. Sure. And thanks, Mitchell, for the 4th month. Welcome back. I don't know. I've witnessed people that I knew fall apart because of the internet. In real time. And it's a soul-crushing thing to witness. Somebody that you knew at one point ceasing to be a person that you knew and become somebody else because of positive or negative effects of being too online. And because of that, it's something that worries me greatly. I would say more so about Reddit, but I guess that's also because I've never really been on Tumblr. It was never a website I really interacted with. I think I had an account at one point, but couldn't tell you what my login was. Still smelting gold. Orbs are all cheering up. If I can cram any more bedrooms into here. I could put one in here. Not really. Not tons of space here. Up here I can, though. Even if it's their job. If you do, tip well. And don't worry, I order food often enough as well. But when I order food, the place that I order from gives discounts if you order carryout. And I can just order through their website and then just show up and give them an order number and then leave. So I'm the one that's walking, but it's like 60% cheaper than buying the same food through Skip the Dishes from the same place, and I gotta walk there, so. Okay, so let's start castrating this mountain a second time. What's the priority on this? 4? That works. Not this layer, though. Customer who identifies as a customer service employee. So what you're saying is you hate Karens? The only time I feel I've ever done that in my entire life was when I had a pharmacist refusing me my meds, which is not a controlled substance, and there's no legal reason to refuse somebody insulin specifically unless you just want to be an ass. Like, you legally can. It's 100% their right to refuse the prescription to you, but there's no reason to unless you're being a dick. TLDR, I left a 1-star review, and now I have a new pharmacy. That's the whole story. Oh, yeah. No, I do that. If I go out for food or a bar, I talk at the person serving me the way they talk to me. But that's just because I worked in customer service for too long. Get that unforbidden and that unforbidden. Put them in there. I thought I heard combat sounds. Nope. It's okay. There's plenty of options for pharmacies. It took like 10 minutes worth of paperwork to do. And I moved to a different pharmacy. I don't really want to recount that whole story again because I already talked about it at quite a lot of length on this stream, but boy oh boy, that was an afternoon. I have too much diorite in this fort, chat. I just got a civil war starting in your fortress. Did you get a brawling under the influence notification? Do you have a lot of tavern goers? There could be somebody tantrumed in the tavern and punched somebody, which pissed off somebody, which pissed off somebody, which pissed off somebody, which pissed off somebody, and then you have 14 tantrums all at once. Calm down after a bit, but... Unless you told your dwarves to attack somebody, which could actually have started a civil war. No. Chat asking me why I don't clear them out all the time bothers me, though. But no, not at all. No, those are valuable resources. They're slowly getting moved. I mean, the only reason there's so many boulders lying around my fort, I normally have them all gone, is literally because there is, like, unironically, like, 20,000 lying right here. That's the reason there's so many of them in the fort still, is because we're working on clearing this out. So no, they don't. Thanks, I hate it. Arende. The Deep Guild has many members in Ceaturekeepers and now requires a Grand Guild Hall. I need to upgrade my Miners Guild, which I think is this one. Yeah, the Steel of Deeps. Well, that's okay. The value doesn't need to go up that much higher, so let's add some more tables. Oopsies, somehow I managed to tab out of the game, and I'm not sure how I did that. Let's also throw some statues into here. Or a statue, because that's all I have. I'm going to turn some of these into fortifications. Unless they're detailed. They are not. And we'll give you windows outwards. Doesn't help the value. Uh-oh, those ones are detailed. Do not do that, do not do that, do not do that. Dwarf, dwarf, dwarf. Oh, that's all I see. Stealth. All off of your fort. Do you want to know a trick, Kenichi? Boulder. Click on the eye. Boulder gone. It's still there and they can still use it for crafting, but you don't see it. Also, if you click on this tool, you can click and drag that feature. And once again, they can still be hauled and still be used for crafting. You just can't see it. It's always been there. You're welcome. So just be a little careful with it, because if you use this feature and you click and drag the whole thing, and then you zoom out, fort's gonna look kind of empty. But it'll still function. So don't accidentally forbid something and make it invisible, because then you'll start having job cancellations and be like, what's going on? Which somehow I managed to do. I managed to make one of my workshops invisible once in a relatively recent fort, not realizing I clicked the button, and then couldn't figure out why I couldn't put a workshop there, and also couldn't figure out why the dwarves were somehow still making items there, until I clicked on it and realized the workshop was still there, and then clicked the eyeball button. And then felt really dumb. So, you could also, let's just go to stones. Yeah, okay. So let's just say I don't want to see any sandstone blocks. So if we scroll down here, you see there's a bunch of sandstone. Okay, never mind. There actually isn't that much sandstone here. I don't know where all that sandstone is, but maybe that was a bad example. Anyway, yeah, you can like mass invisible stuff. So you could just be like, I don't want to see any boulders in my fortress. Let's just make all of these invisible. Now look, it's a lot sparser. Suddenly all I can see is gems. But my mouse still knows they're there. I wish that you could use that tool in your office. Just invisible things. You walk into your office and immediately, like, trip over a desk. And you're like, what the fuck was that there? There's a beehive there. Sorry, beehive. Booby trap the workplace. Yeah, exactly. People just walk into, you know, Stealth's office, and they're just like, Stealth's office, is the garbage can currently in Stealth, or am I safe to walk in here? Then Stealth has to, like, fill out a, you know, like a work safety thing, swearing that they're not going to place their trash bin by the door anymore while it's invisible. And also to take out the trash instead of just invisibling it. Sorry that I'm using you as the brunt of a joke, but this is just way too funny of a bit for me. I'm imagining this is like an Adult Swim bit where it's just like, so-and-so invents the invisibility ray, and it's a absolute revolution in the ability to, like, clean. Instead of cleaning, people everywhere are simply making their stuff invisible. And then mom walks into child's bedroom and steps on a Lego brick that she can't see, and it's just screaming in pain. Anyway, the power of invisibility rays. Now I feel targeted. I need my best. Yeah. I like things to be, like, obnoxiously clean. Which is why the best gift I got this holiday season from my parents was a vacuum cleaner. Because mine hasn't been working for a while. You would expect that on Tim and Eric. Yep, there you go. Yeah, that could work. There's any number of like comedic groups that could do that. Yes, I did in fact get the vacuum cleaner. They also gave me a lovely pots and pans set, so shout out to my mom and dad. Also, we are in an ad break. But I'm just designating digging. So I'm tripping over all of his ring prototypes in his tower. Falling down a flight of stairs, smacking his head. God damn it!
Exclamation mark.
What's up, Mind? How you doing? Thank you very much for the 51st month. You know, I never fully understood why the ring wraiths in Lord of the Rings, or whatever they were called, the Nazgul, I think, didn't just be completely invisible. Like, why wear a cloak? You're invisible. Aren't you significantly more dangerous if you're just invisible? Also, I gotta go use the restroom. I will be back in a sec.
Cheese for everyone!
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
Why are we nutting while I'm gone? Come on, Lanix, please. That one elf lady is still deadlocked with everything in the fort. They weren't meant to be infiltrators so much as terrifying leaders of armies. Certainly, but like, I don't know. I feel like it would make sneaking up on people way easier.
He has a sword.
And way less effort. Because everybody always immediately knew when they were coming. It's like, wouldn't it be better to, like, not have them know immediately when you're coming? But from 0 to 61. So wait, 0 is the bottom of the map? That's interesting. I'll tell you, it's really weird going back to, like, the really early eras of 3D Dwarf Fortress when the maximum number of Z levels you could have was 30. Just loaded a two-year-old save in an amazing cultivation simulator and was like, what is even going on? Yeah, that sounds like most loading of old saves that you built once a time ago and it's been a long time. Caverns are what, layer 16, I think? It's gonna take a dig down too. I have no idea, Lanix. I think it depends on your advanced world gen and your proximity to the ocean. I am not sure. What's the current project being mined out? So I'm building a moat, and this moat is going to go all the way down to the caverns. And then I might cave part of this in so that we have a view down to the caverns. I haven't decided yet. But the idea of this fortress is to just have a big old moat that goes all the way down to the caverns and basically acts as like a deterrent from enemy siegers, but also a cool aesthetic choice, and also giving Forgotten Beasts and whatnot the ability to just fly straight out of the fortress and into my fortress, or straight out of the caverns and into my fortress, which will be fun. That's why. Sup, Ash. How's things? Let's go all the way across with that. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I've seen bits and pieces of Cultivation Sim. Kind of decided it's not for me a long time ago. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to cancel all of these small repeating jobs. And instead just swap over to the make rock blocks job. Speed this process up. Another beehive added to the collection. I think you can have a maximum of 50 beehives on any map for performance reasons. I think it's 50. Could be wrong, though. All right, how's the military doing? Okay, so let's make... 30 silver warhammers. Let's make steel short swords. Make 20 of those. I'm not sure how much steel I have, but it's got to be enough at this point, right? Steel bar. Not as many as I thought, but... Okay, let's cancel that then. Let's do iron shields, maybe? Yeah, let's do 30 iron shields. Just trying to train up better smiths. I was holding a treatise on mathematics? Wait, were they actually sneaking around? Did you get the thingy that says that so-and-so was spotted sneaking around? Because that means that they're up to something. They're up to no good. Let's see how many of these we have. 10. 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We're going to make another melee squad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Not just now, but in a little bit, so I'm just kind of prepping for that. We're also going to put some beds into here. Let's do this and this. This and this. So this will be a second barracks, because I've got that one over there. Uh-oh, frame rate just took a tank. What the heck? Gotta be something showing up on the map. Probably a bunch of birds somewhere. That or we're getting attacked by vultures again. Or maybe somebody's stuck. Interesting. Oh, actually, I know what it is. It's literally all the channeling I'm doing, right? It's gotta be it. Channeling is very frame rate intensive for some reason. It's one of the few things that, like, the frame rate updates the past year haven't fixed. What, the military barracks? I suppose. It's not what I was really intending it for, but, you know. You had to go and make it weird, Baka Glass. Thanks, man. May need to change your to change Kilonite to normal usage. Are you asking me that? What, or are you saying you need to do that? I'm confused. Also, hi, Space Potatoes. What's up? Why do I need to change Kilonite to normal usage? I mean, I should really actually be making gypsum plaster. That's something I should be doing. You had an issue with unusable shale upward slope imploding my miners. I have no idea, because I've never seen that. Recently got DF after watching probably way too many of my videos. Well, cheers. Thanks for the follow 6 minutes ago. Now, did you get into my videos because you were interested in playing Dwarf Fortress, or did you find my videos and then get interested in Dwarf Fortress? What order did this happen in? Also, good news. I didn't realize this. January 1st, Dwarf Fortress hit 2,000 concurrent players. When was the last time Dwarf Fortress hit 2,000 concurrent players? Yeah, that's the highest player count since April? Damn. Yeah, highest player count since April. That's something. Cool. Yeah, I have no idea. I would I would send in a bug report. I would need to see it in action to have any idea of what's going on. Because, like, I've seen, like, random exploding trees before, but I've never seen just, like, exploding boulders. See, I mean, most people, a lot of YouTubers who make videos about this game make videos making themselves look really cool and really good at the video game. My videos, the goal is to show you that, no, this game ain't actually that hard. And also, all of those videos that are like, I survived 10 years in Dwarf Fortress. I think this fortress has been alive for almost 10 years now. And not quite, but we're getting there. Like, most of my fortresses are like 30-something years, generally. How was my New Year's Eve? I sat on top of a mountain and was cold. It was lovely. I slept in a summer tent in the middle of the winter, and it was lovely. Woke up early, watched the sunrise, shared pictures at the start of the stream. Watch the VOD if you want to see those. Or go to the Discord server. Or look at, I think, Twitter and or Mastodon or whatever. Pick your social media service. I probably posted some photos there. I think I put the most on Mastodon though. And Discord. Discord's where the most ended up. If you should bring it up. I mean, I know that I'll spot it eventually, so yeah, you can bring it up. I'm very clearly going for a particular pattern with these, occasionally rounding edges off. But if I miss something, it usually means that I misclicked, and I'll eventually spot it.
Crypt metal.
Merlin Buff, thanks for the 13th month. Welcome back, dude. Thanks for continuing to support this channel. It means a lot, dude. It really, really does. Alright, that should be most of them. Let the low frame rates continue. I also go up into here. Did I check to make sure that the mountain spike has support all the way down? It absolutely has support all the way down. For multiple reasons. I mean, like, this stairwell goes all the way down already, right? Which is my well, which also I can close this. So, yeah, no, it absolutely goes all the way down. You have to find fungus. Unless you can allow sun to see mud. So, if you can get grass to grow, which I don't know if it actually shows... Okay, so if the surface has grazable grass on it, as an example, like if you are in a temperate biome and you dig down to dirt or down to mud and you expose that layer to the sun, so you dig up and allow the sun to shine down through and then build a floor over top of it, that should theoretically make it happen. But I've never done it myself, so I don't know for certain. Although also this would technically be enough to support it. Another elf scene sneaking around. That's pretty cool. You've got some criminals. You should see what faction they're part of. If they're all part of the same faction, maybe you could go attack them. Be like, you're sending in adventurers to steal my stuff. I'm here to steal your face with an axe. Anyway, there's goblins coming after our children. So I'm going to send the military out here. 3 of them, in fact. Where are they going? Oh, they're running along the inside of the bottom of my moat. But very unfortunate for them. My dwarves are already firing bolts, I think. Flying bolt. Oh, okay, never mind. That's a cave swallow person. Dwarves are charging. Actually, do you guys even have bolts? I know I need to make them more bolts. Oh, no, they all have bolts. Bolts start flying. Yeah, they just weren't close enough yet. Snowdub takes a bolt in the right lower leg through the leather trousers, and an artery has been opened by the attack. The goblins turn and run. The dwarves are in quick chase behind the goblins. The smarter goblins are pretty far ducked down into the trenches, but the less smart ones here are being caught quite quickly. Dwarves are chasing them down and up the other side. It seems like the goblin took a bolt or two to the back, which slowed them down enough for the wrestlers to catch up. The dwarves are removing the ability to breathe from that goblin's existence. It's a terrifying day. Terrifying. Dwarves go back to training. And actually, I think I'm going to set these dwarves to monthly orders. And I'm going to set up a... I'm actually going to get this squad, the Ace Bolt, storing their stuff and sleeping in this one. Because they'll do archery practice and train in there, if I'm not mistaken. So now, they should put all of their gear and stuff into this area. Into the different weapon racks. See? Look at that. Ain't that cool? They'll do their combat drills, and then they'll unload their gear. And then they're going to go be put in bins. Because, you know, that's how that works. So they're practicing archery and training dodging. Yeah, the poor Gorblin. Dwarf wants to help somebody. What an interesting need. Another dwarf comes running up to fight. This squad, the Diamond Bolts. Exclude units in other squads with need for trading. Rare Candy. Iteb. Chikola. Let's get you. Let's bring in Jezza. How about Bubblehead and Atir, the Weaver. Avuz, the Gelder. And Diamond Destruct, the Weaver. And Bumrek, the Miner. You guys are all going to be on monthly orders as well. Let me cancel this. And set them to train here. And also here. They've used stands since this update, yes. The problem is dwarves will then come and unload some of the items and put them into stockpiles, but they will use the weapon and armor stands, yeah. And then go off and do their stuff, which is pretty cool. But in regards to these two squads, equip. Copy, paste, paste, paste. So I want my Marks dwarves to wear their gear all the time, but the melee military can remove their gear. Trying to increase the number of vampires in your World Legends viewer, and it said that there was only one. Any tips in creating tantrums so that you guys can have tantrums? In the difficulty settings, you can crank up the number of vampires that can attack. And any tips on causing tantrums? Not really, no. Because I just don't do that. So, because what you need is you need them to punch a statue or any type of furniture in a, what's the word? In a temple specifically. So I guess only have temples in your fort and piss everybody off? I don't know. It's not something I do at all. I'm not sure why this dwarf was found dead, but a dwarf was found dead. What happened? Who is this? This is Atir? What the heck happened to Atir? You fell. Did we have a cave-in? Huh, we must have. I don't know how that could have happened, but... Huh. Oh, I mean, like, okay, actually, bullshit aside, this is very hard to do outside of adventure mode without mods. But if you can get a vampire into your well and stab them once or twice, enough to get some blood into the well, and then you force your dwarves to drink specifically from the well, they will drink blood-contaminated water. You need to have spreading contaminants turned on in your settings options. The dwarves will drink the blood and become a vampire. If you want to do that, but they were talking specifically about with tantrums, but like, if you want to just make vampires, if that's what you're trying to do is make a vampire fort, good luck actually managing those. I find them to be obnoxiously awful to manage. But if that is specifically what you're trying to do, then yeah, that would be your best option. But it's very hard to actually do that outside of adventure mode. I don't know why my just plain rock blocks job isn't getting done. That's odd. Hold on, let me just try reassigning this. Concurrent players for DF hack. I mean, in order to be using DF hack on Steam, you also have to be playing DF on Steam. So wouldn't those be like, because like there's 380 people using DF hack on Steam, which is not their highest player count. So I'm not sure why you want me to look at DF hack, Jesse, over on YouTube chat. Are there hydras in this game? Yep, they're just rare. Could you have undead hydras heads that were cut off? Theoretically, I've never seen it. Although I don't go out of my way to look for mega beasts, really. But I had a hydra in my last fortress. I never really did anything with it because I was hoping I'd get a breeding pair, but... Yeah, I don't know. There might be an option in Advanced World Gen to just crank up the number of vampires. I know that if you increase the savagery of World Gen in normal World Gen, you'll generally get more vampires. Also, the older the world, the more vampires that will exist, because younger worlds, like less than 250 years, tend to have a lot more beasts, like Forgotten Beasts, dragons, hydras, those type things. Older worlds, like closer to 1,000 years worth of World Gen, tend to have more vampires and were-creatures because... And zombies and necromancy and stuff like that, and experiments, because those are, like, the stuff that's still alive by that point. I once had a human neck reanimate into a zombie and do nothing but scare a bunch of children until the dwarf kicked it and it died. Which was one of the funniest zombies I ever encountered in this game. I didn't even drop a frame, so I'm not sure what you mean, awkward. Sounds horrifying? Not for me. It was very funny for me. Maybe for the person who saw it. The dwarves have arrived to trade. Alrighty. Man, this screen hasn't been indexed, so it takes so long to open it. You know what? I'm going to sell these arrows because I'm not going to use them, and I'm sure as shit not going to take the time to melt them down. So let's sell them arrows.
Can a bone saw get a dwarf in this business?
Can a bone saw get a dwarf in this business? If you ask me nicely. That seemed pretty nice, though. So I will give you a dwarf. You don't have to give me money to do that, though. Not allowed to export quivers. Okay. Yeah, we can just sell that bin. sandals and this stuff. I'm in an ad break now. But that means I can name you a dwarf bone saw. Give me a second. Bone saw. I think I counted those letters correctly, is frequently depressed and dislikes abstract discussions and would much rather focus on practical examples. He is grounded in reality and he tends to hang on to grievances, and he is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and he tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others. He can sometimes act without deliberation, and he isn't particularly ambitious. He is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and he likes a little excitement now and then. He doesn't handle stress well, and he generally has a greedy streak. He likes to brawl, and he tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. He has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. And he is moved by art and natural beauty, and he's troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't care about anything anymore. Personally finds sacrifice to be one of the highest ideals, sees perseverance in the face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish, and finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff. He's got passing acquaintances and no friends. He's a member of the doctrine of judging, which is the most popular god, and worships Ninur, who's the god of laws and a bunch of other things. And I never actually made this valuable enough. I am a fool. Yeah, just like me on most days. And arrows to dwarves, you monster. I mean, it's convenient. Sometimes you take the convenient route. This mode is already starting to look pretty cool. Because ideally, I want this fortress to just look like it's floating. But this is already becoming a pretty rad effect. This is wonderful. Seasonal affective disorder is ringing. Yeah, I just have affective disorder. It's always depressed. Doesn't matter the season. Sometimes I'm better at hiding it than others. Apparently we're out of coal. Great. I have 1 Coke. I'm out of fuel. Okay, well, we are out of coal, so let's mine out more coal, or see if I can find more coal to mine out. All gold on that layer. It's all gold in that layer. Gold, iron, gold, iron, gold. Shirts. Such a weird fort. Just getting to, you know, go up to look for more resources. Yeah, but then I would have to dig down that far, which I kind of don't want to do. So yes, I could do that, Arende, but that would also require me doing something that I don't want to do, right? Because I have open caverns, right? That would require me likely hitting multiple more caverns, which would make the fortress even more vulnerable than it already is, right? And if those caverns had access to 2 more caverns underneath that, which is likely to happen if I dig down that far, would make what I'm currently trying to do, which is already difficult enough, even more difficult. So in a world where I just sometimes have to scroll around on the surface and find some coal locations, I don't really think of that as such a big deal. So yes, I could do that, but no, I will not do that. Especially because, like, there's this beautiful source of coal all over here. It's a matter of looking for it. I'm also digging down underneath my fort, and I've found coal a couple times as well. It just sometimes requires me to go out of my way to get it. Besides, got coke. Might as well use it. Also, that wouldn't help me making steel. I would only half fix my problem. I'm your outpost from the mountain homes. I'm your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. What request do you have of our merchants? Oddly enough, you know what I'd like to request of your merchants? I would like to request more coal, in fact. Let's go to stones. Stone. And let's scroll down to bituminous coal. Prepared meals is what they want. Well, I'm not going to give you a more OP version of the most OP trading goods, so no thanks. No. Trees is a very inefficient use for coal. You only get 1 coal per log burnt. That's very inefficient. I much prefer the significantly more efficient bituminous coal, where you get, I think it's 4 per piece mined out, which is significantly more efficient. I'm not using any mods, Gaston, which is cute. No, I mean, I've got there's tons of trees down in the caverns. Like, that's not an issue. What tile set is this? What? Where's your kappa, Bonesaw? Where's your sarcasm indicator? A sentence on its own is hurting my brain. So, I just would like to confirm something. I have a short on YouTube talking about my favorite Dwarf Fortress story, which is about a queen who would marry and murder her husbands and wives multiple times a year and then resurrect them as zombies because she also happened to be a... she also and happens to end up being a necromancer as well. And I get a lot of comments that are like, this is normal bisexual behavior. Bitch, there's nothing normal about murdering people. Sexuality ain't got shit to do with it. The weird part is she's murdering them and eating them. Or, not rather, murdering them and resurrecting them as zombies. That's the weird bit. The fact that it's husbands and wives isn't what I'm exclaiming in that clip. Who fucking cares?
Bring out your dead.
Anyway, Shark, yes, we should bring out the dead and send them off to invade our neighbors. It's okay. You want to know here? You know what? I will answer your question with teaching you a lesson. You want to know how you can tell what material is made out of a thing if you have it selected? I currently have it selected, so you could actually figure out what it's made out of just by looking at it. You want to know how you could figure that out? Well, if you look at it, the top 3 things have a little house next to it. That indicates the material that it is made out of. So it's made out of nether cap. There you go. You just learned something. Happy to help. You stopped getting regular trade? Sounds like you screwed up somewhere. Unrelated to anything, I think the next fort that I do is going to be on some sort of haunted island, and we're going to do like a horror island embark. Just because I think that might be fun. Done. We did the trading. Generally, with some exceptions. Because I've done so many like longer term forts and I know I'm going to be in this fort for a while. Kind of want to do something short. But no, we're going to finish this fort first, which I'm going to be doing for the next couple weeks probably. Ooh. That's a problem. My peacocks have grown up. How are we doing up here? Just get rid of these two. You two. Update your equipment. So I kind of want to just get this squad training pretty consistently for a little bit so that I can see what they're all using. It's good to see a dwarf focused. There's a hamster man monster slayer that has become a resident and he's using a silver whip and he is delightful. Just for scale purposes, just remember a hamster person is about a quarter the size of a dwarf. Which is why they're really frustrating to play as adventurers because they can barely carry a couple of bolts. Which means if he's wielding like full weapons, either it's sized for him, which is interesting, or like he's like tiny man in massive armor. It's a real streaming service now. I mean, is Peacock even available in Canada? I've also got chickens now. Let's just get all these chicks designated to here. Uh-oh, I got dwarves in hospital, and I need to figure out why. Ducklings also going here. And over here, let's just make sure all the peacocks are assigned in the right place. There you go, I can unlock these now. That may also have had something to do with the frames. You're injured. Why are you in hospital? Shoulder is fractured. Ow. What are you? Needs dressing, needs immobilization. I really need a better hospital. I really need a better hospital. Your wife bought you a Vile Force of Darkness mug last year and a tattoo voucher this year. Am I allowed to combine the two? Are you asking if you can get a Vile Force of tattoo? If that's how you want to live your life, more power to you, mate. I'm not going to say no. I'm also not going to sue you for using my art as a tattoo. I know that, like, there's some people that are weird about, like, art that they've made being used as or art that they own being used as tattoos, but I don't care. I also can't tell if that's a serious question, but, like, you know, you do you, man. Also, sounds like your wife has good taste. You're pondering important DF questions today? Which ones in particular, if I can ask? Also, the YouTube stream is at 97 likes. Let's try and get it up to 100. You have a 6-month time limit? I mean, if you want to get a Dwarf Fortress related tattoo, there are many awesome Dwarf Fortress related tattoos you could get. I don't know if I would get a tattoo of a streamer's art. And I say that as a streamer. I don't know if I would do that. I do owe chat a tattoo of like a classic ASCII dwarf at some point, but I ain't. Oh, by man, I'm typing in dwarf. But I ain't doing that anytime soon. Not until I get another tattoo, which I haven't done in ages. Yeah, I don't know why they're not just getting generic rock blocks orders assigned. That is odd. Well, let's just do this. Just make rock blocks on repeat, man. Like, what's up, Wasabi? Ah, makes sense, Alfie. I like how they're all training in a perfect little line. Look at this. Zelastaris wants to acquire things. We are going to do something with this. I'm going to go to... my tavern, the Cobalt Pepper, and I'm going to make this training hall into part of my tavern. So, something else I'm going to do, I'm going to throw a couple gold thrones into here with my head cannon of that dwarves can come down here, eat and drink, and watch the soldiers train. But first I need, coal. Let's actually go here. And let's just make 50 charcoal. You know, I haven't seen a single were creature in this entire world. So, that, and, you know, it would have to be a public tavern, which it isn't. So, I do have public spaces in this fort, but it's not the tavern. I'm also pretty good at keeping were creatures out of my forts, so I'm not particularly worried about that. Let's go down here. Were creatures are kind of a non-threat, really. If you are familiar with how to deal with them. And I like to think I'm pretty good about dealing with them, so. It's more so that dwarves can come down and converse with these dwarves and they can take breaks. Also give them a bit of a break. Get them back to more staggered training. Dwarf had a melon in their backpack. Also, something I think I forgot to turn back on. Back to collecting webs. Let's see how much cloth I have. Plenty of pigtail cloth. That's good. You had a wolf woman bard that lived in your tavern. Rest in peace. Should have given her a bedroom. If they're if they are like living there permanently, you can give them a bedroom. The problem that I have with animal people is it's really annoying to make them clothing. Yesterday you watched a new player lose his entire fort to a warehouse plague. Yeah, it'll happen. I would say that were creatures are kind of like a new player trapped to a degree. Like if you know how to deal with them, they're pretty easy to sort out. The problem is very few people actually know how to deal with them. New players in particular very much don't know how to deal with them. But, you know, comes with the territory of, you know, being a new player. I think I just lost a dwarf. My population dropped. Unless I was at 101 and not 102. Also, let's check bedrooms. See how we're doing on bedrooms. Because I might be able to open up the population in migration again. Okay, we're still working on it. I need a handful more bedrooms before I can do that. Which I can finish up. Just go to tasks, just go start building. People always talk about that, and I will, rather than elaborating, because people always make me elaborate, they are designed, where creatures are designed to be something that destroys your fortress. They're not even like vampires where you can sort of make them work if you focus only on them. They kill each other when they are in were form, and they also topple buildings and destroy things. They are not usable in fortress mode in any fashion, really. Aside from maybe having one of them in a pit to drop a dwarf you don't like into, but then they'll kill each other upon the full moon. So, no, really not. They're not useful in any real fashion. The only use for them is exterminate them and get them the hell out of your fortress as soon as they get in. But people always like ask me to elaborate, and I refuse to elaborate on that at this point. They don't work. If they were designed that way, maybe, but they are not. If you want like super powerful like shock troopers, look into resurrecting the undead. I will say, being a were creature in adventure mode, kind of cool. But, you know, different subject. I really liked the almost horror movie short fort that Krug Smash did about the adventurer that built a little tavern to let people come and visit, but little did they know that they became a were creature, and then they murdered everybody in the tavern. Oh, that was one of my favorite things Krug's ever did. Or has ever done, rather. Yes and no. And chest. How does one raise the undead? Is it bad that my knee-jerk response is very carefully? You need a necromancer. And then I don't know what the chance is, but they will not raise the undead unless they're being startled. So you need to scare them. There is a % chance that they will be one of 3 things when they are resurrected. Or 4 things, actually. Neutral, dumb, undead. Okay. So undead that's neutral to you, considered friendly, and they just chill. So neutral dumb undead, hostile dumb undead, or intelligent undead. And if they, sorry, that's only 3 because there isn't a 4th. I guess theoretically they could be hostile, intelligent undead, but I've never seen that, so I'm assuming it's just the 3 of them, right? So neutral undead that aren't useful, enemy undead, and friendly undead. And the friendly undead that are intelligent have a chance to join your fortress, which after existing for a little bit, they will just join your fortress. When they join your fortress, it's just like any other like person requesting to join. It takes them a little bit, and then you can assign them tasks. Otherwise, up until that point, they just run around and like haul stuff for you and whatnot. Although wild animals are just hostile, period. Only intelligent creatures that were like a previous member of your fortress have a chance of not being hostile when you resurrect them. I have a video on my YouTube channel. Let me find it for you real quick. Called The Great Undying. There it is. This maybe will give you some ideas on how to do that. That was my Halloween fort. It's not something I generally do because I find it pretty tedious, but... Noel, you have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. Happy New Year. Here's to 2024 being less shit than 2020. 2023 was a really rough year for me in a lot of ways. But yeah, you need a necromancer. Let's do bedrooms up here. And I'm also going to go down to here. And while they are digging that upper area out, we're going to start filling this in. Also think I should make another stoneworker's shop down here. There's another stoneworker's shop right here. You know, when you said 98 now in YouTube chat, I thought you meant my population went down to 98. I was like, what the hell happened? I was like, no, it's not. And then you're talking about likes, probably. Had me real worried for a second. But thanks for the likes. Appreciate it. Looks like a Pokeball on the map. You are not wrong. It does. Interesting observation. I would never have thought of that because I don't ever think about Pokemon. It's going to take so much more time. I'm trying to decide something right now. Do I work on front door and defenses, or do I work on digging down to the caverns? What would you guys prefer? I know that we're in an ad right now on Twitch, but I'm going to need front door / defenses. But I also need this to go all the way down to the caverns. And I'm thinking that front door / defenses are going to be in that cliff face on the other side of the map. Have I been attacked yet? Yes, multiple times. Goblins are attacking, and there's a dwarven faction that's pretty close by that we're at war with. We've also been attacked by multiple forgotten beasts, of which I haven't actually fought with any of them. I've trapped 2. Because, like, I guess the long-term idea is that the caverns would be a form of defenses. They walk in here and then walk down to the caverns and then have to deal with it. Oh, let's just dig right through that this time. I have to deal with whatever comes out of the caverns. Assuming I'm not just, like, keeping it dead. Be another possible outcome. I've trained up my military quite a bit since then, but yeah. My military's in a much better state. That was maybe a bit of a silly attempt by me to fight that, but... Although something that I've been wanting to do... Let's send the diamond bolts out to search sunbirths. Because that is one of the goals of this fort. Let's see if they can make it there and back, and let's see what they bring back. Wish my good dwarves luck on their first ever thieving mission. Sending a bunch of recruits. First, they're going to go grab their crossbows and their quivers and their bolts. Thanks, Paxmac. You had a rough year? Me too. Financially, I had the best year of my life, which is why it was kind of a rough year, but like personally, it was one of the worst years of my life. So. But cheers, and best of luck making this year better. Explore sunbirths. There you go, Avus. Go and explore sunbirths. May you come back with many great legendary artifacts from the great fortress of Sunbirths. What am I filling this moat with? Oxygen. It's not going to have anything in it. It's going to go all the way down to the caverns. Basically like being like a inverse kind of dome thing almost. That's going to go all the way from here down to the caverns. So it's not going to be filled with anything. Believe it or not, dry moats are actually more effective than wet moats in Dwarf Fort. Less of a moat, more of a massive pit. Yeah! With a massive spike in the middle. So since I kind of screwed up and left this along here, and I've got the dwarves pretty consistently digging out this, I think we're going to finish this. We're going to finish making all this get dug out, is what we're going to do. And because this won't take too long. Once they're done digging out this layer of the moat, I'm going to get them to start working on digging out that. So we're going to get them to finish this, which they're currently digging. Then we're going to cave in that chunk of stuff. It makes them unexist, actually. Giant blue lizard. And also, giant blue lizard, if you're that dedicated to that, leave my chat right now before I time you out. If you are that dedicated to that bit. So do yourself a favor. And do us all a favor. And don't be dedicated to that bit. Because all you'll do is raise my blood pressure and make the day of everybody in chat a little bit worse. What's up, Bane? You know how you can drop a block a few Z levels like a block into an aquifer? Sure, what happens? So are we talking about constructed blocks? or non-constructed blocks. If we're talking about a carved out segment, the segment falls as is and lands wherever it lands as is. So if you say, dig out this all the way to the surface and drop this, it'll land as it is wherever you're dropping it. So if you are dropping it into an aquifer, let's just say, it'll plug the aquifer. The aquifer will cease to exist on those walls, and you can dig through it. That's called corking an aquifer. It's an old school strat. Now, if we're talking about a constructed object, it disintegrates on the way down and ceases to be a constructed object and just falls down as a bunch of boulders or blocks or whatever it was constructed out of. All good, giant blue lizard. You know, honestly, moats I find with liquids in them, like lava or water, are more likely to do more damage to your dwarves, plus they need a built-in way to drain them, versus a dry moat which just stops the enemy from being able to path into your fortress, right? Like, this is a dry moat with an overhang. Nothing can... If this is shut, this fortress is impenetrable, more or less. They could try to climb this, but if I put a wall on the outside of this, this is a 100% impenetrable fortress. They cannot get in here. Yeah, no, that too. If you drop a hollow natural room, all of the ceilings will collapse. Yeah. So if I were to say, drop this tower, right? It would land in roughly the same shape it was when I dropped it, except like this floor would be disintegrated, right? Because all of this would cave in. Same with all of this would cave into here. But it would be really cool if somebody built a self-destruct lever into this fortress, wouldn't it? Anyway, I'm definitely not planning to do that. You have no proof that I'm planning to do that. Definitely not. I don't know if I will actually end the fort that way. I will probably not end it that way. I just want this fortress to have the capability of doing that. Is mostly all I want. These dwarves are training as wrestlers, but they're also training as Marks dwarves. So they're training as Marks dwarves here and wrestlers here. So I got both my ranged squads kind of taking turns firing bolts. And training. Wrestling. There's a ghost or a gremlin hitting the self-destruct lever, and then me hitting the quit without saving option and going back to the last save, but yeah, sure. It would be pretty funny. But expecting flying dragons to be fun when they are finally added to the game. What makes you think they will be added to the game? I like it when people ask me questions like they know exactly what's being developed for this game. Wait, where did they say that they're going to add flying dragons? I'd love to see this. I've never seen this information from the development team before. I know they've talked about a dragon generator, which is going to generate dragons that can shoot different types of materials, but I don't ever recall them saying they'd be able to fly. It's an interesting diagram. All I see is hugs and kisses. Salty. Sure, but you're never gonna get... I guess when people love, like, theory crafting and asking me about what I think when they finally... Me stating that would essentially confirm that that's a thing that I've heard that they're planning on doing, which I haven't. So I'm not going to give you the satisfaction of getting that response because I've never heard them say that, so I have no idea. Do I think they would be fun? I don't know. I don't think they'll get added to the game because I've never heard of this. Imagine like a dragon that shoots molten steel instead of fire. That is probably more likely. Birds ruin your shit, screw dragons. Yeah. Do you remember those where the bird demons from the last fort that shot fire and webs? Those ones are rough. Water Lyman, can I send you to prison again, please? Magic is in the works in that they have some notes and a prototype. Magic is not in the works outside of that. So I would argue Magic is something that they have outlined for the future of the game. Is it in the works? That's maybe an inaccurate statement. I think they would be exactly the same as other flying creatures, except they could breathe fire, and dragons are exceptionally rare in the game, so I don't think it would change the game much, no. You've never seen a dragon? They are quite rare. They used to be a lot more common, but then they added a lot more things to the game. But no, you will never get me to give you like direct answers from theory crafted questions, because what happens is I made this mistake a couple of times during the development of Steam's version, where I theory crafted. And then people ask me why those features hadn't been added to the game yet after this version came out, and I just don't theory craft anymore. You can ask me to theory craft all you want. I'm just not going to do it. I'm also not going to tell you what I'm excited for, specifically, aside from whatever the next update is, because it turns out I have more influence than I realized. So when you are asking me pointed questions like that, I can't give you a response, because I don't want to get people excited for a thing that literally doesn't exist and isn't planned. Right? So I have to be pretty bloody careful with how I talk about this game. For better or for worse. So this is going to be my hospital lair. I don't understand. Well, wait, hold on a second. Are you suggesting that the stakes are smoking weed? You know, I've heard that, like, a not stressed out animal tastes better. So, you know, if it makes the animals happy, I'd be all for pot smoking cattle. Just saying. Only if it makes them happy. Weed cows, let's go. Excuse me, sir. Weed cows, let's move. Definitely not the peak of humor I've had in my life, but you know, hey, I try. Okay, let's put another block there. What? Okay, no, I thought a dwarf was dying right there. I was like, why is there blood everywhere? No, it's goblin blood. That's fine. Beep, 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 beep. Ognet the blacksmith has been taken by a Fey mood. I know this about you, Bastet. Need bones, silk cloth, rough gems, bars and shifts. So you need me to slaughter something. That's fine. We got plenty of peacocks and other things. Plenty of ducks and soon-to-be chickens. I need to geld that rabbit before it becomes 2 rabbits. Okay, well, in that case, slaughter the chickens. We do, in fact, have a well in Ceaturekeepers. Although, we had problems with, like, me sending out attacks in the last fort that would never come back. So I've just sent out an attack, and we'll see if this one comes back. Or rather, a mission. I've never played a Pokemon, so absolutely not. Or rather, I've never played a Pokemon that I enjoyed. So no. No, we're not catching them all. I'm catching a few. All implies something very different. Why is gelding a profession? Because it's a profession in real life too. Okay, never mind. That's not what you needed. What else do you need? Can't be silk. There's no way I have no silk. Do chickens not have enough bone to satisfy moods? That might actually be a problem. Slaughter 2 peacocks. Well, now you've walked off. Oh, were you waiting on leather? Oh, no, you were like waiting. Okay, never mind. We did. Okay, well, we're slaughtering the peacocks too, I suppose. Some animals only have skulls. Like if you slaughter a cavy, which is like, you know, a guinea pig, they don't actually have enough bones to be mooted because they only have a skull. Rabbits also only have skulls, yeah. A lot of the smaller creatures that are mostly just pets are like that. Grabbing peacock bone. Yeah, you just needed more bones. Really need more bones? Yeah. Fun facts about the body sounds like threatening if you add the word correctly to them. I mean, anything can sound threatening if you say it in the right tone of voice. Which is the beauty of voice acting. All right, so this is going to become my hospital, like I said. You know, actually, hold on. Let's just do this. Amount of coke is less than that. If amount of bituminous coal is above that. Okay, so if amount of bituminous coal is greater than 10, and the amount of coke is less than 40. Make me 10. Until I run out. And then I'll go make more. Go mine more. And repeat ad nauseum. See how the digging is going for the second round of this nonsense. What the? If you missed the last bit, I don't want to talk about it. It's a simple iron spear. Man, it's a very important iron spear. They have skulls and world gen when making art. Can they use them as part of making art? Is that what you're asking? Because skulls only have one use, and that's for making totems. What is that on the radar? If you make the joke, I would just like to inform you, do not think you are being unique or creative. Literally everybody has said it. You thought this was already collapsed? The bottom half of it was. We're collapsing the top half now. The blacksmith has created Oron Sazir, an iron bucket, and offers it to the pointy rock of artifacts. I will add it to my well. But you've absolutely been here when I've had that in the center screensaver, so just realize that you are not making a funny nor unique joke, nor are you the first person to say such things. Because any joke you could possibly think of has been said already multiple times by the chat. And myself even, mostly during the first stream. The rest of us got that out of our systems a long time ago. That's all I have to say, lazy man. Put it on a pedestal on a common temple. Just make sure it's close to your military, and then when they try and steal it, you can run in and like stab them to death. Just make sure like you have easy access to like fix that problem. So this is an iron bucket. All Crastor ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with tetrahedrite cabochons and decorated with blue peafowl bone and encircled with bands of chicken bone and blue peafowl bone. On the item is an image of Touch Helpful, the Sienna Rawness, a raw adamantine crossbow in iron. On the item is an image of a decahedron in schist. On the I think they came back. On the item is an image of a decahedron in schist. On the item is an image of Fancy Dirges, the adamantine mace in cave spider silk. On the item is an image of an 8-sided prism in brown zircon. Let's see if our dwarves brought us anything back. So we sent them off to explore Sunbirths. That's my old fortress. It was a little bit of a walk, but they made it. The forces of the Pointy Rock of Artifacts searched Sunbirths. Inky Mansion was looted. Copper Scandals, the Wordy Principal was looted. So it looks like we've gotten some artifacts. Sweet. Let's see what artifacts we got. Alrighty, diamond bolts. Let's see what you guys got. What? Oh, did I wait too long until I made it all the way back into the fort? I think I did. All right, well, okay. So in that case, objects, what do we get? Where are you? Did they literally just do what I think they did? Well, this one got dropped and forbidden right here. Did they drop them at the edge of the map, maybe? Hold on. Diamond bolts have returned. Ah, there we go. They stole a thong and a faceted metal earring. I really should have paid closer attention as to when they came back. I love how one of the first items they steal is a set of undies. Really says something about the dwarves. They're trying to tell me something, I think. This is where we're going to start putting artifacts. Of name I forgot, abridged. I'm gonna check the reports again. Leopard Blue. The Grand Tour was the Grand Tour, the Geared Tour, not the Grand Tour. It looks like the Grand Tour. The Geared Tour, the Spells of Hyde, the Faithful Blocks. Now I want to know if I can name it for it, the Grand Tour. Copper Scandals, Copper Scandals, and the Wordy Principle, whatever that is. I will screenshot those in a second and put them all on pedestals once I get a room built for them. It depends on if you want your dwarves to see them. I would actually say a visible artifact vault is safer, technically, because it is less likely that someone can sneak in and steal something. Going unnoticed, I think that a hidden one is cooler. Dinner is soonish. Gotcha. Wow, is it really that late? Lord, I guess, yeah, I've been live for 9 hours. Also, chat room. When I'm not live, I hope that you guys are out there supporting the lovely larger streamers who have been blessing our directory with traffic as of late. Because it's nice to see Robaz back in Dwarfs for a bit, and it's also nice to see Bike Man. What's up, An Observer? How you do? I mean, that's how people come back to directories, right? Like, people like me, I'm the guy that's always here. So I'm not really somebody that brings new traffic to the directory because people who want to watch me already know I exist, and people who don't give a shit about the game don't care. Whereas people like Robaz and people like Bike Man, who have large audiences that have been around for ages, if they start playing a game, then people start streaming it who haven't heard of the game before because they realize, oh, big streamer I like is watching, maybe I can get overflow. It is a selfish way that streamers operate, but it's a very helpful thing for games like this when a couple big people start streaming it around the same time, because then other people who are bigger, who are friends with those people think, they're back and playing and they're doing well. Maybe I can stream that again. Or maybe I can stream that for the first time. That's always seemed interesting. Whereas me, it's like, oh, yep, Blind's still streaming Dwarf Fortress. That's the game he plays. Weird. Anyway. People like me are not actually that useful for, growing a directory, but we are useful for, keeping a directory alive. Because a lot of streamers straight up won't stream games unless they think there's growth there. So unless they think it'll better their channel, they just won't stream a game. I don't even know who that is, Lennox. Bok. B-O-K. Not familiar. And discorded? Well, that's kind of funny. I think the most violent thing that's happened in this fort today was the goblin that got its got a bolt stuck in its neck and then ripped it out. It's like, whoa, dude, that's not a good idea. Why would you do that to yourself? Anyways, Stuck in ads, so we will wait. How do you usually deal with any form of Colossus? They are one of the, if not the hardest creature to kill in the game, Jaw. But you can catch them, you can catch them in a cage trap. If you have a very well-trained squad with steel gear or better, they're pretty easy to kill. Bolts made of steel can just like shred them. So if you have Marks Dwarves that are decently trained, you can relatively consistently just shred them into pieces. But your best bet would be a cage trap if you don't have either of those things. That's still there, in fact, Shaku. Wait, hold on a second. I'm looking at Discord now for the first time all day. There was a jet crash, a tsunami, and an earthquake in like a couple of hour period of time in Japan. Jesus Christ. What a way to start the year. I didn't know that. But then again, I was camping and then basically got home, edited a video, ate dinner, and crashed. Sometimes obliviousness is nice. Let's reassign some dwarves as miners because I've got so many. Let's see, did I ever actually make this sign of value? I did, okay, sweet. Seven one, 7-3 earthquakes. I have a feeling, just to bring some levity to this situation, I have a feeling that's going to start a cult, like, immediately. It's 20-something in total? Jeez. All right, well, I can't wait for a metal band to be named after that, and I also can't wait for a cult to start around that. This is actually going to take a while. Although, I'm actually going to build our entryway around here somewhere. So what's going to happen is there's going to be an entryway probably like right here even. I can do priority number 1 and we can start building this. 7-1. So I'm just going to slowly build up a ramp here, which is going to go up to probably around this level, maybe this layer even. Then it's going to go through a walkway in here and then across a massive frickin' bridge into here. The massive frickin' bridge is going to have to walk past my Marks Dwarves. And in there, I don't know what we'll put in there. Shotguns would be very easy to do. Although lava shotguns would be kind of tricky because I'd have to get lava up here. But we could do that. Both of those things are options, essentially. Yeah, no, it's a terrible thing to have happen in any country. Yeah, that's just awful. Can we have a battle on the big bridge? I mean, if I get attacked and have a big bridge, why not? Isn't that the point of a big bridge? Now that I think about it, it would be really cool to have the big bridge go over top of the caverns and then literally drop whole armies into the caverns. I'm just saying, that would be pretty rad. You know, everybody talks about Mortal Kombat like this, but what about like Tekken when they just drop kick a motherfucker into a volcano in like every single video game for no particular reason? Outside of it's cool to drop dudes into a volcano. I know almost nothing about Tekken if I'm being honest, but I really like the consistency of in the world of Tekken of dropping people into volcanoes. It's like I'm okay with continuing to know nothing about Tekken for forever as long as they continue to just drop people into volcanoes. Gone up too high. That's fine. What am I building? A front door. What are you building? Shut the front door? I can't. I haven't put a door on it yet. I had to shut the front door and shut the other front door. I did, in fact, have that. I've also been famous in the past for naming levers very creative things like ah and no and scree. So, you know, I'm very creative with my lever naming. Also panic, 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 exclamation point. And you know, for the side project off stream, I've been recording a lot of footage of Dwarf Fortress before you could name levers. And let me tell you, it's pain. That's all. I've had to write down notes of like what lever does what. Is Ash still alive? Let's find out. Ash4459 is in fact alive and sleeping. Is blissful after sleeping in a fantastic bedroom. And you wish to have martial training. You do dream of mastering a skill, and this skill was realized. Here, let's give you your dream. And let's name this squad. So we got the spicy vulgarity. We can have the hatchets of certainty. Very certain about where those hatchets go. Let's go the mountain of Mountain of Rage. There, you're a Mountain of Rage. Any dwarves with a need for fighting wish to join this army? How about the fish dissector who needs a new gig real desperately? How about this novice swords dwarf who isn't in the military yet for some reason? How about this novice hammer dwarf who isn't in the military for some reason? And how about this novice fighter? You guys can... Oh, wow, I need to wall this area up, don't I? Anyway. We'll find a spot for you guys to train later. Currently, you guys are just on standby. was gonna say, does Bonesaw want to join? No relevant skills. He's kind of pissed. Or we'll put him in the military. Why not? And I'm gonna put you on intermittent staggered training. You guys can train in here. Oh yeah, no, that is actually a good point. I do need to work on the artifact room before Akia steals the thong. You do make a valid point. I hadn't forgot about it yet. I was aware that it was gonna take them a long time to haul these boulders. In fact, actually, they have since made some schist blocks, so I could probably just use those for this. They decided to make it out of schist for some stupid reason. Nice. Arende. So chat room, I know this is always a dumb question to ask and people kind of roll their eyes at it, but do you have any New Year's resolutions? And actually, I have a variation of this, which I think makes more logical sense. Do you have any goals for this year? Because the default response for me at this point when people ask me about my New Year's resolutions is it's still 1920 by 1080. Which isn't a funny joke, but like that's still what I say because I don't like answering that question. But do you have any goals for this year? My goal is to survive April because April is going to be a lot of work and then go on vacation sometime shortly after April. That's probably June actually, well, because I do actually have a vacation scheduled for June. So those are my two main goals for this year. That and like, obviously, keep the stream at around the same level of quality. Don't yell at people. The normal bullshit. Actually, I don't know if that's normal, but... Last year, my biggest goal was do less. Is a meaningful vacation? Yeah. Don't we all? Actually, that's not true. I need to gain a few pounds according to my doctor, but don't we all, Bastet? Same as last year? Yeah, I've never really had issues with not doing exercise, but I think part of the reason for me never having issues with that is I've always... Because I don't drive, I walk everywhere. And because I walk everywhere, I very, very, very rarely have a day where I'm not walking. So it's pretty easy for me to keep up with exercise. Is Dwarf in my name to murder a forgotten beast? No, is it still murder if it's self-defense? I think defeat a forgotten beast is maybe a more accurate statement. But I'll try. Considering we're catching them as pets in this fort, that'll be difficult. That's not bad, Bastet.
That's a big number. Hope you're having a nice year so far.
Unless you're like 4'5". 180 is not too bad. Crimson Mists! Thanks for the 40th month. Welcome back, dude. It's a long time. You are correct. Big number indeed. Alright, fuck it. Gold pedestals it is. Gold pedestal. I call, like, everybody mate, too. It means friend. Non-gendered friend. It's kind of like saying y'all, but with an Australian flavor instead of American. Although I feel like if I'm saying, g'day, mate, I feel like I'm, like, appropriating some culture I don't have the right to. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Crimson with that Prime subscription, which is the first resub in an hour? The last one was Bonesaw. Okay, so this is going to soon become my, what-do-you-ma-call? Beginning of my artifact haul. Should probably end up being a multi-level construction. As half Australian, you give permission? Oh, I mean, I know that Australians don't care. It just feels weird saying it out loud. But noted. Thanks for the permission. I have a question. Do you have a king? Gemizer. Is your monarch in your fortress? No? No, then he's just visiting. Is there a plan to add magic to the game? Yes. But there is kind of magic already in the game. It's just not a very expanded magic system. I mean, intelligent undead can shoot, like, ice balls out of their hands. Kinda devilish? That's an understatement of the century. I recommend if you would like to discuss or figure out things that are planned to be added to the game, your best place to go to is the Bay 12 Games website, and you go to the development tab. Which hasn't been updated in a bit and won't be updated until adventure mode is added to the game again, because they're still technically between updates. But that'll give you a pretty clear picture of the things they're planning to add to the game. Okay, so now that I've done that, let's go to reports. I'm gonna do this. I'll screenshot this real quick. I have a reference list. Welcome back, Alfie. How is Fuds? I mean, Foods. Trying to build a water wheel back in place. You had it before, but now it's telling you it's blocked. What's blocking it? There's obviously something blocking it. So what's blocking it? I have no ideas what it might be without screenshots. But it's obviously blocked. What unbuilt it? Did you unbuild it, or did you see something topple it? Like, do you know what happened to the item originally? I have a question. Click on the gear assembly. Is the gear assembly built? Because a gear assembly that's lying on the ground looks identical to a gear assembly that is built. Oh, that's mildly annoying. All right. First item. Inky Mansion. Okay, so I have a question. Did you attach a lever to that item? A wordy principle, which is... apparently right here. Actually, it's probably literally these three. The reason used bolts won't go into the bolt stockpile for archery practice. Is there space in the bolt stockpile? Because they can't restack them once they're unstacked. It's pretty empty? I'm not sure. Like, honestly, like, there's a lot of things that, like, are really easy for me to answer. And then there's a lot of things in Dwarf Fortress where I have no idea. I would need to fiddle with it myself to figure it out. Really, Daybreak? Oh, that's cool. I mean, I think it's partially due to the fact that it's been out for a year. It runs a lot better now, and there's also some bigger streamers streaming it right now, which is nice. And a thong. Yeah, I would unbuild and rebuild the gear assemblies. That, or I would try clicking where it was. Try and click where the water wheel was previously. But it sounds like the water wheel gear assembly is, like, destabilized for some reason. Thong. Wait, no, I've assigned that to there. Okay. Top right pedestal? Yeah, it did. What are you talking about? Yes, yes, yes. I just did this one first. The thing is, that one is forbidden, so I actually need to unforbid it, which I was about to go do. But it was the first one that I assigned, so I don't know what you're talking about. Never mind, that apparently unforbid it. Earrings are the ones I still need to do. Oh, hello, Bob. And Happy New Year back at you. Saw you pop in a minute ago. Hope you're doing well. Go. These are the first of my stolen artifacts from the old fort. Question I have that may seem silly. Most questions about Dwarf Fortress to me seem silly, but that's fine. Is the best water... I'm using wells and your city starts to die of dehydration around 150 dwarves. If you are making your dwarves drink water, you are a bad person. Dwarves do not need water. Water is used for cleaning wounds and nursing the sick back to health and torturing prisoners by forcing them to drink water. No self-respecting dwarves drink water, period. What you want is you want to make a farm and plant plump helmets, and then use plump helmets and barrels or, like, pots to make alcohol. Then make more plump helmets. Are you cooking meals? Is the next question. This isn't a problem that I run into, but this is a problem that a lot of new players run into. Are you cooking meals? No, you disabled cooking. Okay, so you disabled cooking on the plump helmets. Make bigger farms. Like, how many farms do you have? And how many dwarves do you have planting seeds? You have a seed stockpile separated from the rest of your stuff. The other thing that I would state is if you are in a biome that is not like this in a barren wasteland, but somewhere that actually has surface crops growing, click on the plant gathering button, click and drag over literally everything, and then click again. And some of it will be brewable. In this case, I actually have some underground plump helmets and stuff growing right here. So if you're running out of plant and you need to brew stuff now, just click and drag the gather zone. Or I hit Z and grab the gather fruit thing, click and drag, click accept. You might want to disable this one because then they will climb up into trees and they could get stuck in trees if you don't know what you're doing. So just leave these two open where they gather fruit and gather fallen fruit from the trees. So whenever it's like harvest season for fruits, they'll fall out of the trees and you can just go gather them, usually around fall. But they will periodically just harvest everything that's there. Shrubs, they will pull tubers and do all that. So anything that is growing within that zone, they will just go do that. Yeah. So if you are running into issues with the farming system in the game, which that happens, I don't have an issue with it, but that's because I've been playing this game for too long. If you are running into issues with it for whatever reason or another, yeah, 2 5x5 farms is not enough. No, you need like, I mean, for this fortress right now, these are what I have, right? I got 100 dwarves and this is what I have farming currently. But I'm pretty good at managing my like underground supplies, so I've done a relatively good job at just kind of keeping things rolling. I don't actually need dimple cups there, so we can move that over to something else. But yeah, so this alternates between pigtails and plump helmets. And I make the pigtails into thread and the plump helmets are brewed. Yeah, the thing is, surface farming, like if you're farming either like, and by that I mean surface/dirt farming. So if you're farming in underground dirt, with this, don't worry about the structure of this fort. This is considered underground dirt. If you're farming in underground dirt, it's 1/5 as effective as farming in the caverns. But yeah, 1 5x5 is good for like, assuming you're not farming in the caverns. Okay, assuming you're not farming in the caverns, 1 5x5 is good for like your first 20 dwarves. You really need to increase the size of your farms. That seems like the only issue here. And you should never under any, like if you see dwarves drinking water, you fucked up and need to fix it. Like immediately. So yeah, if you see your dwarves drinking water, something's wrong and you need to fix it. And under no circumstances should you need to be forcing your dwarves to drink water. And if you run out of seeds, just run down to the caverns and go harvest some. Yeah, so think about it this way, right? Making a dwarf drink water is like trying to tell a human to subsist off of vinegar. Right? Dwarves are 70% alcohol, humans are 70% water, right? So if you are giving dwarves water for anything other than medical purposes, you are literally driving your dwarves insane with liquids that they can't properly digest. Like, in a pinch, you can make that happen. You can make them use that if you have no other option. But in general, you do not want to be forcing your dwarves to drink anything but booze. But yeah, almost all questions seem dumb to me, and that's fine. I'm generally pretty used to it. When you've played this game too much and everything seems easy, it's like, well, it's okay. I remember being new once. I am many things. I don't know if I'm modest, though. Also, we're in an ad, but I'm just queuing up structures, so I'm not going to worry about it. I make cups at the crafts dwarf shop. You have thousands of them? Why? in your items pile. Literally, not literally, but more than your dwarves living in your mountain, but they still complain about not having cups to drink out of. Okay, so they need cups in the tavern, not in your stockpile. And if they're in bins, it's likely they can't access them because, like, okay, so think about it this way. You are a human, right? Let's just say that you are a human that, hopefully you're not stuck in an ad right now. Let's just say you are a human, right? And, because I'm presuming you're a human here, for the sake of this example. And you are living in a self-storage facility, okay? Which is basically like your average dwarven fortress. You're living in a self-storage facility. So, a building that is full of, like, closed doors with boxes behind them, right? And they tell you there is 2,000 mugs in this building. You need a mug, and you have 10 minutes to find it. How do you find that mug? You're asking your dwarves to find needles in a haystack. You have to make your... So what ends up happening is instead of, like, finding that mug and pouring it into your drink... Last crew, thanks for gifting a sub to now I need to say your name. Zayfoy. I think is how you say that. If I butchered that, let me know. But you're going to end up sticking your head into the keg, right? You're not going to drink from the thing that you're supposed to be drinking from. You're going to drink from the keg, probably, is what's going to end up happening. And that's what you're making your dwarves do. So instead of them being able to easily access their mugs, they are being forced to chug from the keg, which is fine. Sage Bitey, thanks for paying that gift sub forward and chucking a gift directly at Pat Lingual. Pat Lagool. Pat Lagool? Like Pat the Ghoul, I guess. Interesting name. They doing keg stands? Pretty much, yeah. Which is great, aside from the fact that it makes them feel upset, because they're like, well, I'd rather use a mug. This is kind of awkward. Yeah. Yeah, it is more literally they just stick their heads in the barrel. Bane, thanks for the 5-pack of gift subs. You're very kind, dude. Also, that's almost a hype train. We just need one more person to gift a sub, or $1 in bits. Cheers, Zephoy. Happy to have help. Also, mugs in, just because this was pointed out on YouTube, mugs that are put in chests in taverns, because if you go to your tavern, you can, I need to find my tavern. There it is. If you click on your tavern, it'll actually tell you how many mugs are in your tavern. These are only accessible by tavern keepers. So what you want is you want a stockpile of mugs in your tavern, if you're seeing that issue a lot. I haven't seen that issue at all in this fortress, so it's not too much of a concern to me, especially because most of my mugs are just like sitting on the surface of these all the time. So I've got mugs and I've got goblets everywhere made of gold, and they're just like sitting there because they're not allowed in any stockpiles. That's my method usually, is just don't allow them in stockpiles, so they just end up like in your tavern anyway. Yeah, there's a room in my Discord called like DF questions. I barely ever am in there, but there's plenty of people that answer questions quite efficiently. Suited Giraffe and Elfie, thanks for the dollars. Cheers, guys.
Pipe.
I thought it said pipe. Pipe. All right, let's go get some more stuff from my old fort. Assigning tavern keepers isn't as bad as some people make it sound. It's not as bad as some people make it sound. You should assign tavern keepers. Tavern keepers do nothing but good for a fortress. I'm being 100% honest here. Said can of worms? I mean, can of worms implies bad, but I mean... Yeah, nothing but good things. Such as giving the dwarves the inspiration to remove people they don't like from the fortress. Permanently. Some dwarves enjoy brawls, after all. And also, it's great training for your doctors. I mean, I see no negative. Let's Dwarf settle argument better. It's also the fastest way to train a really good captain of the guard because they learn intimidation and talking and conversing skills. Anyway, there's a hype train happening. If you happen to have $1 in bits in your account, or a Prime sub, or a resub that needs to be used, pop it now, and you might earn some emotes that don't matter. Used to be not all. Yeah, they actually had to make all the dwarves like kindred spirits by default, best friends. Otherwise, like they had a pretty high chance of just killing each other at the start, depending on their personalities, or like getting into an argument and getting into a fight, which is kind of funny, but not great for gameplay purposes. It's really funny when you have adventurers that don't get along and they just yell at each other. By the way, we're gonna play some version 47 adventure mode at the start of tomorrow's stream. So the first, like, I don't know, hour and a half, 2 hours of gameplay is gonna be of some adventure mode before we dive into Fortress, because people keep asking me to, so might as well. What better time than now? And by now, I mean tomorrow.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Aye, aye. Ash, thank you very much for that primary sub for a 3rd month. Welcome back.
This is Sparta!
Unemployed Shaku, thank you very much for the $1. Which I think leveled up that train. Okay, you know what? I've decided, chat. Divert your eyes from the weird tit mountain. It's fine. I have decided to just cause some chaos. Because it's fun. Mountain go boom soon. Yeah, don't worry. Mountain def gonna go boom soon. Or splat, maybe more accurate. That's fine. You'll hold together. 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 Okay. I'm seeing stuff flying by. We'll read it in a second. Say thank you in a second.
Happy mining.
Naturally, yes. Just like this mountain. Very happy. This can go all the way down. Zafoy, thank you very much for the $1. DS, thank you very much for the $1. Appreciate you guys. And Cosmic Surfer has asked me to read the word story. Let's see if you guys have actually added to it this time. Not really, no. You guys really need to get better about this. I'll read it this time, though. Elderly calendar girls flee from young pranks, but reveal amongst squishy muffins for fingertips and bunnies. Mayonnaise is on barf because food doesn't grow up. Keyboard gremlins type faster. Go on. All caught up. Let's follow this dwarf. Good to see you, Nasty Ninja. Welcome back. These dwarves are stuck. Look at that. You know what? Let's just go all the way up like this. Snail was found dead. Apparently I killed Devildawn, Tonib, and Snail. I'm not sure how I did that just now. Did I cave a whole layer in? I refuse to believe that I just did that. Devildawn's been found dead? Well, I guess I just completely obliterated 3 dwarves. I'm assuming it's because of falling boulders. Also, it appears the Cat Dodger has taken a lot of damage. I'm not entirely sure as to how the heck that happened. It's got to be falling rocks, but that also doesn't seem that likely necessarily. Anyway, thanks for the little hype train with 8 subscriptions and $7 in bits. Appreciate you guys. Zafoy and DS. Unemployed Shaku. Thanks, everybody. Cheers. The issue was the gear assemblies after rebuilding. Gotcha. Well, happy to help. Yeah, I guess somebody just got hit by a boulder. That must have been what happened. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go all the way down to the bottom of this. And I'm going to say, for the love of Armok, unless you absolutely need to, do not walk along this wall. It's currently a very big rock folly danger zone. You may or may not get turned into splat because boulders are constantly falling. So if you happen to land on one of or get hit by one of these boulders as they're falling, well, it is unlikely you will continue to live for very long. Let's also just go all the way up to here and forbid all the boulders on this side and go all the way down to here and forbid all of these boulders. I'm also going to go over to here and I'm going to build a lever. And let's follow these dwarves digging. Oh, geez. Wait, how? Okay, hold on. I'm just going to go along and I'm going to like erase the job on all of the channeling things because that was weird. I don't know what that pathing just did. But Uristov just is probably about to get killed actually. Or anything above you? No. Okay. I'm going to remove all of the channeling jobs for right now. We'll redo them in a second. Once we're done digging the walkways, but like I'm very perplexed as what caused that. Anyway, you'll be okay, but geez. Yeah, getting hit by a rock is bad. Not something you really want to have happen to you. Yeah, it looked like he like climbed down. Wait, what are you doing? Oh, do I have dwarves that are like stuck somewhere up here? It's definitely possible. Yeah, man, that's bizarre. Oh. Apparently a vile force of darkness has arrived, but I don't see them. Oh, there they are. Very small squad of goblins. I think we can fight that. What do you think, chat? Send you guys up here. And send you guys... Well, yeah, you guys. No, the worthy vulgarity, these guys. The spicy vulgarity. They can go down here. And the mountain of rage can go over here as backup. Cosmic Surfer wants you to post beers, so post beers, chat. Or a vile force of darkness. I'm not doing much naming today. We'll do some more naming tomorrow, probably. Hot Rod Ricky. Snatchers, protect the children. And there's a child playing bait right there in the middle. Also, it appears that this squad is returned. What items have they brought? Not hauling anybody? When I increase the population, we'll be doing a bunch of naming, so. Okay, but where did you return from? Pointy Book Rock of Artifacts stole. The roars of splattering, the eviscerated tundras, the... Okay, we did get items, then I guess they're in the objects screen then. I see, they just don't all have items. Oh wow, you have like a bunch of them. Thin Singing Metal Scourge. Seems like Diamond just has them all in his inventory. Also, Diamond's last name's Attack Rock, by the way, which is a really good name. You also have an adamantine mace in your inventory. What about you? Do you have anything? Nope. What about you? Do you have anything? Why'd they make Diamond carry them all? There you go. You have something. Oran Isaac. And Osran Anur. Strongest, maybe? I don't know. Normally they each have one item. I don't think I've ever seen like a raid come back and they're all carrying different items. Ha 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 ha. You are very funny. Since that one's invisible, I will also put another mace on top of it. So a lot of these have items assigned to them, but nobody's really placed them yet. I guess the dwarves are just too busy. I will check in on that later. Let's deal with this first. Where are these goblins at? Nope, those are cave swallows. Where are these goblins at? Very slowly walking down the mountain. Yeah, weapons I made in my last fort. It's gonna be a hard as hell fight to follow, but they're not gonna come to us, so we'll go to them. They are going for my dwarves instead. Bits and pieces are flying everywhere. Goblins are fighting on the cliffside. Dwarves are winning the fight pretty clearly. And now it appears that the goblins are scattering and fleeing from the great dwarven onslaught. And the dwarves are like, that was a lovely hike. Let's head home. And we're going to go back to carving this mountain off. That was a meat grinder. And we certainly won. Actually, hold on. Let me check something. I need to find my tombs. Yes, those dwarves have already been buried, but I know for a fact I have more coffins. I'm just going to get these placed. Also, I didn't realize I had that many coffins, but I apparently had a lot more coffins than I thought I did. Coffin up some facts about this fort, it seems. You know, this is about as safe as I can do this. Let's go down to here. Claim all these. Dig across this. No. Goblins are... Or goblin factions, goblins will always be evil because they are governed by demonic overlords, whereas other factions in Dwarf Fortress are governed by nobles. Demons are what govern goblin factions, and they are hell-bent on the destruction of the world, and that is it. So no, it is not possible to befriend or ally with goblin factions. That being said, there are plenty of friendly goblins that you can befriend, like the bards and stuff that come by. They're friendly and want to be your friend. But I don't think that's the question that you're asking. I think you're talking about factions, if I'm not mistaken. But if you just want, like, poets, yeah, there's plenty of friendly goblin poets out there. Plenty of friendly goblin monster hunters that want to join your fort and kill forgotten beasts. Goblins can also join dwarven factions. Have I ever tried them? I've seen people do them. I don't like making water reactors of any kind because I think they're cheesy. Like, I like using water wheels because they look cool on all in a line on a river. I think that if you're just making a water reactor, I mean, have fun, but you're not playing the same game as me anymore. So no, I don't use reactors of any sort. Because space isn't an issue in Dwarf Fortress, and water running down a river doesn't affect your frame rate negatively. So why not just make them the way they're supposed to be made? I don't know. It's just not something I care about doing. Definitely doesn't work very well. I find no water reactors work particularly well in this version. I've done a little bit of experimenting, and they tend to just kind of evaporate pretty quickly. Yeah, I'd rather just have, like, like rivers running through my fortresses, and I screwed this up. I used the wrong tool. I'd rather just have rivers running through my fortresses, honestly, because rivers are cool. And so having little creeks and stuff and things flowing through that look pretty, I'd much rather have that than some dumb reactor that is breaking the game's physics for the sake of being like saying, look, I found an exploit. It's like, well, not really. I mean, have you really found an exploit? I mean, you know, fun fact. If you have water flowing, so let's just say water flowing and it's flowing this way, right? It's flowing from here to here. And you have a drawbridge here and a drawbridge here. So let's say drawbridge here and a drawbridge here. One layer above that, you have a water wheel. While the water is flowing, you raise these drawbridges. The game considers that water to be flowing, and you'll have an infinite reactor that way without actually having to, you know, build something that's going to generally damage your frame rate. Like, I've always found that water reactors are pretty frame intensive, kind of like channeling, right? It's just a frame intensive activity because it's rapid repeat motions in a way that the game isn't expecting. That doesn't affect your frame rate and works just fine. So if you're going to use water reactors, actually exploit the game's mechanics. Because that's like a very serious exploit instead of like kind of a cheesy strat. If you're going to use exploits, just go all the way with it. Come on. In fact, I think I made a video called 3 Ways to Get Infinite Power in Dwarf. And that's one of them. I think it's 3. Anyway, it's one of my quick tutorials. I made a video about this, is all I'm trying to say. Dwarf, what are you doing? That. I love that they currently have no way up here. This one they do have a way up to. Okay, so this is going to be the top layer. Let's start digging down from up here. Just need to make sure that I don't accidentally dig out the last one. Actually, you know what? No, it's probably a better idea for me to dig up. It's less likely dwarves will get crushed. Digging up. No, there's many ways. Generally, you catch a creature that shoots webs. Find a creature that is hostile to that creature. So, like a goblin or an animal or something. Chain it up, and if you want to be super gimmicky about it, you place, let's just say, a goose right in front of a fortification. Right behind the fortification, you chain up a web-spinning forgotten beast or a giant cave spider. Those are your 2 most common options. Probably a web-spinning forgotten beast. You don't chain them up. You just lock them in a room about this big right behind a fortification. Then right here, you place a goose or a dog or a goblin. You chain them up with, like, space to move here, right? Then they shoot webs over here, okay? And then this is a drawbridge, a retracting drawbridge, all right? This retracting drawbridge is then going to be connected to a minecart that spins around in circles on a track, about yay big, with 1 button on it. And that 1 button is a pressure plate, which is set to trigger when minecarts trigger, which then pulls the drawbridge back, right? And then you have 1, 2, 3, or 4 different Z levels that go down so the dwarves don't see the forgotten beast. And then the webs fall and land on that bottom layer and can be collected. Just make sure you don't have a dwarf that's standing directly underneath one of those webs when they fall, because it might kill them. But that's a particularly cheesy way you can do it. Otherwise, I've done those in almost every one of my forts, so you can just go skim through my VODs and I'm sure you can find one. I don't think I've ever done an ideas video or a tutorial video on that. Maybe I should. It's just something that I consider to be so common knowledge, I don't even think about it. You must also enjoy the sound of a flowing river. It's like Dwarven ASMR. Have I ever played skee ball? Isn't that the thing that you throw the little dumb basketball thingy up the thing and it lands in the hole? I mean, sure, why? Do I go out of my way to play skee ball? Absolutely not. Why do they keep doing that? I'm so confused. Why do I keep seeing dwarves, like, climbing across this? Bizarre to me. That's a weird question, but okay. What's up, Credenza? Why do you ask about skee ball? It will be used in your research. You know, if you're doing research, you should like tell somebody that it's for research. I feel like I've been used now. This is a bad feeling. All right, so they're gonna go over here and do that, and then I'm gonna get them up here to do this. Can I make it so dwarves don't wander caverns collecting webs? Hit U or make this menu pop up. Basically, go to labor, go to standing orders. No, not that one. Well, I guess you could do that one, but automatically collect webs. Disable that. No automatic web collection. And then simply place a, well, I mean, you could automate it, but I don't think you can tell them specific distances. So not without locking the caverns, no. Not that I'm aware of. If there is a way that you can do that in this version, let me know. I know that you used to, in older versions, you used to be able to set a maximum distance that a workshop could work within. I don't think that's in the game anymore, but maybe I'm mistaken. But no, there is no way to set a specified collection zone for webs. That I'm aware of. But I don't know, I've been wrong before. While I do know quite a considerable amount about this game, I ain't perfect, that's for sure. Oh, you could absolutely do it with burrows, but generally when people ask questions like this, it's because they're not willing to use the mechanics that are currently in the game. At least in my experience. Actually, you know what? The easiest way to do this would be this way. Burrows is do not leave this area unless absolutely necessary. You click and drag area. Dwarves assigned to that area will not leave that area unless absolutely necessary. What you consider to be absolutely necessary isn't necessarily what dwarves consider to be absolutely necessary. So they will leave for certain tasks. If you check this, then they will not leave the zone to gather stuff from workshops. I think that's really what you actually want, is if you don't want them randomly running around the caverns, but you still want them gathering stuff, but you want to have the caverns open, then yeah, you want to be using burrows. Avuz the Gelder has created. You just want to make a specific like Weaver guild or burrow that covers the whole map except for the caverns, basically. The Gelder has created Emmantoldil, a chicken leather hood. Claims it as a family heirloom. I completely missed that this artifact even started, but here we are. This is a chicken leather hood. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with fire clay, cushion cut brown zircons, studded with gold, decorated with chicken leather, and encircled with bands of goose leather and cushion amethyst cabochons. This object is adorned with hanging rings of schist and menaces with spikes of amethyst. On the item is an image of Olin, Tempted Wind, the dwarf and dwarves in chicken leather. Olin Tempted Wind is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the position of Baroness of the Sly Theater in 95. On the item is an image of a cashew in schist. I think we're going to give that to the mayor. That seems like a good mayor symbol. A cool hood. All right, mayor, have a cool hat. Did it? Okay, I completely missed it. But I believe it. Okay, so this... Make sure these dwarves ain't stuck. Yeah, very much so. Okay, so this is going to be connected to this lever. Made a hood out of a rooster. Yep. They come to hood the rooster. Clearly. Nope, they do not care. The only thing the dwarves care about with their heirlooms is if you destroy it. And it's pretty hard to destroy an heirloom. It's one of those things where it's like, this is kind of a placeholder mechanic that's going to be expanded at some point that hasn't been. It's one of those mechanics. The goblins just raided your fort at the same time your squad of legendary and high master spear dwarves returned from a raid. Did it not go well for the goblins? Oh, that's cool. I always love that when that happens, when your dwarves show up at the same time as the enemy. And it's like, ha, get wrecked. So I guess this is what's happening is they are blocking themselves from being able to get down from these ledges. So then they're just climbing down, which is kind of sketchy, but... Big Bang A1 has given birth to a baby girl. Brand new baby girl in the fort. Did I just see a dwarf falling? Hang in there, Nodokasa. Whew, that was close. Very close to another casualty right there. Noto, I'm just like, this is what's happening, and this is how I could prevent it, and I just keep doing the same thing. Okay, well, let's do that. Let's leave that last one and we'll do this one last. In fact, maybe I will channel up on this last one. Am I getting you killed again? No, you getting you killed. I don't get you killed. That's not how Dwarf Fortress works. Dwarves kill themselves. I'm just here to witness the chaos and encourage it whenever possible. If you choose to climb down somewhere precarious and fall, that's on you. I mean, come on. Don't you want the chaos? In fact, you know what would be a much safer way of doing this? Let's just channel up. This is very visually confusing to look at, but that's fine. There's going to be much falling in a moment. Let's hope that these dwarves get here first. Come on, dwarves. There's you. And you. All right, sweet. And now get down. Okay, so I've got one more, I think. Then we just need to double check that I have, in fact, separated the whole thing. And then we're going to drop the rest of this mountain. For those of you who missed the first one and like watching big things go smash into the ground, well, you're going to get to watch big thing go smash into the ground. However, first, we got to mine this out. You know what? Actually, let's get rid of this. Just go for my... You have to look at Legends. Someone over there. You have to look at Legends and then count. Not only do you have to look at Legends, you have to look at Legends and count. Because that is the only way. They are forgotten for a reason. The dwarves don't even know they exist. So now I have to make sure two things. One, I have to make sure that we have in fact cut everything, which I haven't. There's one that I'm missing here. And the second thing I need to do is I need to make sure that there isn't a dwarf anywhere on this, or they're not going to live much longer, which would be very unfortunate. Don't see any dwarves. All right, so this right here is connected to this lever. We need to get all of these dwarves inside. Otherwise, a bunch of them are going to die. Yeah, I simply refuse to accept this slander that I am intentionally getting your dwarf killed, Medokasa. All right, chat room. Can I get a round of beers? And also, if you're lurking and not paying too much attention to the stream, now's a good time to look up, because I am, well, after I've channeled this out, I am going to tell all my dwarves to go hide inside the tower, and we are going to drop this cliff face straight down. Shoutouts to Cat Dodger here, who gets to do the honors of channeling out the last bit. Cat Dodger, after being very uneasy running past all those body bits, runs all the way down into the fortress. Many dwarves behind him. This dwarf specifically is hauling a schist boulder. This dwarf is running out right now to go grab something. Probably a weapon or something. No, actually. Where are you? What are you going for? Okay. Oh, a wheelbarrow. You are carrying a wheelbarrow. Well, I mean, that's admirable. Someone has to carry that wheelbarrow down. It's even got 2 boulders in it. How admirable that you're carrying that wheelbarrow. Meanwhile, this dwarf, Lanix, is making some blocks and thus is running by with an axe. I just make sure that everybody is assigned to this. They're all running inside. Slowly. We do, however, need to wait for everybody to get inside. Otherwise, anybody who's standing here is probably going to die. Also, I need to check something. I don't think this is going to completely demolish my stockpile. Actually, I think this is going to completely destroy my stockpile. I'm going to have to remake my 2 minecart routes. Well, I mean, it is what it is. All right. So, let's just wait for all these slow dwarfs to get inside. Yeah, he's carrying it. He's carrying the wheelbarrow. Don't worry about it. He's a dwarf. He's doing strength training. Accurate, Boldfy. I don't very often see Space Boy emotes. It's very rare that my channel has crossover with one Space Boy, but shout out to Space Boy, I suppose. I met Space Boy, I think, at TwitchCon before he was famous, which is kind of weird. It's like I met that guy, and then like 6 months later, he's the biggest person in the world, and it was like, huh, all right. I mean, good for you, I guess. I got an injured cat. I'm gonna heal it. There you go, kitty. I always feel bad when I see injured kitties. All right, buds. You want to get inside? Waiting on you here, bud. Uberreich, your dad would be very upset if I dropped a mountain on you. So, we will wait. It may take a while, but we will wait. You know, your mother was killed in battle, so it'd be terrible if your dad was to lose both halves of his family. There's actually another dwarf coming in right here. This one is hauling the wheelbarrow. All right, come on, Adra. Anytime this here, I'm waiting on you. There you go. There you go. Good dwarf. Good dwarf. Good dwarf. Okay, so now that we've done that, I'm going to tell them to pull this lever. Except, what are you doing?
Over here, he has a sword.
We'll just do that, whatever. Let's see how far this wheelbarrow goes, or if it even goes. It didn't go. Well, that's unfortunate. Anyway, let's pull a lever, shall we? But before I pull this lever, we're gonna double check that this thing is entirely disconnected. Yep. Check. Done. Okay, cool. Let's pull a lever, shall we? Quick save. Okay, fine. Probably not a bad idea, actually. It shouldn't crash. But I don't think I've ever actually had it crash when caving something in. I've had the game stop and think about it for a really long time, but I've never actually had the game crash on me. Not during that. All right, let's pull this lever. So, it begins, chat. We now wait until a dwarf comes over and pulls the big lever. It appears that Ognet gets to do the honors. And we are going to go all the way up till here. And we, I think, are going to follow this boulder. Well, it begins. The game is moving one turn forward. The game is not unpaused. It is simply trying to move one frame forward. Dad texted you yesterday after he got home. Oh, really? Oh, that's awesome. So that's the first tile down. There's all of the dust. This is certainly a large cave-in. As you can see, it's already landed. This naked Moldog is having a rough day. It's not... Oh, okay, now it's probably dead. It's being lifted off the ground, this naked Moldog. Let's keep following the naked bulldog, I guess. It's now coming back down, and it's falling down into the moat, and it's been hit by a boulder. Multiple boulders now. It's bleeding. The chaos is brimming, and let's unpause the game. Boulders flying everywhere. It's thinking about it. And I have to rebuild my front door bridge as well as my minecart routes. Hello, Chris, and hello, Matt, over in the YouTube chat. Not bad. And now we can just go up to here and start bringing it down. Although I just realized this also destroyed all of the ramps. That's interesting. All that and only have to repair 2 things. Yeah, and I also kind of lost my stockpiles, but... And the naked Moldog isn't dead. That's kind of amazing. Although somehow boulders made it into my fortress. Look at that. Wow. It's a good thing I had that wall there, hey? Well then. All right, let's get that front door open back up. I can dig out the bottom of the new mountain and drop that too. I don't really want to. I kind of just want to channel the thing out. I was kind of just... This was more of an action of bringing the mountain to me, if that makes any sense. Less of a, like... I'm trying to, like, cave it in again, because I just kind of want to get rid of this thing. That's mostly all I'm trying to do. Is get rid of this thing. But the first thing I have to do is I gotta rebuild this. So now that that's done, I could just use whatever blocks, but let's just bring schist out. Let's also go into here. Unforbid everything. Go up to there, unforbid everything. Over to here. Unforbid everything. A migrant has arrived? What, in your fort? I'm going to do this poor Moldog a favor. Sorry, Moldog. You didn't deserve this kind of pain. Look how many of these, like, ramps were destroyed by that. That's cool. I didn't know that you could, like, destroy ramps like that. And also, we're going to build these running all the way up to here. We'll just use whatever's closest. You know, maybe I'll actually just use diorite. Let's just use diorite. We'll just do that. Because I know I have diorite in the fort. Yeah, if you get one migrant wave, that usually means that your dwarves are not... It usually means you've hit the population cap. That's usually what it means. I don't ever want to read the words ball apps again, Matthew. just for reference. Kind of makes my nuts hurt. Yeah, likely you are right at the cap then. There's some words that's just like, that seems painful to read. Did the cliff displace or destroy resources it fell on? Yes. Absolutely yes. On both accounts. Okay, so I'm going to split these two tracks at the end here. And I'm going to build a track stop here. Once this is done, and then a track stop on the other side. And we are going to remake my 2 minecart routes. I think it also destroyed my minecarts. So I'm going to make gold minecarts for this instead. Because what's wrong with being too schwanky? I got lots of gold. So might as well make gold minecarts. It's a titty drop. People that spend too much time on unsavory subreddits know exactly what that is. It doesn't really look like tits anymore, though. Kind of no matter what angle you look at it. It's now just more of a strange collapsed boulder. A section of cavern has collapsed. Ah, jeez. You guys okay up there? You are. Okay. Guess I need to be careful with that. I don't know why I'm surprised that happened, but I kind of was. Okay, so now what I'm going to do guess it doesn't technically matter which one is which. But the one on the left was the ore. And the one on the right is boulder. Say not, well, actually, let's also say coal. Well, you know what? Actually, yeah. Let's remove coal from this. It'll be better for future. And then this one, metal ores and coal. And both of these should have a bunch of wheelbarrows in them. And then boulders goes on this side. And loads from here. Unless, did I just add an extra stop to this? Let's actually just remove the first stop. Add stop, thunk. Add stop, thunk. Oh, I see what's happening here. Okay, you know what? Let's just delete these two because I see what's going on. It'll be easier if I just remake them. Boulders. Wait. What side did I click? The wrong one, I think. Let's just start on this side. This is going to be... Stop 1. Stop. No. Stop 2. There we go. And you are going to be loading metal ore. And coal. Oh, crap. We were in an ad. I wasn't aware. And we're just going to send a gold minecart down there. So this, just to double check. Metal ores. Yep. So you are going to load from here. And you are going to glide that way when ready. And you are going to glide that way. And empty. Second one. It's going to connect to here. And have a second stop up here. You are going to have the other gold minecart. You are going to load from here. You are going to load everything except for bituminous coal. I set this one when it was going to load. Yes, I did. And load from that stockpile. You're going to glide to the left. And I can just delete those two. I'm done. So this is going to be boulders. And ore/coal. Martin was found dead. Whoops. I have no idea how that happened. But you must have gone splat in the Great Cave-In. Must have. I have no idea how else that could have happened. Unless, like, you somehow fell off of this, but I'm not sure how that could have happened. So, rest in peace to Martin. And a caravan has arrived, and they wish to trade. It's humans. You must have died in that last cave-in, actually. Is the only real logical thing that I can come up with. But, Argument, Non, hello, how you doing? Your name is, like, weirdly difficult for me to say. Holy shit, I've been streaming for 10 hours and 40 minutes. Well, that's happened. Jeez. Time flies, turns out. Is your dwarf still alive? I think so. I did lose a bunch of dwarves today, turns out. Yes, you are alive. You are a spinner. You are currently praying to Sath, the Fated Dust of Urns. I don't know what that is, but it is a god that you worship. Probably the god of the Ashen Order. But you are worshiping your god right now. We're going to use the burial command. And type in burial-c, which is going to make 46 tombs for us. And get those bodies buried, which is unfortunate that we have to do that in the first place, but oh, here we are. Let's see. Do you work to follow each minecart route once? Okay, gold, sweet. Magnetite, cool. Tetrahedrite, cool. The fated god of ashes, motherfucking god of crushed bowls. I don't think so, but, you know, I've been surprised by stranger things. Well, that one works. How about the other one? It appears to be awakened. Excellent. Empty, and then immediately go back down. Sweet. Minecarts are back up and running. I could definitely double and triple up these, but, you know. And then this is going to be the front door level, which means I gotta get rid of all this now. Let's actually just channel that up. Same with down here. Yeah, I'm really bad with Greek names. I remember briefly playing Total War Troy and chat getting really mad at me. I tried it because it was free. And chat getting really mad at me for mispronouncing everything. Argamenon. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, but like, reading it that way is different than trying to read it as a word, right? Also, you know what's crazy? This is mostly a thing stated at Hobo because Hobo inflated my revenue last month. But last month's revenue was within 27 cents of the month before. 27 cents. I don't think I've ever had 2 months so close together in my entire career. And it was because of, like, Hobo inflating it by a bunch. But, like, I've literally never had that happen before. I was looking at my stats yesterday and last night, and I was just like, wait, what? I did, like, a quadruple take. I was so perplexed. I was like, what am I, how? You took a Greek name and butchered it. Yeah, that's probably why it's so difficult, actually. But then again, I've had people, like, tell me that my name is unpronounceable, and I'm like, it's blind IRL. It's not that complicated. And they're like, oh, I thought it was like Blindy Roll. And then I just sigh. Sure, Rev. Sure. Although, to be fair, butchering a Greek name as your, like, gamer handle is actually, a pretty creative way of getting a online tag. Unlike me, I just took the self-deprecating humor that everybody kept throwing at me in the games I played, in the games that I played with people. So it just kind of made sense. It's like, well, people call me that anyways, so might as well go with it. The most awkward one I've ever had, Arende, was being called Blind Girl. That was the I don't know where the G came from, but somehow they got a G out of it. I was like, first off, I'm a dude. Second, you got half my name right. Yeah, I'm still trying to figure that out. It is all Greek to me too, in fact. I think it's Greek to most of us. And what was really funny about that interaction was I thought I was the one that couldn't see. Because you apparently can't read either. Dyslexia? Maybe, I don't know. I'll be honest, I didn't actually finish the conversation. I just, like, alt-tabbed and left the stream. Like, literally didn't keep talking. I was like, okay, bye. That's it. If you can't read my name correctly, I'm just like, I'm out. If you butcher it that badly, then yes, I'm out. You can see it at a glance. Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, it's only happened once. So, generally, I find people that have dyslexia are more careful about reading usernames. Or they're using a chat reader with a dyslexic-friendly font. One of the two. I mean, I'm sure there's a good number of people in the chat with dyslexia. It's pretty common. There was a very brief period of time there where people, like, there was a person who just decided I was dyslexic, and I literally had to yell at them in my YouTube comments to stop calling me dyslexic, because I am not. I have floating blind spots. It's a very big difference. yeah, I can't read well, but it's got nothing to do with dyslexia. And they're like, I think you're undiagnosed dyslexic. I was like, please don't diagnose me with things that I definitely do not have, that I've actually been tested for, believe it or not. So. What? Nasty Ninja? That's interesting. Because they don't follow a lot of word rules. I guess, yeah, you just kind of have to sit there and stare at it, right? I would guess. Like, you just have to focus. Like, usually for me, it's like if I see a username and it's all like lowercase and my eyes are being particularly bad that day, I just kind of have to squint at it and I can usually decipher it. But like, that's just because I literally can't see it. Certain colors and fonts are hard for me to read, but that's okay. Twitch chat's pretty customizable. And I've removed all of the unreadable colors. So if you have a perfectly white username, get fucked. Your name looks green to me. Like their brain sees words backwards, and for some people with dyslexia. Fair enough. I mean, yeah, like I said, I have no idea what that's like, so. But it is not something I have. These down. Let's also see if I can start moving the hospital over, because I'll bet you we've got a lot more boulders that have been cut now. Nope. I do have more rock salt, though. Then you just show up as Green Hobo. I've mostly just removed non-readable colors. That's it. So just like the off, like the perfect gray that matches up with the background of my gray chat in the split chat that I read, and the perfect white, which are the two that I wouldn't be able to see, so. You see a shape and associate it with a word, which makes you a really good carpenter, because you have the ability to look at something in your head. Is that related to dyslexia? Because I have a photographic memory. Like, if I stare at a page with words on it for a bit and then close my eyes, I can visualize that page and then copy it. Which is why people used to think I cheated at my homework. Which, admittedly, I can't do that as well these days, but that's mostly because I smoke too much weed. So, I guess that, like, I've given up some of my photographic memory in exchange for, like, mental stability, but the wire cross is normally linked. Interesting. Yeah, well, I can tell you for a fact, I don't have dyslexia, but that's interesting. I didn't know that. What do we meh about, Grenade? Through things. Yeah, that's interesting. I didn't know that about the photographic memory thing. Dyslexia is actually something I know very little about. I am actually amazed at how much damage channeling still does to the frame rate, even after all of the performance increases that the game has had. It's because it's like changing everybody's pathing simultaneously, as well as like displacing items. So there's a lot of like physics calculations going on while it's happening, but it's impressive that channeling is still so punishing on the game's performance. You're working night shift in the early, you watched Return of the Jedi from memory? You were 10 minutes off from the actual runtime. I used to do that as a kid, when I couldn't fall asleep because I've always had trouble sleeping. I would like sit there and like recite movies in my head that I liked. I kind of miss doing that. But turns out there isn't any movies that I like enough anymore to still do that, so. You know, to be fair, I would hate it if you do that. Marriage or otherwise. Like, that would just be really annoying. It's like, how to ruin a movie? Well, watch it with someone who's actively reciting it to you. Like, that to me is like perfectly justified on behalf of your wife. I feel like that is a 100% justified take. That's like my mom when she talks about, oh yeah, no, I like that movie, and then just like explains every single plot point and spoiler. It's like, how about you stop? You're just actively making me not able to watch this movie now. It's like, are you recommending me the movie or are you giving me a plot synopsis? Because like, if you're giving me a plot synopsis, let me know in advance and then I'll just cross it off of my need to watch movies list. It's an inner monologue in your head you're just verbalizing. Yeah, no, I get it. I understand what you mean. I'm just with you and I would agree with your wife in this, that I think that's kind of obnoxious. I don't really do that anymore. I don't watch movies often enough. It has to be something that I've watched, like, in the last couple of weeks. Like, I pretty infrequently watch movies. I mean, the last movie I watched was Hard Boiled, which was back in November, I think. Maybe early December. I could replay some scenes from that movie, but not the whole movie. I'd need to see it more than once to be able to do the whole movie. And because I don't watch movies super frequently, it's like not really something I do in my head anymore. I do that with songs. I can play whole songs back in my head. I've had the entirety of the song Dance Off by Turnstile stuck in my head for like the last 4 or 5 days. You find yourself reciting Spaceballs? I have this weird advantage or maybe sickness where I didn't find Spaceballs to be even remotely funny. So I will never be reciting Spaceballs because I kind of don't like that movie. Men in Tights was pretty funny. Blazing Saddles was pretty funny. I didn't find Spaceballs funny. You have Perplexia? I'm waiting for the punchline of this joke. I'm definitely going to need more beds before I actually do this. Do I have more traction benches? Don't have tables. Those are bringing the minecarts in. Okay, where's the minecart from the top one? There you are. So I think what I need to do with these stockpiles is I need to add a bunch more wheelbarrows to each of them because I need the hauling into these stockpiles to be as efficient as possible. And I also need to add something to a stockpile up here because I don't think this one currently permits coal. Yeah, it doesn't. I think, like, don't get me wrong. I think that there are some good quotes in Spaceballs. Like, there's some good moments. As a movie, though, I don't think it's particularly funny. I think it has some pretty good, like, clips and bits in it as, like, comedic segments. But to me, it's like you took 250 shorts from SNL and stapled them together. It doesn't really hold together as a movie, in my opinion. Seen Super Troopers like 30 times. Your wife hasn't seen it in a few years and you watched it with your wife and basically quoted the whole first 20 minutes and she just got up and left. That's funny. That's from YouTube chat. Yeah, I wouldn't do that to somebody unless somebody else is into that. Like unless you're, what I'm saying is I'm into consensual film quoting, but if you're watching a movie with somebody who isn't able to quote every single line from the movie, be nice. Don't quote the movie. That's just mean. I've never seen it, first off. I mean, you guys are more than welcome to quote Spaceballs all you want. I still don't think that movie's funny. I think it's got good quotes, but there's plenty of movies out there that I don't think are funny that I think are quotable. You know, it's kind of like the film version of like React streamers and nuisance streamers and people like XQC, just as an example, where they're famous just because they're famous. That movie's funny because people just keep quoting it. So when you watch it, you just kind of awkward laugh because you recognize half of it and you go, well, this is funny because everybody else must have thought this is funny, right? But the movie isn't even remotely funny. It's just very quotable. You had to step away for a bit. Well, welcome back, Shaka. Well, today's been productive, chat. We've cleared quite a lot of this goofiness. I finally almost got rid of this goddamn thing, this boob mountain. Next big order of operations is we need to keep working on this moat. And while we're working on this moat, we also need to build this. This is going to actually be the front door. The front door is going to start extending from this side, I think. And have a good chunk of it in the middle that is inaccessible from anywhere but like raising drawbridge on either side. So we will have giant raising drawbridge on our side plus giant raising drawbridge on other side. And the idea here is that, actually, we should make this out of bars, shouldn't we? I don't know. And then the idea, I think, that I'm having is we'll defend this with, excuse me, we'll defend this with ballista and some sort of minecart shotgun. And, of course, crossbows. Schist. I don't have sand on this map, so that would require some shenanigans. I was thinking steel. Or, like, gold coins. Because I do have gold. So I could do gold coins. Gold coins are almost as classic as glass discs. You want to see the draw? Well, I was thinking it would be great if I could eventually make this go all the way down to the caverns, but, you know, one thing at a time. It's like, it doesn't even feel like it's that high up, but it's actually like 20 layers up. 15. The problem is, if I do use the drawbridge to catapult them, it's pretty likely that they'll actually just land somewhere on my fortress, and then I'll have to go kill them on my fortress. Unless it's a retracting drawbridge. So what I could actually do is do a retracting drawbridge and a retracting drawbridge, which could be okay. So if I were to do 2 retracting drawbridges, that would be a pretty viable option. Oh, geez. Let's actually scroll out so I can actually see what I'm doing. Because retracting would just drop them straight down. Is really cool looking. Yeah, that was the goal, was to give it kind of like the opposite aesthetic of stuff going up. I mean, obviously I haven't made it all the way down on this side yet, so it doesn't quite have the same aesthetic just yet, but, you know. I think it looks a little weird here because, like, all the ramps got destroyed when I did that cave-in, but... We're at a quartzite currently, which is a wee bit annoying. I got a ton of diorite. Why don't we just use diorite for a bit to pave this? This is eventually going to be an expanded hospital. Also, it seems like those mist generators have sorted the mood problem. Just this one mist generator. We had, what, 20 here and like 10 here for a good chunk of time? How's water doing? Not actually that pissed anymore. Still stressed, though. Hasn't committed any crimes in a minute, so that's good. We rehabilitated my dwarfs. You did, in fact, miss butt drop, too. I think chat clipped it. If chat clipped it, could we please get a link to that clip? Can also do some VOD scrubbing. Yeah, that's fair. DF is telling you to go to bed. Sometimes Dwarf Fortress does that. If Dwarf Fortress suddenly ceases to function, it's probably time to sleep. I mean, I can tell you for a fact I'm getting pretty phased out of existence at this point. I just kind of want to do bridges. Not really. In regards to a central staircase. Not really the way you'd want it to, anyway. We are in an ad break. I will pause game. Also, hey, Yellowberry. Long time no see. How you been, dude? So I'm thinking gold bridges. I'm thinking gold bridges. And so plan for tomorrow's stream, I think, just to kind of get this out of the way before we call it, because we are starting to wind down, is we're going to start off with a little bit of version 47 adventure mode for the first hour and a bit, similar to what we did with that 23A stream we did ages ago. It will be probably in ASCII. I might swap tile sets a few times, but it'll probably be ASCII. And we'll just show up on a tiny little world, and we will go around and try and do adventure mode things. And we'll talk a little bit about adventure mode. So hopefully that'll be fun. We can answer some questions about adventure mode and tamper people's expectations a wee bit. And then in the afternoon, we'll pick back up with this fort, and I will double the population, and we'll get this fort going for realsies, because I've finally got almost enough bedrooms for everybody, so it's just a matter of scaling up the whole fort. Especially considering we're getting to the point where defending it is going to be a viable option. We are almost there. Although I'm about to be making some of the maximum size bridges, so these are going to be huge. Okay, so I'm going to start off with a retracting bridge, which is going to go right here. And then right here, I'm going to put a raising bridge. $47 gold bars. And then a raising bridge right here. Made out of gold. And of course, a raising bridge right here. Made out of gold. Then, on this side, just walls. On this side, just walls. Kind of wish there were, how to word probably, like inverse ramps, so you could have like a pillar and then it fans out at the top. You mean that dwarves could traverse? I mean, you can't see the underside of a thing, so like there could be an inverse ramp going in this way, but you can't see it. I think the game's perspective makes that pretty impossible. Like, I'm trying to imagine how you would actually go about building that. I think this layer is where we're going to put the lever room for this. Or the first real lever room, if you will. I mean, it would look bizarre. Yeah, I don't know how you would do that, I guess, is the issue. I mean, it's a neat idea. I'm not going to deny that. It certainly is a neat idea. It's a neat pitch, but yeah, I don't know how you would, like, make that function in reality. Actually, let's just do just ramps all the way around the edges of this. And then let's do this. Actually, no, this. Oopsies. We're building this while they're building this while they're building this. And this is going to take them a while. You wonder if folks jumping into adventure modes for version 50 are going to get hit with massive FPS drops due to their forts being filled with a whole lot of people? You mean after Reclaim? What do you mean? Because, like, I think ideally this version of Fortress mode or adventure mode will be kind of an abject failure, in my opinion, if they don't fix the frame rate problems with older versions of Fortress mode. Or not. I keep saying Fortress mode. Adventure mode. Like, if they don't fix the frame rate problems with older versions, like, it's kind of a failure. Just like if, I mean, there's plenty of situations where Fortress mode could have been a failure on Steam, which I don't think they necessarily ran into, but there's plenty of ways where they could have, I think, failed. I think, actually, something I was saying quite a bit about Fortress mode for Premium is that if people still felt the need to use things like Dwarf Therapist after the release, then it's a failure, which I think they succeeded because nobody really uses Dwarf Therapist anymore. So it wasn't a failure in that way. But I know Tarn has said that like they need to make adventure mode run better, and that's one of the things that they're working on with the version increase. Like, I feel like if you can't play in a human city in adventure mode in version 50 point whatever, whatever it ends up being, I personally feel that they have failed to properly update it. They're not super laggy unemployed, Chaku. They aren't playable. just for full clarity on that statement about me and Catacombs. They're not laggy. You can't play them. There is a difference there. In fact, they run so badly, you literally cannot play them. But we'll see. We'll see what Putnam's able to cook. As Tarn said, we live in a Putnam world now, so. I'm actually going to suspend this one until this one is done. My ducks all grew up. One could say we have our ducks in a row now. There's nobody trading here, so we're going to... Uh-oh, shit. We're now in early autumn. I may have actually just screwed up trading, so let's go back down here and forbid that. Cancel that. Don't actually do that, please. And then go back up. And I think... over here... we're going to build a new trading depot. I need to get those caps off of that. And a Vile Darkness of Force has arrived. Well, this can't be super bad because it's just a single goblin with a crossbow. But, chat room, I've been streaming for 11 hours and 15 minutes. And you know what? It's long enough. So, I think that this fortress is just starting to look even more goofy epic. I think we've done a really good job. If they are super busy, they will not keep the records updated. And if they are distracted, they will not keep the records updated. If they don't have their needs met, they become distracted. So you need to make sure that they are not too busy to not be able to keep their needs up, and they also aren't distracted. You need to make sure both of those things are correct, or they will not be able to keep up. I don't think that's a bug. It's maybe just not clear, but you have to make sure that they're not distracted, and you have to make sure that they are not, like, occupied with other activities. But chat room, specifically people here on Twitch, it's now time to say goodnight to YouTube, because we are winding down now for the day. This has been my first stream of 2024, and you know what? You guys have made it a memorable one. Thanks for hanging out today. It means a lot. Don't just run off, though. We are going to go raid somebody. And to people over there on the YouTube side of things, if you would like to raid with us and go meet another Dwarf Fortress streamer, jump over here into Twitch chat. We'll go make somebody's day. But overall, I have to say thanks, YouTube, for hanging out with us. And it's time to say goodnight. So talk to you later, YouTube. We'll see you on the flip. 9 a.m. Pacific, normal time. Or 10 a.m. Pacific for you guys. 9 a.m. for Twitch chat. Not bad. 10 hours of YouTube stream. Nobody can complain about that. All right. Twitch chat. Guys want to know something that YouTube doesn't know? Sorry, I just shut off the YouTube streams. They're not going to see this. I get to make salmon for dinner, and I'm excited. Gonna have homegrown greens from my closet. Salmon.